Megan Fox.
And Megan Fox has the story.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox writes at PJ Media.
Eat Tucker.
And that was your last.
Damn it, man. I cried for 2 days.
Megan, thank you very much for that.
So, I can explain the bed thing.
If you don't show up and vote, up your ass. I don't care if you're in the hospital. Crawl to the stake. Crawl there.
It's like Jesus going into the temple. He's like, I got a whip. Get out! Get out! The lovely and wonderful Megan Fox. Not that one.
Not that one. Not the weird one that drinks blood in his toe thumb.
Megan Fox.
Megan. And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry.
She's the devil.
Megan Fox. Megan Fox.
I've been very nice to you, although I could probably maybe not be based on the way you have treated me, but I wouldn't do that.
You've never met a like me. You want to tangle? You want to go? Holy sh!
Too much cussing on this. I guess we didn't bleep it, so we got to turn it off. But it's
You pissed off the wrong woman.
oh my God, I have been assaulted, but Megan Fox runs wild on you, brother.
She's the devil.
Not for publication.
The story.
I'm Megan Fox. Thank you. Cheers.
Welcome back, everybody. We are live on my channel. It is the Megan Fox program. I'm wearing my merchandise today. Do you see it? It's the Oh for Fox's Sake t-shirt. You got to get one of these. Go to the merch store. They're great. They're fun. And they support the channel. And yes, Legal Vices, he did come. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
I did, and then I joined.
I'm so glad you're here. And I know that you're in a rush, so we're just going to get right to it.
I'm
But
not in a
I
rush.
have to replay. No,
But the devil showing the possessed lady's testimony. Okay, I see how this works. Because Megan Fox is the devil.
All right. So it was day 16. I am the devil. She's the devil. All right. You will not believe. Okay. So the chat and I have noticed that the witnesses for Johns Hopkins have a lot of things in common. I've made a little compilation of the look that these women so far have had. All the women who have been testifying for the defense, you will see on it was on the thumbnail, but I'm going to pull up a updated version of it. Where did it go? Tell me I didn't delete it. That would be bad. Oh shit. I might have. All right, I'll pull up the one from yesterday. Okay, so all of the people that Johns Hopkins has called to the stand so far, at least that we've seen, are a little, I don't know. I'm letting the chat decide what they think of them. But so far, it's a little. Now, these are not all Johns Hopkins. These are not all Johns Hopkins witnesses. The one on the top left and the one in the middle bottom are from different cases. They're child abuse doctors that have falsely accused people. But the one on the bottom left in the pink shirt, the one in the top middle, and the right, and the two on the right Those are all Johns Hopkins witnesses against this family, against Maya Kowalski. Jeff, what do you see here when you look at these women?
Well, first of all, in looking in the upper left corner, I wasn't aware that Corey Feldman was a witness in this case.
No, she's actually one. She's the Pennsylvania doctor we're going to get into later.
Okay. Jamie Lee Curtis down there is judging her in the bottom left corner.
They call her Dollar General Jamie Lee Curtis. She's the one who has a demon.
I was going to say that's either Jamie Lee Curtis or could be Arlie Ermy as well too. I'm not sure. Just kind of makes me want to watch a Full Metal Jacket again.
I had made one of just
Arlie Ermy
from this case, but I can't find it currently. I don't know what I did with it. So anyway, the point is,
yes, they all appear unhappy. First of all,
they all appear to have, I think, anger lines etched deeply in their faces.
Yeah,
I think if anybody looked at this from a body language point of view or facial structure, lines in the face, they all have anger lines, like really prominently. Like you wouldn't want these people standing over you yelling at you, would you?
See, I expected like the upper middle to be the possessed one.
You would think. Well, she might be as well. there's no, we don't know. In fact, the chat though did think she had a very strong witch vibe because she was wearing all these very dark black witchy looking things, and she just has a vibe coming off of her. But the one in the bottom left in the pink shirt,
yes,
that is Tori Niehaus, and she's the one.
What's his problem?
What's his problem? He's a very handsome young man right there.
But Katie Segal there in the upper right corner, she looked pretty normal.
The one in the upper right corner, that's Kathy Beatty. She's
Oh
not normal. That's
Kathy.
Yeah, she's
wow.
the one.
Sorry, Katie Segal. I'm sorry for comparing you to that woman.
She's the one who who was the social worker in the hospital that was the instigator of all this shit. Let's see.
That's her.
Yeah, that's her. And it's disturbing. She's disturbing. All right. Here we go. So Jeff has not seen Tori Niehaus. I know we watched this yesterday, but Jeff hasn't seen it, and I wanted him to see it. I deeply wanted him to see this.
I'm not much of a prop guy, and I certainly don't have anything that would qualify as good prop. But you just had to use masking tape to come up with the judge prop. So.
It's Hare Island.
It is. Just had to solidarity for the judge.
All right. So we're not going to rewatch the direct. We're just going to watch the cross, and you'll get to see multiple demons come out. It's something.
He had written letters
let's see where we are.
Some people, and I took photos of all of the letters, and there was also a check that had been given to her.
And what did you do with these letters and these checks?
Okay, that's still direct.
I took photos
so
of
the
them.
after
looks like
break.
Gollum.
She does. Yeah.
My remember your deposition.
All right, here we go.
Of November 18th.
Let's go back.
You have.
Let's go back.
Please the court.
Here we go.
Ms. Niehaus, on direct examination, you testified that you never saw Maya in pain. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you also testified, if I remember correctly, that you put everything down.
It's Niehaus.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Niehaus.
Thank you.
You put everything down of significance in your.
It's ma'am. It's ma'am. It's ma'am.
That is totally a Gollum pose she's doing right there.
Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse.
Notes, is that right?
I put down everything that I witnessed and saw.
Right. And you had, in fact, previously testified that somebody saying that they were in pain is a sign that they're in pain. Have you not?
Say that again?
You have said previously that someone saying they're in pain, that they are in pain, is a sign that they are in pain. Right?
I don't believe I said it like that, no.
Well, remember your deposition of November 18th, 2020? You were sworn to tell the truth.
Watch this,
You
Jeff.
remember that?
Vaguely.
Do you remember that?
You vaguely remember swearing to tell the truth?
Yeah. That's what she
Just
said. She said it.
vaguely.
remembered. I love the over the glasses look, though.
Nah.
Do you remember that?
The only thing I've seen from this is when the judge got on Mr. Anderson was saying, you know, the defense is entitled to put on their case too, and he says, but why?
That was funny. But why? And then he had to say, well, that was a joke. I was just joking. Like, we knew it was a joke.
Yeah.
Ah.
I asked you a series of questions about how much you knew about rating pain. You recall
You
that?
say rating pain? Yes.
Page and line, please.
Sure. Page 130, beginning at line 9.
Listens, we hates it. We hates it forever.
I can show it to her if she wants. Yeah, approach.
You may.
My brain is so warped.
Read from yourself. Line 9 there.
I wish I didn't have such a visual imagination.
8.
Why? What are you imagining?
Or just like looking at Mr. Anderson like, give me this in hell.
That almost happens. It
Says,
literally almost
line number 9 says, question, are you telling the jury that your ability
just
to
had that
ask
flash through my
somebody-
head.
Yourself.
Oh, sorry.
What?
She was reading the lawyer's question instead of reading her answer.
Yeah.
Position, and the judge said, "You only need to read yourself."
Oh, I thought he said shut yourself. I was like, damn. Okay. All right.
I never stated that I was an expert.
If you look 3 questions before that, I believe you said you had training.
I do. I've been trained, yes. Is it
And?
EMTI?
And when asked about that training and what it was that let you know if someone was in pain by that training, you said by asking them, right?
That's one way to ask somebody if they're in pain or to find out, yes.
Right. And their response then, according
you,
to
Bad
you,
Weather
would be
Biker.
relevant as to whether or not they're in pain. True?
That could be true.
Might.
Yes, I would agree with her so far. One way to ask someone if they're in pain is to ask them if they're in pain.
Is this better?
Yes. Thank you.
Now, if I may, I'd like to, if I may approach you, Honor.
All right, this is where the first demon comes out.
Excuse me, Your Honor. This is the Safe Children Coalition
I think.
visit observation form from October 24th, 2016. Am I?
Does she still have a copy?
Do you have a copy of that?
Here, Greg. He's got that one here.
He's like, excuse me, I have to go thwart He-Man's plans.
Here, I'll send it to Greg.
Skeletor's got a busy day.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
May Mr. Whitney approach? A little later.
A little late for that, yeah.
All right. So, ma'am, if you would turn to, I think it's the 3rd page in, and tell me then whether Maya told you on 1, 2, 3, 4 occasions that she was in pain.
Where exactly?
All right. Well, if you look at the bottom of the first paragraph here, not the half one on the top, the last 3 lines on the top paragraph. Kowalski asked Maya how she was feeling.
We'll check the extensions of
You said the 3rd page, correct?
Mr. Anderson, this document's not in evidence. So
Oh, I know.
not read from it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm just trying to orient the witness.
If you need to, you can approach her and point it out.
All right.
This is the third page.
Right there.
Ms. K. Griff, I'm
Mr.
really
Kowalski asked Maya how she had been feeling, and she stated not good, and I asked her what not good meant. She stated that she meant she is hurting. I asked her where. Maya stated it all over. The father lifted Maya up out of her wheelchair and placed.
Now, just to let you know, Jeff, she had previously just testified just before during the that Maya never said she was
never said she was in pain. Yeah.
that she was happy. She was wrestling with her brother. She wasn't flinching, nothing. She was happy. Who takes off their glasses to read something when they're that age? Me. I'm
Me?
I'm nearsighted. So if I'm wearing my glasses, I have to take them off to read something close. And if I'm wearing my contacts, which I am today, then I need reading glasses. So
I've had bifocal since I was 42.
it's nearsighted people who do that.
And everything into number 2 here. If you look, that's the beginning word.
Did you see that? Did you see there? Oh, I had missed this the other day. Watch her face, Jeff.
Number 2 here. If you look, that's the beginning.
Trying to come out. Did you see it? The snarl is trying. The snarl is beginning, but wait, it gets worse.
Beginning word there.
Well, she was raving in high heels.
Yes.
On the list for the next visit,
Yes, you say.
Maya pointed to her right forearm, stating her old IV site hurts bad.
Down the bottom here, last 3 lines.
Did you see that? Let's slow that down for you, Jeff. Let's slow that down.
Hurts bad.
Down the bottom here, last 3 lines.
You're enjoying this, aren't you, Megan?
What is happening? What is happening here? Like the devil is trying to appear. I don't know what's happening, but I've never seen anyone's face do this before.
Maya stated that she attended physical therapy.
No, we'll object to the extent we're having a witness read something that's not evidence. That's reviewing your notes, refresh what you saw and heard.
Yes,
And in Declaration of Pain number 3, does it refresh your recollection that Maya stated the parallel bars hurt too much?
Same objection. Just let's finish this. Go ahead.
The chat wants me to show you the
Case.
pause. Hold on. Oh, what just happened? For fuck's sake. Did that just go back? Chat wanted me to show you the pause that I stopped it on. Yes. She looks like an orc. Like a dang orc. What is happening?
Meat's back on the menu, boys. You can taste the foot.
Yeah. All right.
I don't know. Jeff,
Right.
you're making me choke. I just have a question for you about the jury.
Yeah.
If you're on the jury and like the you've heard from Maya several times.
Yeah.
You've seen that testimony, right? You saw Maya's testimony.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then the people who come to accuse her after you've heard her say, they lied about me, they refused to believe me about my pain. And these are the people that they put up here and they want you to believe. What are you thinking as you're sitting in this jury watching this person snarling and having some kind of demonic attack?
I'm thinking, let's hear what she has to say. And then the first question is,
Yeah,
remember when you said she never said she was in pain? Well, how about these 4 occasions on the same page you're testifying from? Yeah, it sounds a little bad.
It's bad. It's bad. This woman got totally and completely destroyed by Anderson.
Okay. Well, did you not say on 2 or 3 occasions when you came there, Maya's feet were flat on the floor. She did not have her feet turned in, things of that nature on direct examination?
I stated that Maya's feet were in the correct anatomically position, except for the time that she said to her father about her feet, and she turned them inward.
And you recall at that point, there was a little discussion about taking photographs. You took one,
I'm required to.
and Jack Kowalski took two. Is that right?
No, I took the photos for Mr. Kowalski.
Uh-huh. The one you took did not show her feet, did it?
I'm not required to take a picture of her feet. I was required to take a picture of her.
All right. The ones that Mr. Kowalski took, or you took with Mr. Kowalski's camera, did show her feet. Her in the Harlequin outfit, showing her
I don't
feet.
recall the photo.
All right. The Harlequin outfit, Jeff, you have to know this. During her testimony
Yes.
on direct, she said that Maya dressed up for Halloween like Harley Quinn from the Suicide Squad, and she was wearing spiked high heels, and she fit her
Okay.
feet into those high heels, no problem. Remember that, Jeff. High
Okay.
heels. I remember her
I'm
when
kinda-
she said it, I was like, high heels. Why would they put their little 10-year-old in high heels? That doesn't make any sense at all.
No.
Here come the pictures.
So I know that I took 2 photos.
We show they're in evidence, Your Honor. First, 2571-004.
If it's in evidence, yes.
What about the legs? Can we just take
Do you see her
Oh my
feet
God.
turning
Look at her
inward
shoes.
there?
Look at the shoes, Jeff.
I see her.
I'm
feet
looking.
not
I'm
straight.
looking.
Do those look like
Show the
spiked
next one.
high heels, platform high heels to you?
No. No, they don't. As a matter of fact.
They're children's sandals. They're sandals. There's no heels. This woman is a damn liar.
Get the number, it's in evidence, though. Do
I
you
see
see
them.
her feet?
Yes.
Do they appear to be turned in?
I don't recall. I know that she was moving her feet around to steer herself around that room.
Oh, Jesus.
Do you know what dystonia is, ma'am?
Yes.
Do you know that's when someone's feet or arms or hands go into a position and lock there?
I've heard of that, yes.
That's exactly what Maya had on that day, isn't it?
No, Maya was moving around the room freely with her feet steering herself around the room.
My question is simply, was Maya Kowalski, if you know what dystonia is, Maya Kowalski displaying dystonia,
I don't believe she's displaying dystonia.
right? Are you a doctor?
I am not.
Are you a psychologist?
I am not.
Are you a pain management specialist?
I am not.
You fucking liar.
This is just your opinion on what is dystonia and what's not dystonia, is that right?
This is my opinion on how she was moving around the room freely using her feet to
I'm
steal a
simply asking you
wheelchair.
whether or not it was,
I didn't ask you that.
whether or not the pictures reveal here that she had dystonia at the time you said she didn't.
I can't testify to whether she has dystonia or not. I'm not a doctor.
Right?
I'm testifying to the fact that she
You
moved
just
her
were.
feet around freely.
She also testified, Jeff, that she was waving her arms around in the air and she was dancing around like it was a rave. She was raving in spiked high heels and wrestling with her brother. There was a rave going on in that room.
Do you think that CRPS involves paralysis?
That what?
That CRPS involves paralysis.
I don't know enough about CRPS.
So why are you spending all the time mentioning whether she can move herself around with her hands and feet in her wheelchair?
Because I was trained to document as a police officer, to record every single detail and observe and report and monitor her safety. And that's what I did.
Yeah, you did, and you asked a number of questions throughout each one of these, right?
I did ask questions, yes.
This was Jack Kowalski's time with his daughter, was it not?
Correct.
And you asked enough questions to take up 3.5 to 4 pages. Is that right?
That's not accurate at all.
Well, where else would you get the information, man?
I did not spend 3 or 4 pages during each visit asking questions. I sat there for the most part quietly and took notes.
Did Jack Kowalski not ask you on more than one occasion for extra time because they had to respond to so many of your questions?
Jack Kowalski never said that he wanted more time because he had to respond to so many of my questions.
Did he
He
ask
asked
you
for
for more
more
time?
visits with his child.
Did he ask you for more time?
He asked for more visits with his child.
And you also said that Maya was happy through the entire time. Is that right?
Yes.
Did it come to your attention on several occasions she was crying?
Maya never had tears. She whined when her dad was leaving.
Whined?
Maya made crying sounds at the end of the visit?
And no tears were seen.
You could tell whether or not she had tears.
Yes.
Right. Isn't it true, ma'am, that throughout this, Maya was complaining that she was not happy? In fact, she was not able to sleep.
Maya brought up not being able to sleep once, and she said she wakes up sometimes.
And she said, not happy.
Correct. She did state she's not happy.
So which is
What?
it? Is she happy or not happy?
Exactly.
Can you show me exactly where I wrote she's not happy so I can put it in the correct context, please?
Taken out of context, were you?
I just opened the locals live chat, by the
I
way.
wanna
So if
find
you
this.
guys want to
Didn't
go
she
on,
tell
if
you
you're on
more than
locals,
one
there's a live
occasion the
chat.
hospital staff don't care, or doesn't care?
I don't recall.
Again, take a look at your visit of 11/4,
Jeff, what
2016
you missed?
at the very middle
She
of the page
testified that she took Maya's
under where it
cake.
says,
She testified that she literally came into the room with her team of investigators, ransacked the room, and confiscated her cake and the thing we were really upset about, confiscated the body of Christ, which she turned in to CPS, and they probably threw in a trash can. We never got an answer about what they did with the consecrated host, but the Catholics are outraged because this woman confiscated,
Just threw Jesus in the dumpster.
threw Jesus in the trash. It's
Wait, so they had like one of the visiting priests come, do the whole consecration, leave
no, they
leave
bring,
it
the
there.
priest consecrates it at the church, and then they'll bring it in like a container
okay.
to people who are sick in the hospital. So that was there, and this woman and her team of, I don't know, DCF investigators just ransacked her room and confiscated the things that they didn't want her to have, including holy oil, holy water, consecrated host, chocolate cake, which was in the refrigerator. This woman doesn't want her to have any cake. Cheesecake that her dad brought for her, and some other things that he brought. Like, this is what she was doing while they were having a family visit, by the way.
Nice. What a charming, lovely lady.
Charming.
second page,
I see it.
does Maya express to you that the hospital staff doesn't care?
The proper beat that the people from the top do not have this. It's the same.
I see it, yes.
Does that refresh your recollection of Maya stating
Yes, Flux.
that she believed the hospital staff doesn't care about her?
Maya stated that, yes.
Your view was that the staff did care.
Absolutely, the staff cared.
How many of the staff? Well, I don't see here any interviews of the staff. Did you interview all the staff?
When you refer to staff, who exactly?
I don't know. The social workers and the nurses around.
I spoke with the social workers. I also spoke with the three, I don't know if they were RNs that came in the room. Yes.
The fuckery.
And where
They
is that
steal
documented
kids,
what they said?
Jesus, cake, razors, and body care items.
Give me a
The
moment.
fuckery.
Well,
The
would
third
think
page,
that stealing the
November
sacrament
4th at the top
would
of the page.
violate a whole bunch of laws.
It's I guess not illegal, but it does break the First Amendment, Jeff. It is a civil rights violation.
Yeah.
sorry.
She
Where
kidnapped
were you saying?
Christ. She
The third
did.
page, November 4th, 2016, at the top of the page, it starts, 3 nurse practitioners came in.
Okay.
She said that
Where's the interview where you ask any one of them all about how Maya's doing?
they stated that Maya is a completely different
No,
person,
I'm
that
not
she's
asking you
doing
that.
well.
I'm simply asking you where it is that you put down the substance of an interview.
I didn't interview them. They were speaking to everybody in the room on how well she's doing, that she's a completely different person.
And I believe you just testified that Maya never had tears in her eyes, right?
Correct. Maya did not have tears in her eyes.
Take a look at November 4th, 2016.
Take a look at this
And
evidence
go
that you
down.
lied.
To the right above the center of the page. I can show you if I may approach. To refresh your recollection for me to show you.
Sure.
No wonder the LDA are always
Does that refresh your
asking
recollection?
you if you
Where you
found
have it highlighted,
Jesus.
I see it, yes.
Someone threw him in a dumpster.
Did you in fact put in your report that Maya had tears in her eyes?
Horrible.
Yes or no?
I don't see that, no.
You don't see the
Yes,
line?
McRae, anyone can give a
That you just showed me, no. It says Maya wanted to go home. Father said she's getting stronger.
That's not it.
It usually
Or you
would
were
be
just
like
showing-
a minister of the church, but if the
Yeah,
minister
church
gives it
runs.
to your grandma or whatever to bring to you in the hospital, that's allowed. It's carried in a little silver container, and you just hand it to her.
I did write that she had tears in her eyes.
So that's
I did not
what,
recall
3
that.
times you told the jury something and it wasn't correct?
That we're up to 3, but he's got another one under his sleeve. There's another one.
Haven't you said 3 times different? Correct. Did you not tell the jury that Maya
Ronan!
never said she was in pain, never was in pain, and in fact put in the report on multiple occasions that she was stating she was in pain?
I stated that Maya did not.
That's all right. All right. Again, did you review Charlotte Laporte's report of November 4th when she came with you?
I don't recall reviewing her report at all.
Well, is there anywhere in your report of November 4th, your report, where you document that Maya said that she had been
Holy crap, there's 730 of you here right now. You better hit that like button. You better hit that subscribe, because guess what? I'm only like 200 and some subscribers away from 20,000. 20,000. And if we get 20,000 subscribers on this channel, we're throwing a party, and Jeff will be there. I will make him come, I promise. And phrasing, Megan, phrasing. And we will do drinking. I'll get Flux there. We'll all be there. It'll be fun. 20,000 subscribers,
Wow.
guys. Hit that.
What do
now.
I have to do to get 728 people to watch? Wow, I'm jealous.
I don't know where they all came from. I don't know. Welcome, you guys. Welcome.
You made them come. You made 728
I made
people
them
come.
all come. It's true. Don't clip that.
been dropped on a couple of occasions and it hurt her.
She was dropped on a couple of occasions.
I recall that conversation. I don't know if it was on the 4th.
Okay. And that she
She's
was
getting upset.
not happy and not able to sleep because she was in pain. Did you document that?
All in the same sentence? Because I don't think it was the same sentence, but I recall those, yes.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is such a good point. Didn't Peter deny Christ 3 times? Is that like lying to a jury 3 times? You know, there are so many similarities here in the story of, I mean, we've got Jesus being thrown into a dumpster. We've got demonic possession, which, although luckily he only stayed in the dumpster for 3 days.
Yeah.
And now we've got the Peter reference, which is perfect. 3 lies to the jury. If a cock crows, we're in some shit.
Well, and she does at least have 30 hairs of silver.
Oh man. Ah.
And finally, I think you put into your report that there was
I bet she was a
video
whore too.
camera over Maya's room.
I did. When I entered the room, I observed the camera.
And so you've made a lot of allegations here about Maya's ability to move around. Did you ever ask for any video from that camera?
I believe I asked. You say answer?
Yes.
I believe I asked one of the staff members at All Children's if the video had been, or if the camera had been monitoring the room. And I believe they stated that it
Conveniently.
was, but they were going to move her because she didn't require the or she didn't need to be videoed any longer.
They were going to move her because the camera was showing
Why would they
horrible
not?
things.
Yeah, this is very important. Listen to this testimony, because when we get to the jury questions, Jeff, you're going to go crazy. The jury questions, when you hear what the jury wants to know from this bitch, you're not going to believe it. But this is important. She says there were video cameras in the room. Then the nurse
Yes.
tells her that they were working. Does she
Yes.
pull the video from the room? What do you think?
Well, apparently not, because she didn't know they moved the child because apparently suddenly the cameras became uncomfortable. I don't
Yeah,
know.
all of a sudden they don't want those camera videos out there.
Didn't the nurse confirm to you that the camera was in fact recording video and sound in the room?
Calls for your second. Overruled. You can answer.
I said yes.
Where's the video? Did you ask for it?
I believe I informed the supervisors at Child Protection that the room was being video recorded and that they could possibly ask for those videos. Yes.
Wasn't the question.
Well, this is October.
No, it wasn't the question. V Teksu, Lawn Lumber mentions you all the time during his recaps of this trial. That's weird. I've never heard him do that. I watch his recaps. Is he saying nice things? I try to say nice things about Rob here all the time. I love Rob. Rob is great. And I love his recaps, by the way. If you guys are not watching Rob's recaps of this trial, definitely do that, because he has all the answers to the law things that everybody wants to know, because I'm not a lawyer. I'm a journalist. Though Jeff is the lawyer here on deck today. So thank God. If we have any legal questions, Jeff can answer them.
24th. This wasn't as to the 48 hours when Maya was in her room. You understand that?
Say that again?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about
Did
it.
you ever get back from
Don't worry
Johns
about
Hopkins to any means any video that confirms the things you're saying here?
I did not observe any video.
So you don't have any evidence, is what you're saying. So you got nothing.
And in terms of where you got your information for all of these things, it's safe to say that you weren't living at the hospital through this period of time, correct?
I don't understand the first part of your question.
You were there for about anywhere from, counted it up, 7 to 7.5 hours on 4 occasions over the course of 2 weeks. True?
Correct.
The rest of the time, you have no idea what was going on, do you?
I was not at the hospital other than those 4 times.
And in those 4 times, you gathered information from the hospital, did you not?
Yes.
Your witness.
No questions at this time. Members of the jury, do any of you have any?
Right. Yeah. I like this comment, Evie. I get a lot of the streamer lawyers. I get that a lot of them want to stay unbiased, but it's also very nice to see someone rant like I do. So thank you. Yeah, I can't stay unbiased in this case. I've covered CPS cases. Those of you who are new, I've covered CPS corruption and family court corruption for the last 20 years in the work that I do for journalism. And yeah, I can't be unbiased. I am 100% biased against the state. Let me just put that out there right now. 100% biased against these hospitals and the colluding state. They collude with the states to take children from parents that they have absolutely no idea are actually abusers, but somebody feels it, somebody thinks it, And so their subjective opinion puts these poor families into court battles that bankrupt them for years. And after this, after Jeff goes to sleep tonight, we're going to actually get into a new scandal in Pennsylvania where 70 families have come forward against one child abuse doctor named Deborah Jensen, who has accused over 70 families in the same hospital of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. I don't even think that that's statistically possible. But yeah, I'm 100% biased against the state because of the terrible things that they do on a regular basis that I can prove and have been proving for over 20 years. All right. So now the jury questions come, Jeff. And
yes.
Oh my God. Am I going to have to remove the word come from my vocabulary? Because I use it a lot. And every time it's just not fair that everyone's a 12-year-old. All right. Let's see.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's just the way I'm wired.
Yes, ma'am.
They're going to debate. We don't need to see the debate. We're going to skip right. They ask her to proffer one answer, and that's boring. And here we go with the jury. And this is fiery, spicy, Jeff.
Members of the jury, I want to confirm, while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation, and you received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And that no one approached you about this case while you were away on that break. Correct. And you did not see any. Correct. Okay. And ma'am, the jury has a series of questions. I just want to remind you that you're still under oath. Okay.
I understand.
The first question: in the Harley Quinn picture, how many charms are on that bracelet?
I would have to see the photo again.
Why don't we bring up the photo?
Why is that a question?
I think it's because they want to see a close-up of the feet, Jeff. They want to force her to look at a close-up of the feet. Because we don't get an explanation. They're proving that she never even really looked at her feet. Because she doesn't even know she's wearing a bracelet, and then it gets weirder.
Are you sticking to the ankle bracelet?
I guess so.
I do not know.
Well, here's the next question. Did you see any evidence of any lesions or abrasions at that point of contact?
Where her bracelets are? No, I did not.
Next question. What was the reason that your observations stopped?
Because my position with the Safe Children Coalition, the case had transitioned from CPI to the Safe Children Coalition. So my services as a safety manager were no longer needed. It was assigned to somebody else.
You were fired?
The next question.
I don't think she was
You
fired.
were asked on your observations.
They don't fire
and Maya
bad
gave your
people.
description. Are you asserting to this jury that during that first visit you had, that Maya and Kyle and possibly Jack were occupied with themselves in a giddy and oblivious way while your team searched through the room, bags, fridge, and confiscated items and removed items? Or was there any signs of questions or resistance from Maya or Jack?
All right. So did you catch that question?
Yep.
Are you asserting to this jury? I love the way it starts, by the way. Are you asserting to this jury? And the judge is going to repeat it because she's going to ask for repeat, but just listen to the beginning part.
Can you read that again, please?
Are you asserting to this jury that during that first visit that Maya and Kyle and
While you were
possibly Jack
confiscating Jesus,
were occupied with themselves in a giddy and oblivious way while your team searched through the room, bags, fridge, and confiscated items?
stealing Jesus.
Items? If you can answer that.
I can. They were enjoying themselves, playing, having a good time. Her and Kyle were wrestling. I would
wrestling.
from this one toy in the game.
Wheelchair wrestling is not a thing.
My teammates and I searching the room in any kind of way that it was asked there. It was a casual open the refrigerator door. As safety managers and child protection investigators, it is a standard practice to open up a refrigerator anytime you enter a home or area where this child's safety might be in question.
Can you imagine someone coming to your home and rifling through your refrigerator and taking cake and Jesus? Let's just not forget she took Jesus.
It was just more of a open and shut. And the items that he brought with him, that was handled outside of the room.
Was there any signs of questions or resistance from Maya or Jack?
No.
The next question. Your testimony for your 4 occasions to observe Maya portrays Maya as having some physical difficulties, but able to move about and get around via her wheelchair. Is that correct?
My observations, I strongly believe that she moved around freely without limitations.
So far
Isn't
in
a
this
wheelchair
trial, the jury has
a
been
limitation?
presented with a plethora of photos and videos of Maya
It's
taken
differently abled,
by
Megan.
both the parents and staff at
Oh,
Johns
listen to
Hopkins
this,
Hospital,
Jeff.
taken
I'm trying.
by both the parents and staff.
Wait,
at
you got to hear from the
videos.
beginning of that one.
So far in this trial, the jury has been presented with a plethora of photos and videos of Maya taken by both the parents and staff at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital. Does your team, you or the hospital, possess any photos or videos to corroborate your testimony?
Well, do ya?
They're asking if I took photos to corroborate my testimony.
If you or your organization have photos to corroborate your testimony?
I took photos of the letters and the checks and the food. I photographed the
She
refrigerator.
photographed cake.
I required to take a picture of Maya to upload into the state computer FizBin. And my notes are very, very detailed. I
Right.
report writing class in college, and I was assigned to just document everything that I saw, whether
She took a report writing class in college, Jeff.
Yeah.
That should do it.
it was just some minute detail or something of importance. I just documented everything that I saw. I did my job and what I was assigned to do by Child Protection and the Safe Children Coalition.
Next question. Is it your testimony that a young girl is, quote, happy, end quote, to be away from her family in a hospital? Or is she happy to be having a visit with her family?
Maya stated that she was happy to be away from her mother's anger in one instance, which is documented in my notes. And she was
Documented in
also
your
happy
notes.
to see Mr. Kowalski and Kyle.
Are you saying that a person is not in pain if they say they are in pain if you do not think you see symptoms of pain? As a person that works in the healthcare profession, are you not to believe what a patient says their pain is?
I'm stating that a person can say that they're in pain, and the person evaluating you would say, where? Does this hurt? Does this hurt? She would verbalize that, but she literally showed no signs of any kind of pain. She roughhoused just like my grandson, like your children. She did all of that, and I don't want to say never. I do not recall her ever once saying, ouch, don't do this. Kyle, get off of me. Hey, let's not wrestle and do this. Mr. Kowalski did not stop this roughhousing. He just let it go on. When I thought that her safety was in question when she bent way down to the floor, Mr. Kowalski didn't state, hey, don't do that. You could hurt yourself. None of that happened. They were playing like brother and sister and happy to see one another. When somebody says they're in pain, you should also ask other questions or see other signs or symptoms of them being in pain. Doctor pushes on your abdomen, you go, ow, okay, that's that. They said they were in pain, now it hurts here. So you need more information before you can state about all of this pain. She never once pushed her nurse's button and asked for any pain medication. All of the visits, what did she state? Over 7 hours? She never once pushed a button and said, hey, I'm in pain, can I have something? Absolutely nothing.
The next question from the jury. Did
That's
you
a
not
bunch
say
of shit.
the room was completely organized? In the photo we just saw, the couch was not organized, neither was the floor or her tray table. What part of her room was organized?
The part of her room over to the left side of the bed by the window, she had all of her shoes lined up by the chair and far under the chair.
All of her
I'm not
shoes?
sure
So
what
maybe
photos
like
they've
2 or
seen.
3 pairs of shoes in the hospital? Like
Next
what?
question from the
Oh,
jury.
and
Do
interestingly,
you know what
she doesn't have a picture of all this extreme organization. We saw Messy Room. You said it was completely organized.
CRPS is and what the symptoms are, and have you been trained on how CRPS pain reacts to patients?
I am not a doctor. I've not been trained in CRPS. To be honest with you, I would have to sit down and Google it. It's a complex pain disorder. I know a very, very basic knowledge of it. I believe it stands for chronic repetitive pain syndrome.
Oh, Jesus.
That's
No. Complex regional pain syndrome. And by the way, she wants to, she's got to Google it to know. Well, that sounds like Dr. Sally Smith, who had to go to YouTube to make her diagnosis of this, which she testified to on the stand. Google and YouTube,
Nice.
folks.
This is distasteful.
Google and YouTube.
basic knowledge. I would have to Google it.
That completes the asking of the jurors' questions. There were a couple I couldn't ask.
Oh.
I asked
Oh.
most of them. Ms. Croyles, do you have any follow-up?
Just one. With respect to your role and observations that you made and that you documented, you were there as an independent observer on behalf of CPI, correct?
That's correct. But
You were not associated with the hospital.
I'm absolutely not associated with the hospital. I was signed by Child Protection and the Safe Children Coalition, and I did what I was told to do by them.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the plaintiffs?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to refresh real quick, Jeff, because I'm freezing. And if you get left alone, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I thought we just went over all.
Well, I got left alone, didn't I? As soon as she comes back, I'm taking. Oh, she even left me with the chat here. So, hi guys, you're all alone with me. All what do we got here? 923 watching. You got 923 people watching, right?
Believe it. I can't believe it's probably because there's no court today. No testimony until 3 is what I'm
People
guessing.
need their fix. People, if you don't know Megan Fox, she's not the Thumbs, the journalist. You need to subscribe to her. You haven't already done so. I'm sure not all 924 of you are subscribed to her, so you all should do it because she only needs a couple of more to get to 20,000.
I know, it's so exciting. I mean, YouTube cut me off at the knees in June by demonetizing the channel, and it was about to get to 20,000, and then I, lost a bunch, and now I'm back. It's back. So, yay! Let's go over the super chats real quick because there have been some that I didn't get to. Bad Weather Biker says, I still think this lawyer sounds like Kit's voice from Knight Rider.
I'm sorry, Michael.
Oh, and Duncan, thanks for becoming a member. You will now have access to the pants, I think the pants icon, which is funny. I did a whole Rants for Pants thing several months ago. And the stove that's on fire. I think there's a stove on fire in there too. I already did that one. Duncan, Idaho says, when can you watch The Verdict with locals? You won't regret it. Soon. I promise that'll be the next movie that we do. I definitely want to do that. Duncan, Idaho, again, I think only a sociopath would describe the atmosphere of the room during a mandatory search and seizure as casual. Yeah, you think? These people have no self-awareness. I don't know what it is, Jeff. Mathis Grease says, did you make him watch the day 13 depots already? Who was on day 13? I would have to go back and the days are flowing together. Scrody McBoogerballs. I'm subscribed 3 times. That's how much I like her. You too, Jeff.
Thanks.
All right, let's see. Here we go. We can start this up again.
Well,
and for those of you who are new, if I disappear, you'll see that the screen says I'm rebooting my computer. I'm having some computer issues right now that I'm working through. I'm going to therapy with Apple, and we're going to get to the bottom of it eventually. but I'm having some problems with unexpected shutdowns in the middle of my stream. So that sucks, but you can hang in there. It only takes like 3 minutes. So use that time to go to the bathroom, get some coffee, and then come right back. All right. Here we go.
That wouldn't bother her?
I can't tell you what would bother.
You testify that somebody touched her, like touched her leg or something. Did you testify that that wouldn't bother her?
I can't tell you what would bother Maya or not.
Isn't that what you just testified about?
Yeah, right.
What bothers Maya and what does not?
I would not describe it as that, no.
Well, in fact, it sounded like you were almost making an argument rather than coming in as an independent witness, didn't it?
Kinda.
No.
Little argumentative, but kinda.
You felt the need to throw in every single fact you could possibly think of, regardless of whether or not it was responsive to the question.
I'm going to overrule that one. You can answer that one.
Ooh.
I have no hidden agenda. I came in here and I described my job. That's it.
Isn't it true in one of your reports, you
Look at
documented
her face,
that
Jeff.
when one of the nurses tried to touch Maya's leg, that she, to test what pain level it was, she touched it lightly and Maya squirmed and yelled, "Stop it, it hurts."
I don't recall that.
May I refer?
You may approach the witness.
Oh my God, is it in her report?
Asking, how do I see the rest of your videos from the Maya trial? That's easy. You go to my channel, click on live, and you will see every day from day 1 all the way through day
This is not
18,
my,
which is today.
This is not my note, sir.
This is not
That's Charlotte Laporte's note.
Okay, so why would Charlotte Laporte document that in her report? And let me show you your report from the exact same day.
First of all, I object to the last question, the answer to the stricken. He's referencing documents that are not in evidence.
The jury will disregard the question that Mr. Anderson is starting to ask.
May I approach?
Yeah,
Why don't you show
yeah,
Ms.
please.
Crowell?
Sorry, I thought we gave you a copy.
Well, I don't know what, I can't see it from here, sir.
New poll for you on YouTube. This witness is lying,
No.
telling the truth, or possessed by a legion of demons. It's up to you.
Yeah.
And yes, I do think that defense is very regretful of calling her, because by the end of this, after Anderson is done, the only question they have for her is, when we spoke to you on the phone about when we contacted you about your testimony, all we talked about was that you were going to tell the truth as you saw it, right?
Oops.
So I'm not sure, I don't think the defense was real pleased with how this turned out. He showed 4 times that this person lied to the jury.
You may approach.
Your Honor.
Mr. Anderson, what we just talked about.
Jeff.
Sorry.
Do you recall if you said anything in your report would refresh your recollection to see whether you said anything about someone touching Maya lightly and her?
I don't recall that.
May I approach? Would refresh your recollection to take a look at this?
Did you have a specific spot in here?
I was simply asking you, ma'am, if you had documented that a nurse practitioner had touched Maya lightly and she had reacted to that.
I don't recall, but I'll read through this real quick and look.
Kind of love how the judge coaches Anderson like he's a grandson, showing his pop how to work a computer.
I can paraphrase what I documented about the nurse practitioner's visit.
All I want to know is if you documented the same thing that
I don't.
Ms. Laporte documented
I
the
did not
exact same
read
day.
Ms. Laporte's report. I have no idea what she documented.
As we discussed,
I am asking her.
you're not asking what we just talked about.
Grandpa,
Does your report-
you're not asking
does
what
that
I just told
refresh
you.
your recollection as to whether you documented in your report a situation where Maya was touched and pulled away?
In the paragraph that I documented with the nurse practitioners,
Hey, Melanie, hi.
It's just really a yes or no.
I'm not going to read it. I described how happy they were with how Maya was doing. They stated she was a completely different person. They talked about hunting for shark teeth on the beach. Mr. Kowalski even asked them to tell one of the doctors hello. I did not document anything about anybody touching Maya's leg in this report.
Or reacting by pulling away and saying it hurts.
I don't recall documenting that or seeing that.
Now,
This is the only
did
instance
you,
with the nurses.
you were asked about photographs. You took one photograph of Maya and you testified you did not photograph her legs, right?
I took a photo of Maya, of her face, to upload in the state computer system. Then I took a couple of photos.
Oh,
to be
that's
nice to
creepy.
Mr. Kowalski so he could take those photos home with him.
She took a picture of Maya's face to upload in the state computer system like a mugshot. And now Maya's face is on record with the state. And you know what they use that shit for, Jeff? You know what they use it for? These are the mugshots that they take of the children that they remove from families, and then they put them up on these websites for adoption. It's gross. It's gross. Like, and anybody can access them. I think it's such a violation of privacy. The state, man, the state. Disgusting.
I didn't specifically zoom in on Maya's leg. I took a picture of this man's little girl for him. That's what I documented and took a photo of.
Ma'am, all I'm asking you is, do you have any photographs? It's asked
You're
by
the
the
mean
jury
one, Mr.
to
Grinch.
document what you're saying, or film, or video, anything visual to document the things that you're saying here.
I need you to be specific on what things I'm saying, but you want to know if I took a photo of
Maya being able to pull herself around the room, Maya's feet being straightened, Maya's ability to, I don't know, move her arms. All of the things you talked about that indicated to you that she was just fine. Where's the video? Where's the photograph?
I did not photograph her wrestling with her family and them having the visit with Mr. Kowalski. It was a family event. I was clearly there to document.
You know,
What about moving around the room? What about raising her freaking arms above her head?
yeah. What about raving and spiked high heels? You think your job is to get evidence and about if this kid is faking it or not, and you didn't manage to take even one photo of the rave and the of the hands above the head and the wrestling. Not even one photo.
Document, which I did in very, very, very much detail, right down to what she ate. My notes speak for themselves. They're 100% accurate
Notes
of my
full of
observations in over 7 hours with that little girl.
Over 7 hours.
Move to strike is non-responsive to the basic question, Your Honor.
Nice.
My question was simple. It was a yes or no. Do you have photographs and video, or do you not?
I do
No.
not have photos
Okay.
of the events that I described. That would be inappropriate.
What?
Oh, wait, but it wasn't inappropriate to steal her cake, to take Jesus and throw him in a dumpster.
And
That
to take
wasn't,
photographs of her legs for dad.
it wasn't inappropriate for you to ransack her room, take her cake, take her sweets, take Jesus, take holy water, take holy oil, and throw all that shit in the dumpster. That wasn't inappropriate? Come on. Come on.
inappropriate?
For a family visit when they're playing together as a family?
Yes.
Do you recall whether the nurse advised you that you could go to Sally Smith to get recordings from the room?
I already testified to this.
That's you. We'll let the judge see if you have to testify to it again.
Outside the scope, and I'm not sure where he's going, to be honest with you.
I'll overrule that one question.
So answer it again, cowbag.
For me to show you your report of October 24th, 2016 about that issue.
Sure. You're welcome to. What page is that?
It's page 2. And it's right here
Page 3?
in the middle of the second article.
People that keep saying my microphone is loud, that's not my realm of handling. That's Megan's
But
realm
I've
of
already
handling.
stated.
Well, I already turned it down. I think it
I've
sounds
recalled
fine.
it and stated it.
And I don't.
So you do recall now that Nurse Lindsay advised you
All right,
that
there.
you could get any film or video you needed from Sally
Am
Smith?
I loud?
I stated this already.
Thank you.
Yes, state it
But
again.
you have none here today. How long
Oh,
did you prep?
paper
to testify?
ASMR. It's killing my ears.
When was our deposition?
No. How long did you prep for this testimony?
Just outside the scope.
She can answer.
I didn't keep track of the time, sir. I'm a very, very busy person and work extremely hard. This was probably the last thing on my plate.
Well, how many hours have you spent any time with the defense lawyers?
Anytime we've communicated via email on what they needed, had my deposition. I still had my deposition from before.
Ma'am, I'm just asking you in the last few days, have you been in
Yes.
contact with the defense counsel?
Yes,
On how many occasions?
I don't recall.
That many?
I didn't say that many. I just specifically can't state how many.
If it was one, can you remember
Okay,
that?
so it was more than one or two. Can the jury say that?
Yes, more than one or two.
3 or 4?
I don't recall.
How many? Well, this was yesterday or the day before. You can't recall how many times you talked to the defense counsel
Fascinating.
about your testimony.
I
Is that
cannot
right?
testify under oath exactly how many times that I've spoken to them.
Chandler's at the
More than
DMV.
2 times.
Okay. More than 2 times in the last 2 days.
Is that a question?
Yes.
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 Is it true? More than 2 times the last 2 days.
Yes.
Okay. And you were, I guess, critical of what? Maya for not asking for pain meds? That was part of your
I
testimony?
didn't say I was critical.
Well,
I did not state it was critical.
weren't you trying to point out to the jury it was part of your conclusion about why you believe she wasn't in pain? Was it she didn't ask for pain meds?
No, I
Yes.
said the whole picture over 7 hours of observing this little girl and her little
No, you
brother.
didn't.
Again, ma'am,
No,
all I'm
you
asking
didn't.
is yes
No,
or
you didn't.
Did you?
Pretty sure you did say
Say
she didn't
that.
ask for any medication, so she wasn't in pain.
Folks, you're gonna have to let her answer the question. If you need to move to strike, you can move to strike. But let's give
Yeah.
everybody the courtesy of asking complete
Yes,
questions.
Daily Quick Bites. Can't you tell?
May the witness be instructed to answer yes or no to a yes or no question, and then say whatever she wants after that.
I will ask you to actually answer the question that's asked.
Did you or did you not just tell the jury one of the things that concerned you about whether she was in pain was she did not hit the button to have pain meds sent in?
I cannot answer that as a yes or no because it's not
Yes, you
a yes
can.
or no question. I'm sorry.
Yes, it is.
Is it that you can't remember saying it here
No,
in front
I'm
of the
saying it
jury?
requires more description than just yes or no.
No, it doesn't.
Well, the only question is whether in front of this jury,
Did you say this or
15
not?
well, maybe it was for lunch, an hour ago, you said that to support your idea that Maya was not in pain.
I was
Did you
not
or did you not
supporting
in
an
here?
idea, sir. I was describing what I saw.
I understand, ma'am. All I'm asking you as a predicate question is whether you remember stating that before the jury here today.
Stating what?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
That one of the reasons you thought that Maya may not be in pain was she didn't punch the button for the nurse to get pain meds.
The way you worded that, no, I did not say that. That's not how I said that.
Okay. Well, are you aware then that Maya Kowalski was getting regular doses of tramadol?
I can tell you that
Were you aware of that?
I was aware of one time.
Okay. So you think it was only on this one time? Is that your conclusion?
I'm not here to think. I'm telling you what I saw.
Okay. And what is tramadol?
It's a pain med, like we said an hour ago.
It's an opiate pain med, is it not?
I don't know the definition of it. I couldn't tell you the contents of it. I know it's a pain medicine.
But in any event, Maya was receiving opiate pain meds during this period of time, at least once, right?
Maya received tramadol one time under my observation.
Do you know how much she took and when she took it in relationship to any of the scenes you report?
No, I can testify that the nurse came in the one time for tramadol.
And you were also concerned with Maya sitting crisscross applesauce, right?
With her saying
What?
No, with you seeing that.
I observed and reported that she was sitting in an Indian-style position, crossing her legs on many, many occasions.
And this proved to you what?
When Maya sat Indian-style, she did not verbalize any signs of pain over and over the many times that she sat that way.
Do you have any training in physical therapy?
I would not call it training, sir.
Some.
I have been to many physical therapy appointments with patients and myself.
So you must be aware then, as two
Yeah.
physical therapists have testified before this jury, that when a child has low back leg pain, that is the most comfortable position for them to avoid pain. Surely you know that.
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
Do you know that a child with low back leg pain and leg pain often sits crisscross because that is the best way to prevent pain?
I've never heard that. Nobody informed me of that.
And finally, I think you testified that you, on her ankle bracelet, didn't see any lesions. Did you check the rest of her body to see if she had any lesions?
Sir, it's not in my job description to investigate Maya's entire body. No, I did not.
So you don't know whether she had lesions or not?
I do not.
And so should the jury take then that you put everything as 100% accurate right down to the tears in Maya's eyes?
Mm.
I'm saying the jury should take into account that I spent over 7 hours with this little girl, and I documented what I saw in that time.
And what you
Including
saw,
tears in the
And when you
eyes.
documented it,
was a bunch
you got a
of
lot of
lies.
things wrong, didn't you?
didn't you?
When I documented it, my notes are wrong.
Yes.
I believe my notes are correct in what I observed.
Look, so your testimony's wrong.
Nothing really wrong.
Oh, you should have asked that question.
Just one question.
Okay, now listen to this question, Jeff.
With respect to your testimony here today and any conversations you had with the defense side, were you
With who?
with the defense attorney, were you asking you to come in and tell the truth and testify what you observed?
Correct.
Leading.
And is that what you did?
Overruled, she can answer.
And is that what you did today? To the best of your ability?
Absolutely, 110%.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
That's the only thing that you wanted to ask her?
Any follow-up on that one question?
No, Your Honor, that's not necessary.
Members of the jury, I see we've got more
That's
questions.
not necessary. More questions. What do you think, Jeff?
Wow.
So
I think she's not helping the defense's case at all.
it's so bad. The poll, by the way, on YouTube, 60% of you think she's lying. 37% of you think she's possessed by a legion of demons, and only 3% of you think she's telling the truth. Oh, God. The welcome to those of you who are new here. We are catching up on yesterday's testimonies that I wanted Jeff to see, and I'm going to watch 2 more that I haven't seen yet. And then we are going to get into a breaking case about false Munchausen by proxy allegations in Pennsylvania, affecting over 70 families at the same hospital. And then we're going to watch the live court stream at 3 p.m. So I'm going to be here all day. We're in it to win it today. So at 3 p.m., the lawyers are going to come to the courtroom to argue about motions. And then, so we will watch that at 3 in the Maya Kowalski trial. We are catching up. Yes, we're going to watch Bonnie Rice. Yes. Bonnie Rice, by the way, who's the nurse practitioner, I did watch some of her testimony yesterday, and I will say she's the only one so far to come forward for the defense that I think seems more credible and not evil and not a liar. I do believe that in Bonnie's defense, I think she believes everything she's saying. She does not appear to be possessed by some kind of demonic force. She appears to be a caring, loving kind of lady. I think she believes it, and I think family dynamics can be different for every family and can be really, could be strange. And what is the family dynamic of a chronically ill child and her mother? I bet my kids aren't chronically ill, and they behave in weird ways around me. I will say right now, all of my children, when they are sick, they over-exaggerate their symptoms when I'm around because they want more mommy attention. That is so normal.
And members of the jury, just as a reminder,
that is not. He's screaming in my ear.
Back with you.
There we go.
Those that are not
That's
in
better.
evidence will not be back. Ms. Neas, jury wants to know: were you paid to testify today?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely.
So then we don't need to ask by whom or how much.
This is K. Griff.
And then that was the only question that I was actually able to ask defense. Are there any further follow-up?
No.
Wait, what was the
Further
question?
follow-up?
Well,
The
she got
question
paid.
that I was actually able to ask.
Okay. So that's the end of that. So Jeff, I can let you go now since you want to go to
Oh,
sleep.
good.
But
I
do
need
you,
to sleep.
do you have any final thoughts on what you just saw?
That's not good testimony. Not only did she contradict herself, but she literally lied. That whole thing about the not taking the meds being a sign that she's not in pain. Well, that happened while you were rebooting the computer. And I said, oh, bullshit, because I've been in 2 severe motorcycle accidents, one resulting in a broken femur and the other resulting in me breaking both of my arms at the same time. And I never consciously took any pain medication for that. While I was under anesthesia going for surgery and whatnot until it wore off. Yes, but because I eat something you don't want to be dependent on. At least that was the decision I made. I didn't want to become dependent on these narcotics they wanted to give me. And yes, I was in pain. And no, I didn't take the medicine. Doesn't mean I wasn't in pain. It just means I wasn't going to give in to the medicine.
I think this was terrible testimony for the defense. I don't know why they called her. I think that lawyers need to spend more time, and this includes the Johnny Depp lawyers. We've been doing Johnny Depp sidebars on your channel. It includes the lawyers on Elaine Bredehoft and Amber Heard's lawyers. They need to think more carefully about the personalities that they call to the stand and how they're going to come off to a jury. Calling that Dr. Spiegel or whatever was a catastrophic mistake for Amber Heard's team. He was so off-putting with his lip smacking, and he looked similar to this witness, like who's the my precious,
Gollum.
Gollum. And I mean, this really matters. It matters who you put in front of the jury. And this person, she's aggressive. She's angry. She's shifty. Why would they do this? Why would they even need this testimony?
I don't think it went the way they thought it was going to.
You think?
Yeah.
All right. Well, on your way out, Jeff, what's coming up on your channel? And
OJ tomorrow, YNW Melly Friday.
Nice.
Subscribe to me. I'm sort of likable.
Legal Vices is great. We love his channel. And if
even though someone in chat did say they stopped watching me because one of my mods said that something about people with mental illnesses watch EDB or something.
What?
Well, one of my mods said something negative about EDB, so she stopped watching.
Well,
I'm
not going to stop watching. I love your
everybody.
channel. And so tune into Legal Vices tomorrow, and I'll see you later. Go get some sleep.
I'm going to have a great rest of your day, Megan Fox.
You too.
Chat, you guys are awesome, except for the one person that stopped watching me because my mod said something bad about something.
See ya.
Goodbye, everybody. Love you all. You're awesome. Catch you later. Bye.
Bye. All right. So there's a lot of new people here. Thanks for being here. There's over 1,000 of you here. We are also live on Rumble. There is also a Locals live chat going on right now on my Locals page, meganfox.locals.com. And we are, if you follow me over there, you'll get all my notifications of when I'm going to be here streaming. I have been streaming this case religiously since day one. If you want to go back and watch the coverage of the trial, all you need to do is click on my channel, go to the live streams, and you will see them days 1 through 18. All right. So since day 18 doesn't start until 3 p.m., we are reviewing the testimony that we missed yesterday. Now, on this channel, we did watch Tori's testimony because I just wanted Jeff to see it because he hadn't seen it. And I just thought that this was such a bad moment for the defense that I wanted to see his reaction. And so now we are going to get into testimony from the ER doctor that saw Maya when she came in to Johns Hopkins with the severe stomach pain. But before we do that, what we do here on this channel, I might as well break in the new people early, right, guys? Should we break in the new people early? Well, we do on this channel because I have a pinched nerve, and I'm not allowed to sit at my desk for very long without getting up and moving around. So we do a little thing here, and we do squats or whatever your exercise of the day is. You can do whatever you want, but I'm going to play a little video that will give you some motivation, a little fat shaming to get off your ass and do something. Do some exercises for a minute and 22 seconds. Here we go. Minute and 22 seconds. Let's go, folks. Get up.
You impose fatness on you. You did it by going, oh, I want the butter on the popcorn. Oh, I want the butter on the ice cream. Oh, I want the butter on the sandwich. Oh, I want the butter on the salad. Stop eating butter. Can you just get up? Walk 1 mile. Do squat! Walk farther. And if you can't walk, crawl, roll, get dragged by a goddamn forklift. Whatever is wrong with you, just move. Ever. Get off the chair. Get off the couch. No one is coming to service you while you sink into that furniture, while you become one with the pleather your poor ass got on that Walmart couch. Can you try not floating into sadness? Stop eating, stop drinking, start walking, start doing anything that you haven't been doing, you fat piece of shit.
All right. Did you do your squats? All right. For those of you who are new here, a couple of you are asking, what's with the Trump photo behind you? Well, did you know that Trump's mugshot was the very first photograph on the front of the New York Post that had no headline? I thought that was pretty historically significant. And I like the photo because if you look at it, Wherever you go, his eyes follow you. It's kind of an amazing picture. I love it, and I'm never taking it down. All right, so let's get over to the next doctor. Oh, look, I lost 100 people. 100 of you did not want to do squats for 1 minute and 22 seconds. Are you that lazy? Are you serious? Are you serious? A whole 100 of you, a whole hondo, dropped out because they didn't want to do the squats. That is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Nick was absolutely talking about you. Yes, that is Nick Recada's voice. I clipped one of his fat shaming rants and I made it into an exercise video for us so that we would move. All right. We are going to watch the ER doctor now.
Okay, let's see here.
Oh my God, 110. 110 dropped
Hour
out.
and 20 minutes. Do you have something really short, or is
We have 2 video depositions. One runs about 50 minutes. One runs about an hour 10.
We
so
lost the dead
you
weight.
heard that? Do you want to take a break now? Do you want to do the 50-minute one now and then take a break? You want 5 minutes now?
Judge, why are you screaming in my ear?
Oh, you want to do the 50-minute one? Okay, the jury is requesting to do the 50-minute deposition. Am I hearing that correctly? Okay, so tell us who you are calling, and I'll.
Which one's the shorter of the two? Hold on, Your
I'm trying to figure out which one's the 15-minute one, Judge.
Oh, that's okay. I'm just trying to figure out the lights.
How much? Okay, then we will be calling Dr. Behar Posey as our next witness by video.
Why is this? Oh, he turned the lights off. I was like, why is it so dark? Is my computer dying? All right, let's skip ahead here.
Right here.
Your hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
All right, doctor, you're currently employed at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital.
Oh, wait, I forgot to show you something very funny. I took a screenshot of Jack's face after that person got off the stand, the demonic possessed one. Look this is the face you make when the defense puts people on the stand that the jury hates as much as you do. Literally, that was his face. It was so good to see him looking happy. He knew how bad that went for the defense. Jack knew. Look at his face. He couldn't hide it. It's so good. All right, we'll get back. Just want you guys to see the face you make when the defense makes a really bad mistake and makes the jury hate their witnesses. All right, let's see where am I at? We got to go back to this court stream. It's good to see Jack looking happy because this trial looks like it has taken years off of his life at this point.
Yes, I am.
And you worked there in the fall of 2016.
Yes, I did.
And just to orient the jury, you understand we're here to ask you questions today about the care and treatment of Maya Kowalski by John Hopkins Children's Hospital and yourself.
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 3 will be plaintiffs 04069.
I'm going to speed it up a little.
04077. It's a 9-page physician note. Okay. You have that in front of you, doctor?
As long as you stuck around, who's handsome, I don't care.
Yes, sir.
Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe because I'm only 200 people away from 20,000 subscribers.
Doctor, in front of you is what appears to be your note from October 7th, 2016. Do you agree?
Correct.
And did you review this ahead of today's deposition?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And is this a true and accurate record of your observations from October 7th, 2016?
Yes.
And it reflects your decision making on that October morning?
Yes.
Okay.
I am less than 100 away. We are now at 19,933. Oh my gosh. We can get there. Hit the subscribe button, guys.
And you're duty bound by the hospital to keep accurate, complete records. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your code of ethics and duty towards the patient requires the same. Is that right? I'm sorry. Page 6 of 9, it's plaintiffs 4074. And on that page, about 2/3 of the way down, you see medical decision making and then an entry for differential diagnosis.
Yes.
I want to spend a few minutes unpacking that entry for differential diagnosis. First, could you please explain for the jury what a differential diagnosis is?
Differential diagnosis is a list of things that you consider when you're, after getting your history and examining a patient as to what might be going on with the patient.
Okay.
It can be a complete list. There may be things missing. It depends on whether you can think of every possible explanation or not. But usually, it's a broad list of what could be going on with the patient.
But as you just testified, you're required to keep a complete and accurate record of your thinking of that on that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
So this note would reflect your medical decision making on October 7th, 2016.
Yes.
When do you conduct a differential diagnosis?
After getting a history and examining the patient,
Do you do this with all patients?
for the most part.
For any simple case, you would also do a differential diagnosis?
Yes.
So let's talk about what you listed there in the differential diagnosis. I'd like to go through each of these in turn and understand what you were thinking at that point. So the first condition you listed was withdrawal.
Correct.
Can you explain what you were thinking?
The child had received ketamine, and from the history that I had obtained, it appeared on more than one occasion. So the presentation of the child and the symptoms could be explained by a child going through withdrawal from ketamine.
What did you understand at that point about how much ketamine Maya had been administered?
I didn't have a good idea of the total volume that she had received in the past. All I had was the information that Dad gave me when she presented.
Do you recall what that was?
Yes, that she had been placed in a coma at some point in Mexico, receiving ketamine for a prolonged period of time, and that she had continued to receive it, I don't know how many times, and that she had just received a dose the day before presentation.
As what?
That she had just received it the day before presentation to the emergency department.
Were you made aware, or based on the review of the records, did you understand that other than the day prior, what the previous administration of ketamine, when that would have occurred?
No, I did not know.
Okay. You talked about dependence on ketamine. Are you talking about physical or psychological dependence?
Both.
And would you please describe the physical dependence symptoms of ketamine?
I prefer not to go into that right now because I don't have a complete information on that, so I don't want to give you the wrong information.
But you generally understood on October 7, 2016 that physical dependence was a possibility.
Yes.
From the usage of ketamine. And what source would you have gone to verify that?
I didn't need to go to a source at that point. It was just something that I was considering.
Did you confer with anyone inside the hospital?
I spoke with anesthesia.
Who did you speak with at anesthesia?
I don't remember.
And that's not reflected in your record.
I did document that I spoke with anesthesia.
Can you please point me to where you documented that you spoke with anesthesia?
It says, I discussed the dosage with anesthesia, and at the second line from the bottom.
And withdrawal was one of those. You didn't have a strong confidence that was not the case, but you listed it because it was a possibility. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
What is RSD for the benefit of the jury?
It's reflex sympathetic dystrophy. It's known by other names, like chronic regional pain syndrome.
Okay. And why did you list that in your differential diagnosis?
That was what the father claimed that the child had.
Constipation. Why did you list that in your differential diagnosis?
The father told me that she had a history of constipation. She had just been seen in the emergency department for constipation. So it was on the list, and she was presenting with abdominal pain.
You also listed other intra-abdominal issue. Would you please explain that entry?
Well, the father told me that she had been seen in the emergency department for abdominal pain.
Mm-hmm.
So there are multiple other causes of abdominal pain.
Okay.
That have to be considered in any child that comes in with abdominal pain, especially when they were just in the hospital for the same reason.
So that was again based on the father's representation?
Yes. And the fact that the complaint was still persistent.
UTI, for the benefit of the jury, what is UTI?
Urinary tract infection.
Okay. Why did you list that?
Because that can cause abdominal pain.
Okay. That was not based on the father's representation. That was based on your medical opinion. Is that right?
It was something that you have to consider in any female with abdominal pain.
Okay. And then your last potential diagnosis there is psychogenic. Would you please explain that for the benefit of the jury?
Psychogenic is another thing that has to be considered with any child that presents with abdominal pain.
Would you elaborate on that term for the jury, please?
Psychogenic would be any kind of mental health problem that can present with signs and symptoms of abdominal pain. For example, depression, anxiety, conversion disorder. There's a whole list of these.
Sure. So you're referring to psychological conditions of Maya, the psychogenic entry there?
Psychogenic is something that you have to consider in a child that presents with abdominal pain.
Right. And when you enlisting that, you were thinking of various psychiatric diagnoses of Maya. Is that correct?
I was not aware that she has any psychiatric diagnoses.
You were considering psychiatric diagnoses of Maya. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be something to consider.
Okay. So next I'd like to turn to page 8 of 9 here. It's plaintiff's 04076. And on that page, the third way down, we see impression, diagnosis. Now, this reflects your opinion following the differential diagnosis. Is that correct?
This is the working diagnosis when the child was admitted to the hospital.
So this predates your differential diagnosis?
No,
Was this impression and this diagnosis rendered after the differential diagnosis or before the differential diagnosis?
this is written, it's written after the differential diagnosis, but it doesn't mean that that's the diagnosis.
It plainly states diagnosis reflex sympathetic dystrophy. So would you please explain to me how that's not the diagnosis?
We oftentimes in the emergency department document a diagnosis that later on turns out not to be the correct diagnosis. You have to write a diagnosis when you're admitting the patient. At the point when the child presented, this was all I had, and therefore that's all I could write.
Well, you refined your opinion based on the differential diagnosis. Is that correct?
Because I could not rule all of these things in the emergency department. There is no way that I can rule all of these in or out in the emergency department.
And why not list other potential diagnoses here under your impression?
Because it wouldn't have changed anything as far as her management.
So a later provider reading this note would not understand that the diagnosis is RSD?
No, a later person that would look at this would see that that was the diagnosis that I admitted the patient with. Does not mean it's correct. It doesn't mean it's incorrect.
Okay, but it was your best.
Gee, I don't know about you, but that seems like an awful confusing working diagnosis that she had on there. It's just how many things can you jam onto a working diagnosis and then not defend your position? She's not defending at all. She's like, well, I couldn't rule it in or out. Nick Campbell, thanks for the super chat, says defense didn't even try to rehab her. You're talking about the last witness. In fact, they likely paid for the sage cleansing and exorcism that Courtroom is undergoing in the moment. Duncan, Idaho, thanks for the super chat, says, do you realize that you're on the side of evil? This is your question for the last witness. That what you're part of is evil and ruins people's lives with no accountability or oversight? Yeah, that would be a great question to ask all of these CPS freaks, DCF freaks, and doctors who think it's okay to take children from parents with no evidence. Rhonda, thanks for the super chat, says, love your coverage of this trial. I have not seen one doctor or one person for the defense that I got the feeling of being warm and fuzzy. They all seem so cold. Well, stay tuned, because the next witness, Bonnie, I can't remember her last name, but she's a CNA. I believe that she is warm. I believe that she is the warmest one. The rest of these women all seem like cold-blooded reptilians, which I think is being generous. But this next one that's coming up, Bonnie, throws me a little bit for a loop, because I believe that she seems like a loving person. I think she truly believes her testimony. I don't think she's lying on purpose like some of these others. This particular doctor makes me think that she's doing some CYA. I think that she is, I think she knows she did something wrong. Like, for instance, they'll get into it in a bit, but you thought there could be child abuse here, but you never followed up and you didn't make a phone call. So how, aren't you required to? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of CYA, cover your ass going on with Johns Hopkins and their people. But I think Bonnie, she comes from Tampa General. It appears that there were the same concerns over there. And I don't know if it's the dynamics with the family or Beata being completely misunderstood. I don't believe Beata had Munchausen syndrome by proxy. No way. Do I believe, though, that a little girl suffering from chronic pain could have some psychological effects from that? Yeah, she was living in pain for over a year, diagnosed or started when she was 9. So yeah, I think there could be psychological issues. And do I think that children sometimes exaggerate their pain or exaggerate their symptoms when mom's around? Absolutely. I see it with my kids all the time. They want me to baby them. They want me to bring them food on a tray. They don't act that way around their dad because they know that he's not going to do it. And that's totally normal. That's a totally normal thing. And how much worse would it be if your kid was really in chronic pain? Because I do believe that Maya has CRPS. She's been diagnosed by the 4 top CRS specialists in the nation. So it's not in dispute that she has it. Could she also have been suffering from some psychological problems because of the pain or family dynamic or whatever, or maybe genetically? Yeah, maybe. But is the answer, if a child is suffering from a psychological disorder on top of chronic pain, is the answer to take that child away from her family, to separate her from her mother? That's not the solution. That's not treatment. That's torture. That's torture. Anyway, I'm getting off on a tangent. I wanted to talk about when Bonnie was on the stand, but let's continue.
Opinion at the time, is that correct?
No, as I said, you cannot rule all of these diagnoses in or out in the emergency department. That was the working diagnoses that I admitted the patient with.
Who establishes the working diagnosis?
I do.
Okay. Why list RSD over one of the other 5 conditions that you listed under differential diagnosis?
Because I couldn't rule them in or out, and it was the diagnosis that the parents claimed that the child had when the child arrived to the emergency department.
This is the only diagnosis you could rule in.
I couldn't rule it in. It was the working diagnosis. It's what the child presented to the hospital saying that they had.
Did she present to the hospital with constipation?
Not to my knowledge.
Did she present to the hospital with abdominal pain?
Yes, she did.
Why not list abdominal pain under the diagnosis?
I could have put that there, but I didn't.
So you rendered some sort of decision, and the outcome is reflex lymphatic dystrophy. Is that correct?
Again, it's a working diagnosis. It's not something that I could rule in or out in the emergency department.
All right. What I don't see listed here is Munchausen by proxy.
Psychogenic, I think it's in the DSM for psychogenic.
When we just discussed this, you stated that those were psychological diagnoses of Maya that you were considering. Is that correct?
Psychogenic was one of them.
Right. And psychogenic referred to psychological diagnoses of Maya, correct?
Yes.
Right. Not psychological diagnoses of Beata. Is that
All right,
correct?
this is going to trip her up. She knows where he's going. Now, for those of you who don't catch this, who don't understand, I believe, fraudulent diagnosis of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Munchausen's is a diagnosis of the parent, the mother, always the mother. I think very rarely have fathers been accused of this. It is always used as a misogynistic weapon against mothers who cause too much trouble for doctors, mothers who ask too many questions, mothers who are too involved. And you will hear it from witness testimony. Beata was a force to be reckoned with, and they didn't like that. She knew what she wanted. She wanted to tell. She was a nurse. She had a medical background, and they don't like being told that they don't know what they're doing. No doctors like this, and you have to be very careful. And this is why when you go to the doctor with your kids and somebody's hurt, I recommend to you that even if you know more than that doctor does, you don't say that to them. You can ask them nicely, but they don't like to be questioned. They don't like to be challenged. They don't like to be told that they don't know what they're talking about. So don't do it, because this is how they dig in their heels and turn against you and then use something as fraudulent as Munchausen, which is a total joke, and turn it against you and use it as a weapon to take your kid, because they don't want to be seen as being incompetent. Beata was a damn good mother. There's no evidence to the contrary. But it's important what she just said here. I stopped it for a reason. He said, Munchausen, you're talking about in your report that says psychogenic, you're talking about psychogenic disorders in the patient, in Maya, correct? And she said, yes. Then he says, or she doesn't want to answer, because he's like, Munchausen is a diagnosis of the parent. And she doesn't want to answer. Look at this.
Not psychological diagnoses of Beata. Is that correct? And it referred to psychological diagnoses of Maya, correct?
Yes.
Right. Not psychological diagnoses of Beata. Is that correct?
Oh, she's caught. She's caught. She doesn't want to answer that question because, oh, shit. That's right. I can't diagnose. And she didn't examine Beata. She couldn't have written down. None of these people, and this is the whole problem with Munchausen. Social workers, all these people who diagnose, they don't diagnose. They accuse mothers of having Munchausen, like Cynthia Absug. They do so with absolutely no basis, no scientific basis, no diagnosis, no diagnostic tests, just their gut instinct. And then that goes in the file and it sticks with you forever and you can't get rid of it. That's not okay.
A lot of psychogenic problems in children are caused by their parents.
Okay.
Oh, really? They are? A lot of psychogenic problems in children are caused by their parents. I wish he would have asked her which ones. Which ones are caused by their parents? Let's hear.
Okay, so your testimony is that your psychogenic categorization there includes the potential for Munchausen by proxy.
It's in the DSM
Okay.
for psychiatric problems.
And is that something that you were actively considering
Yes.
when you admitted her Munchausen by proxy?
Yes.
Okay. So upon suspecting Munchausen by proxy, you then turned to the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital protocol for addressing suspected cases of Munchausen by proxy. Is that correct?
No,
Why not?
we don't have a protocol.
Well, that seems like a problem. You don't have a protocol for when you suspect someone of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. You suspect that a mother is abusing their kid by making them ill. And you don't have a protocol. You don't go to somebody. You don't have a steps that you take. You know why they don't have steps that they take? Because it's a goddamn lie. The whole thing is a lie. Diagnosing Munchausen syndrome by proxy is damn near impossible. You have to rule out everything else. Do you know how expensive those tests are? So who's going to pay for it? So they don't test you. They just accuse you and they take your kid. And you have to go pay for your own psychological exam, which can cost up to $30,000. And I know several people have had to take them, including Cynthia Absug. And then when that comes back and says, I don't have Munchausen by proxy, it doesn't matter. Now you're stuck in the court system and all these people say you do. And the judge often doesn't care and just believes his favorite court-appointed specialists and CPS workers because he sees them every day. This is how it works, you guys. I've covered these cases for 20 years. I've seen it over and over and over again.
You don't have a protocol.
Not in the emergency department.
The hospital doesn't have a Munchausen by proxy protocol.
We do not have a pathway or a protocol in the emergency department.
How long have you been at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital by the fall of 2016?
10 years.
All right. You previously, additionally, in 1998, gave a presentation at the first national conference on Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And so at that time, you were aware of the literature out there?
The literature at that time, yes.
Okay. So you did not make that diagnosis on that day?
You don't make that diagnosis based on one emergency room visit.
Okay. So as you admitted Maya into the patient intensive care unit, you did that, correct?
Sorry?
She was admitted into the patient intensive care, pediatric intensive care unit?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you discuss her case with?
Dr. Laura Vose.
Dr. Vose. Okay. What did you relay about Maya's condition?
I relayed to her the child's presentation and that the mother was demanding 1,500 milligrams of ketamine and that I was unable to provide that service to the child in the emergency department and that the child was going to need to be admitted to the ICU in order to provide such high doses of ketamine if that was in fact what the child needed.
Okay. And again, none of this Munchausen by proxy discussion is reflected in your note. Is that correct?
Again, we don't make that diagnosis in the emergency department.
Since of a protocol at the hospital to address Munchausen syndrome by proxy, or at least a protocol that was inclusive of the emergency department, what was your next step?
I didn't make that diagnosis in the emergency department, and therefore I had no reason to start any protocol,
You had a concern about Munchausen by proxy,
as I did for multiple other things.
but you took no further steps in pursuing that diagnosis. Is that correct?
Again, I don't make the diagnosis of Munchausen's by proxy in the emergency department.
I'm not asking you to make the diagnosis. I'm asking you, in allowing others.
Oh, shit. Oh, I hate it when I do that. I was just going to say, she, not only does she not make them, she's not qualified to make them. She is not qualified to make diagnoses of Munchausen by proxy. She's not a psychiatrist who is the only person. That's the only medical professional who could make that diagnosis. I wish he had gotten into what is the diagnosis? What is the diagnostic path? Because even that they can't answer. They would need a psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist would probably give you a bunch of gobbledygook too, because they can't answer it. There is no diagnosis. The diagnosis for Munchausen is to rule every other psychological disorder out. That's why no protocol was made, Bert, because you can't. You have to rule out do you know how much money it costs to put people through psychological testing for every psychological disorder that exists? That's how you get a Munchausen syndrome. Is if everything else comes up negative, then yeah, you have it. It makes no sense.
They didn't make that diagnosis in the emergency department, and therefore I had no reason to start any protocol,
You had a concern about Munchausen by proxy,
as I did for multiple other things.
but you took no further steps in pursuing that diagnosis. Is that correct?
Again, I don't make the diagnosis of Munchausen's by proxy in the emergency department.
I'm not asking you to make the diagnosis. I'm asking you, in allowing others to make the diagnosis, did you pursue any additional steps to inform them, other than talking with Dr. Bose?
No.
The book referred to as a child protection team medical director. Are you aware of a child protection team medical director within the hospital?
We don't have a child protection team director within the hospital. There's a child protection team physician for the county of Pinellas who serves as the consultant for the hospital, as well as for every hospital in the county.
Did you reach out to that person?
No.
Who would that be?
Sally Smith.
Do you know Sally Smith?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Sally Smith?
I worked with her years ago when I was the medical director for Hillsborough County.
And was she, at that time, the medical director in Pinellas County?
Yes, she was. She was a co-director with Mark Morris.
So you've worked closely with her in the past, is that correct?
I wouldn't say closely, but we were directors at the same time in different counties.
Okay. Do you count her as a friend?
No.
Do you consider Munchausen by proxy to be a form of child abuse?
It is a form of child abuse.
After you spoke with Dr. Vose, did you follow Maya's case?
No, I did not.
That was your last involvement with the case.
Yes, it was.
Were you made aware that a report of Munchausen by
I agree with this comment. I'm a neuro ICU and PACU RN. This ERMD seems honest and competent, gave medication to alleviate pain, transferred to ICU for ketamine drip. I agree. She did what she was supposed to do. She's in the ER. She's not able to give any kind of ketamine infusions that need medical supervision, etc. But what I think is interesting, though, is what he elicits out of her, which is there is no protocol for Munchausen. Well, really, if that's the case, we need to find out. We need to find out why there's no protocol in these. What is the protocol in these hospitals if they suspect you of Munchausen? Because it seems really shady. And how come we don't know what to do? Yeah, and she suspected child abuse but took no further steps. I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I believe her. But I think the other thing she did, she was supposed to do.
a proxy was made?
No.
Never.
No.
When is the first you learned that the Kowalskis, and specifically Beata, were alleged to have abused their daughter Maya?
I can't remember the exact time that I was told. It was months later.
Was Maya still in the hospital when you were told?
I really don't know.
Ooh, Rumble. Oh, the Rumble chat. The Rumble chat. When I said, what's the Munchausen protocol? The Rumble chat said it's to call CPS. And do you see why that's problematic? And that's exactly what they do, by the way. So they don't get a psychologist or a psychiatrist on the case. They don't look for evidence that maybe that this is happening. They don't look for anything. They just call the county on you. That's problematic for medical professionals who are supposed to be interested and curious about what's wrong with the patient. You're not supposed to just go, well, we can't figure out what this is, so better call CPS, must be abuse. What? Or we don't understand. We don't understand why we don't understand this medical treatment she's on. Let's not wait for the doctor to actually be available to talk to, the one who's prescribed it for her. Let's just only talk to the secretary and not try again and just call CPS instead, because that's what this woman did. So I take it back that she did everything she was supposed to do. She didn't. She didn't get Dr. Hanna on the phone. She talked to one of his nurses and then decided that it was all bullshit. Why didn't she get Dr. Hanna on the phone? It is absolutely it's critical for doctors taking care of you if you are under the care of another physician, especially in a complex case like this, for the doctors in the hospital to understand why the dosage you're being administered is the dosage. But she didn't do that. You'll find out she called Dr. Hannah's office, talked to somebody at the front desk, and then decided she didn't need to call back.
At this time, did you have any leadership position in the pediatric unit? The time of Maya's admission, 2016.
What pediatric unit?
Well, I see here on your CV, you were the vice chairman of the Division of Pediatric Emergency Medicine.
Right.
Can you please detail your roles and responsibilities in that?
I'm responsible for ensuring that the pathways that we have in place are complied with, that I'm responsible for schedules, for patient complaints, review of medical records to make sure that that things are done appropriately in the unit.
Describe the term pathways for me.
Pathways are guidelines that the hospital has come up with, that we come up as multidisciplinary teams in order to make sure that the guidelines and evidence-based medicine treatment in place, or to comply with the latest things that we're supposed to be doing for different diagnoses.
Would you agree that protocol would be a synonym of pathway?
It's similar. It's not the same, but it's similar. Yeah.
Or perhaps if you had some sort of standard operating procedure.
Do you see how they play word games? Pathways, protocols. It's similar, but it's not the same. Oh, a pathway is not the same as a protocol? Fuck off. That's ridiculous. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Becca, thanks for the super chat, says exercise breaks are awesome. Well, we do them every hour, or we try to, because we really should get up and walk around sometimes. Duncan, Idaho, says we don't understand, and the mom is being really pushy and rude and talking to us like she's our equal, so let's call CPS. Yep. And just to clarify, this doctor actually did not call CPS. She suspected child abuse, she claims, and then didn't call anyone, didn't do anything. Weird. Weird.
Procedure within which to address Munchausen by proxy, you would refer to as a pathway at Johns Hopkins. Is that correct?
If it's written in the format that we have, yes.
Sure. But as you sat as the vice chair in 2016, there was no pathway or any other format for addressing Munchausen by proxy, correct?
Not in the emergency department.
Correct. All right. And as the vice chair, you're generally familiar with the training experience of the other pediatric physicians in that department?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Anyone else in that department that's previously served as the medical director of Hillsborough County for the child protection team?
No.
No. How many cases do you estimate you saw of child abuse during those 5 years?
In Hillsborough?
Correct.
I don't have a number to give you.
North of 100?
Probably.
Why did that upset her? Look at how that question upset her. Watch her face.
How many cases do you estimate you saw of child abuse during those 5 years?
In Hillsborough?
Correct.
Why is she upset by that question? It's weird. That was a weird reaction. Strange.
I don't have a number to give you.
North of 100?
Probably.
Okay. More than 500?
I don't know. Probably somewhere in that range.
Okay. Are you aware of anyone within your department that has seen as many cases as you? As many cases of child abuse?
No.
And in the absence of a protocol, you were not consulted further?
Well, I wasn't.
Despite your extensive experience. And the first time you became aware was months later, and you're not sure whether that was during Maya's admission or afterwards.
Yes, I can tell you the situation where I was informed about it.
Please do.
I was informed that by a resident who was talking to another resident that Maya's mother had committed suicide. At which point I questioned what had happened, and that's when I found out.
Mm-hmm. And you don't recall do you recall how long after Beata's suicide that would have been?
I don't know.
Okay. What was your reaction?
I was surprised.
You were surprised by Beata's suicide?
Yes.
Did you interact with Beata during that ER visit?
Yes.
And what was your impression of her?
She was a very, she came in very angry, demanding, shouting at her husband, very insistent on higher doses of ketamine. She wouldn't let her husband touch her child. She wouldn't let me do anything without giving more and more medication to her child.
Would she let anyone touch her child?
No. Well, she let the nurses draw blood. She didn't have a problem with that.
Okay. She resisted a CT scan, is that correct?
Yes, she did.
And she resisted an ultrasound, is that correct?
Well, let me correct that.
Okay.
She resisted the ultrasound unless I would give her more ketamine.
Okay.
She resisted the CT scan unless I gave her 1,500 milligrams of ketamine.
And not being an anesthesiologist or pain management specialist, you didn't feel comfortable administering that ketamine in the ER, or you weren't allowed to. And so you admitted her to the intensive care unit, is that correct?
Well, the doses that we're allowed to give in the emergency department are in the 0.5 to 4 milligrams per kilo range.
Mm-hmm.
And the amount that she wanted to give was in the 45 to 50 milligrams per kilo range, which was absurd and not something that we are trained to or allowed to give in the emergency department.
Right. Who had been administering that ketamine to Maya previously?
Just a reminder for those of you who didn't watch previous testimony or don't know, it is a large dose of ketamine. Yes, it's a very large dose of ketamine. What the experts in CRPS are doing now is administering for very serious cases. And they said that Maya's was one of the serious they'd ever seen. They are administering ketamine in very large doses, and they tried her at lower doses, but it didn't help. It didn't do what they were wanting it to do. And what the experts are saying that it does is it can rewire the brain. So the pain signals that are coming from the brain, because you feel pain based on your brain, right? Your brain sends all the signals. So you're getting these, what they're trying to do is interrupt those signals. So a ketamine coma, according to the experts who are doing this, and there are only a few of them, not everybody knows about this, they are resetting the brain. And the brain then has a break from the pain. And that is what happened to Maya. She went through the ketamine coma and she came out of it a different child. She was swimming in the pool. She was putting more weight on her feet. She was being able to exercise. She was able to do the physical therapy that is the recovery. That's how you recover from CRPS, is you do physical therapy and become stronger. And she couldn't do that physical therapy because her pain was so bad. So the first thing they do is they try to interrupt the pain, stop the pain, and help you to get stronger. She did not respond to any of the drugs. She didn't respond to the opioids. She didn't respond. They didn't help her. The ketamine was the only thing that helped her. And I don't know why anybody cares about this other than her family and their doctors. Like, who are we to say, well, that's too much ketamine to give your kid? The kid is living in pain. If doctors and specialists are working on new therapy for CRPS, she has a right to try it. People have a right to try in this country. And when they try to say that the oxygen therapy, thanks for bringing that up, Lucid, that barometric, the what do they call it? The chamber, the oxygen chamber was somehow abusive. I've been with my grandmother when she goes into the hyperbaric chamber. It's like taking a nap with a fan of oxygen. That's it. It does not hurt you in any way. She would fall asleep every time she would go in there and say it was the most relaxing thing that she'd ever. They were giving her that for treating a really hard, a very strong infection that she had, that antibiotics were not, it wasn't responding to antibiotics. Well, the hyperbaric chamber was keeping the infection at bay, because oxygen is actually really good for getting rid of infection. So anyway, a hyperbaric chamber is in no way abusive. I have witnessed it myself. I would put my kid in a hyperbaric chamber, no problem. It's literally a bed in a box with some blowing oxygen. It's no big deal. It's like being in a tanning bed, but with oxygen instead. And I am 100% tired and sick and tired of people who say that who are trying to make it sound like Maya's parents were putting her on drugs for what? Were they raving at home? We've had this joke here that the Kowalskis were ravers or something. Like, they weren't using ketamine as a street drug. For one, they weren't buying it illegally. They were having it administered by doctors who were supervising that administration for a very rare disease that is very painful And I don't like any of these doctors who don't know anything about ketamine treatment. You notice that all of the defense doctors who've come up, they have never worked with ketamine treatments. This one says she's given it in really small doses, like 0.05 or whatever, and then they have limits on things. So she's not a scholar in ketamine treatments, and she's not on the cutting edge of what ketamine is doing. You notice that we are now using not only ketamine, but we're using doctors are now experimenting again with hallucinogens for depression, alcoholism, and they're finding really amazing results of people being cured of alcoholism with one trip. And we're doing this in the 60s. People were experimenting with this in the 60s, and then the government got a hold of it and decided, no, we can't let them heal themselves with psychedelics. We'll just give it to the CIA and keep it away from people and let Big Pharma addict you to their drugs because that's more money for the government. I'm tired of the medical establishment having such a hold on the conversation that we're not allowed to experiment. We're not allowed to find other treatments and find alternative pathways, if you will. Yeah, just putting that out there. None of these people are ketamine experts, okay?
My knowledge and all that I had, the only information I had was that it was a Dr. Hannah in Clearwater.
Did you speak with Dr. Hannah?
I called his office to talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
He was not available.
Okay.
I spoke with a nurse type
Don't ask me why Whitney didn't say, why didn't you call him back?
person. I don't know if it was a nurse practitioner or a nurse, but I spoke with a nurse.
Okay.
Who informed me of what their treatment had been.
Okay. And hearing that another doctor had been prescribing that treatment, your opinion was that the level of ketamine being requested was absurd, to use your phrase.
Yes.
Okay. Did you consult with any other doctors?
Yes, I called anesthesia.
Dr. Bose?
No, Dr. Bose is ICU.
Okay, I'm sorry. Who's in anesthesia?
I don't have a name, but
Okay.
I spoke with the anesthesiologist on call, and I spoke with the ICU.
Okay. Did you speak with anyone else outside the hospital besides Dr. Hannah's staff?
No.
Did you speak with Dr. Wassenaar?
No.
If you turn to page 2 of your note, which we marked as Exhibit 3, you see quarter of the way down, primary care physician.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Dr. Wassenaar's name is listed there.
Yes.
And his contact information is readily available.
Yes.
But you didn't reach out to him.
No.
Okay. Do you know how long Maya had been suffering from CRPS at this point?
No. Although the father did tell me that the diagnosis was made a year and a half prior to her presentation.
Okay. Based upon my review of the record, it looks as if the report was made later that evening.
Okay.
He remained unaware of that.
I didn't make the report.
And you weren't aware that a report was made.
No, I wasn't.
Right. Did you consult with any psychologists?
No.
Despite the concern for psychogenic diagnosis, you did not consult any psychologist.
It's not our habit to consult psychologists in the emergency department.
Okay. Is your understanding that that would be the intensive care unit's responsibility?
That is an inpatient consult. It's something that is not urgent.
Okay. After she was admitted to the PICU, she was considered an inpatient?
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, psychological consult would have been proper?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if one was performed?
No.
Okay. How would you classify your level of knowledge of CRPS?
I think, I don't know what kind of scale you're using.
Aware, familiar, expert?
Aware?
Aware.
So
If
the
you were going
lowest
to,
one.
Seek an outside opinion on a pediatric CRPS case, who would you go to in the state of Florida?
I don't have a specific name because I've not needed to. I usually refer to TGH. There's a CRPS clinic there, but I don't know the names of the people who work there.
Your testimony was you did not consult with anyone outside of the hospital other than Dr. Hannah's staff. Is that correct?
Outside the hospital, no. I contacted the pain management physician who was giving that kind of dosage.
Guys, I have news. We are only 15 subscribers away from 20,000. 15. And with 1,000 of you here right now, I think we can do that in the next like two minutes, probably. So if you like this channel and you like the stuff that I've been saying, hit the subscribe bell and come back often because we're only 15 away.
To her in order to clarify exactly what the child was receiving.
And you're referring to Dr. Hannah's staff, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And they confirmed that they had previously provided her on the day prior, 1,500 milligrams. Is that correct?
Well, actually, I think the dose was 1,250 milligrams with 15 milligrams of 2% lidocaine, 1,750 milligrams of max sulfate, and 4 milligrams of Versed.
Okay. So Beata's request wasn't out of line with the previous day's dosage, was it?
It was actually higher. It was 1,500.
Right. Is it, how much higher is that?
250 milligrams.
Is that significant?
We did it. We did it. 20,018. Woohoo! Woohoo! Thank you. And now I have to plan the 20,000 subscriber party. That's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. I can't wait. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. All right. So this question is interesting too. So is 250 milligrams that significant? You know, when you're talking about between 1,500 and 1,200?
In a child who weighs 30 kilos, yes.
Had Beata asked for 1,250 milligrams, would you have felt that was not an absurd request?
You have to understand that the dose, the way that we give ketamine in the emergency department is different than the way she receives it in the pain management clinic.
Okay.
In the emergency department, we give it in a bolus form. So we push.
Okay.
Okay. Pain management gives it as an infusion, as a continuous infusion over hours.
Okay.
Okay. We don't have the nursing or the staff to monitor a child for that period of time in the emergency department. Nurses are not allowed to give ketamine in the state of Florida in the emergency department. Okay, so giving her 1,500 milligrams as a bolus is absurd.
Okay. The decision to admit Maya was made due to this staffing concern and inability to administer the ketamine dose as requested?
Among other things, yes.
Again, I just want to point out that this person calling the ketamine dosage that she was on absurd means nothing. She's not a ketamine administrator. She's not a CRPS specialist. She is not following ketamine, all the new information on ketamine and what it's being used for. By her own admission, she knows very little about it. So why is her opinion that dosage is absurd? Why does her opinion mean anything? The only people I want to hear from about what dosages of ketamine are appropriate for what problems they're being treated for are the doctors doing the treating for those conditions. That's it. I don't want to hear about what some random ER doctor says about ketamine. The hell do you know about ketamine? Nothing. Clearly, not much. So why would it matter to the jury or anybody else what her personal opinions are of the dosage that a specialist, that she is not, had given her?
Okay, please detail the other things.
The fact that she would need to be monitored, the fact that she needed a pain management specialist to be supervising this, as well as the ICU.
Okay. Who did you speak with in the hospital in pain management?
I spoke with the anesthesiologist who was on call. And then he was going to, or she, I don't remember, was going to talk to the pain management group. I can read it to you if you want.
That'd be fun.
It says, I discussed the dosage with anesthesia, who stated that they would, it says given, but it's give more if needed after discussion with the pain management doctors and evaluation of patient on the floor.
Can you give us 3 names that you deal with most often in anesthesiology?
Dr. Elliott. I think it's Dr. Patel. And there's Dr. Drozanin.
Can you spell that, if not?
Drozzhinin.
Okay. Those are the anesthesiologists you confer with most regularly?
Those are usually the people on call when I call to speak to somebody.
Okay. So the decision to, I'll make sure we get this right. The decision to admit Maya into the intensive care unit was due to a concern about the inability in the ER to administer ketamine via an infusion.
Correct.
And your understanding was, after talking with Dr. Vos and whoever you spoke with in anesthesia, that they would further consider whether that dosage was appropriate.
They would further consider the management of pain in this child.
Okay.
Not necessarily specifically as it related to the dosage, but to control this child's pain in an adequate fashion.
Okay. And so Beata's concern was controlling Maya's pain. Is that correct?
Her concern was that I comply with the dosage of ketamine and that I actually give her the medication that she felt was necessary for the treatment of her child at that time.
And when you explained to her that you'd have to admit her to the intensive care unit for that to be administered, Did she resist that?
She initially wanted me to get anesthesia to come to the emergency department, but I was unable to do so. And after I told her that it would have to be in the ICU and that I was not willing to give any further doses of ketamine, then she complied with that.
Okay. So she was in a bit of a rush to have ketamine administered.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with the wording in a
Okay.
rush. I think she definitely wanted to push her opinion of how the child's pain should be managed
Okay.
immediately.
Right. But after it was explained to her that that could not be done in the emergency department, she understood that message.
Unwillingly,
Unwillingly?
yes.
Well, I thought your earlier testimony was that she did not resist
That's
admission
not what
to
she
the intensive
said.
care unit.
Didn't have an option because I would.
That is not what she just said a few seconds ago. By the way, I'm sorry I can't put your chats up on the screen very easily right now. StreamYard is misbehaving, and I don't know if it's because there are so many of you here right now at the same time, so maybe the chat's moving too fast for StreamYard, or maybe it's more of my computer problems that I need to get to the bottom of, but I'm having a hard time putting your chats up. I just want you to know that I am reading them, but I'm having a hard time getting them on the screen. Carrie T, thanks for the super chat, says she's correct here about how it's given and the appropriate setting. Ketamine is used in the ER all the time for conscious sedation, which is short term. Infusion is done in a clinic, different staff. Yeah, and that's absolutely right. She is giving the right information. Obviously, she had to tell Beata that if you want an infusion situation, you have to go to the PICU and have it be overseen by a physician. And she just testified that Beata was fine with that. Now she's going to testify to something different and say, oh, no, she was angry about it. And now she had all this. She was not fine with it. Well, then why did you say she was fine with it? I want to know why you said she was fine with it then. That's annoying. All right. See, are you guys seeing the chats, like that super chat, like halfway invisible just now? Like StreamYard's doing some weird shit to me right now.
Was refusing to administer any further doses.
Right. She wanted her daughter comforted sooner rather than later.
No, she wanted her daughter to receive 1,500 milligrams of ketamine, which I was not willing to do in the emergency department.
Well, now that's an ungenerous characterization of what Beata wanted. So how come these doctors can't look at it from the position of she just wanted her daughter to get medicine to help her sooner rather than later, instead of, no, she was just demanding that we give her 1,500 milligrams. Well, wasn't there a motivation for that? Wasn't there a reason for that? Why do you have to have the most ungenerous view of the patient's mother? This makes me want to drink. I'm going to. What am I drinking? I've got my Belle Meade bourbon here, and I can't watch these people without, I had a more favorable opinion of this woman than I have of the other doctors and whatnot, defense witnesses, and also I need to take a celebratory drink for the 20,000 subscribers. So why not? Oh, and if you like my t-shirt, I see your guys are saying, you're commenting about the t-shirt. This is in the merch store and it says, oh, for Fox's sake on it. Do you see it? I don't know if you can see it, but the microphone's in the way. And so is my thing. All right, wait, I'll go this way. See? It says, oh, for Fox's sake. I love this t-shirt. And I have tons of them in the merch store. So if you guys would like to have one, you can go over there and get it. And the links are in the description. Bottoms up is right. This is Belle Meade bourbon. It smells really good. These people do make me want to drink. Pisses me off. But I'm so happy about hitting that 20,000 subscribers, you guys, because I was about to hit it in June, and then YouTube demonetized my entire channel. And why would they do that to me? I'm so likable. I don't understand. Booze at 10. Isn't it happy hour somewhere? Well, I have no plans today other than to stream this with you from the safety of my own house. So, yeah. I can. Oh, yeah. My logo. If you guys like the little thumb logo that looks like a fox, that one is also for sale at the merch store. So check it out. I think my merch store is connected to my channel now. Can somebody tell me if they can see it underneath my video? Because that would be great. They were supposed to do that. And I don't know if they actually have. McCrae, thanks for the $10 super chat, says, congrats on 20,000, Megan. How many child abusers actually take their kids to the ER and ask for ridiculous amounts of sedatives? Seems like they weren't interested in finding out the real issue. Yeah, and this also gets me. It's like, obviously there was a misunderstanding between Beata and the hospital staff and doctors, and the way they decided to handle this misunderstanding was to take her kid away from her. It's unspeakable. Oh, the merch links aren't there, huh? Those bastards. They have still not let me put them. I've qualified a long time ago, but YouTube just hates me. YouTube is asshole. What can I say? Yeah. Okay. Let's continue.
Right. And when you explained to her that could only happen in an intensive care unit, she allowed her daughter to be admitted.
As opposed to what?
As opposed to saying no.
Her goal was to get ketamine into this child.
Mm-hmm. Can that be understood as a goal of comforting her daughter?
I think there are many ways to comfort a child besides administering ketamine.
Where do you think she got the idea for 1,500 milligrams of ketamine?
I have no idea.
Is 1,250 milligrams in the range of 1,500 milligrams?
If you go by milligrams per kilograms, it's an excessive dose.
So had
Either
she
way.
asked for 1,250, you've been okay with that request?
No, I would not.
Okay. After speaking with Dr. Henna's office, you still maintain that 1,250 was an absurd dose.
It was.
Okay. And that was based on your consult with anesthesiology.
No, that was based on my experience with working with ketamine in the emergency department and the fact that we give bolus doses and we do not exceed doses of about 4 milligrams per kilo in the ER.
Right. But once the difference between a bolus dose and infusion was explained to Beata, she allowed her daughter to be admitted to the intensive care unit.
I don't recall having that conversation with her about bolus versus infusion.
Oh, you didn't explain to her that the problem was it would be a bolus dose and not an infusion.
I did not have that. I don't recall having that
Okay.
discussion with her.
So she remained unaware that your inability to administer that ketamine in the ER was because of the type of administration, bolus versus infusion.
She didn't.
I don't know what a bolus dose is. Can the medical people in the chat please let me know what bolus means? I don't know what it means. Also, I have just added a couple of moderators because the chat is really flying today. Let me just go over the moderation rules really quickly. There pretty much are no rules. I don't censor what people say. That includes profanity. We like profanity here. Fuck yeah, we do. And then the other thing is, the only thing I really want you to take out the ban hammer for are spammers and porn bots. So if you could help me with the spammers and the porn bots, I would appreciate that, new mods. And also, you may post, you now have the ability to post links. So if any of you have my link tree or whatever, it should be in the description of the video. So you can help me out by posting the merch links and the link tree links. That would be helpful. Thank you. This chat is going so fast today that like I seriously cannot keep up. So thank you, new mods. I appreciate you.
Did not ask for an infusion. She asked for 1,500 milligrams of ketamine.
Did she ask for it in bolus form?
She didn't ask for infusion.
She didn't specify. Previously, Maya had been treated.
Okay, so bolus is a large dose. Is that what you're telling me? A bolus is a large dose? A shot all at once? Oh, she wasn't asking for that. No. Oh my God. Is this woman actually trying? I take back all the nice things I said about her because I did say some nice things about her. I take it back. That wasn't what she asked for. She didn't ask for her to get a 1,500 milligram dose all at once. A ketamine infusion goes over time. Over time. OMG. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. I may have to take another shot after that, but I probably should slow down because we have to make it all the way through the afternoon session.
With infusion.
I don't know. I don't know what they did in Mexico. I don't know
The day
what
prior.
Dr. Hanna did
The day prior.
prior to that. I don't know. All I know is what I was given by a nurse in his office.
And the day prior, she received the infusion. That was your testimony.
And the infusion was over 4 hours, apparently.
Okay. So it'd be reasonable to understand that Beata would be asking for similar treatment as the day prior.
I don't know if she ever got it in a bolus form.
And it was never explained to her that it was bolus versus infusion.
She didn't ask me, and I didn't even know what she was getting at that time.
Did you ever speak with Dr. Smith after?
You didn't know
about the
much,
case?
did you?
No, I did not.
And to this day, you've not spoken with her about the case?
No, I haven't.
Your concern with, on that October day was over the amount of ketamine requested. Is that correct?
My concern was for the safety of the child. You don't want to give something to the child to cause any more problems.
Right.
So I couldn't comply with what the mom was requesting under in the emergency department. And the child needed further diagnostic testing to figure out why she had the abdominal pain. The mother was refusing to allow me to do any tests, aside from the blood work in the urine, unless I gave the ketamine. So I had to admit the child so that this could be done in a controlled fashion.
Why was the mother refusing?
Because every test that I ordered, the ultrasound, the CAT scan, she wanted megadoses of ketamine before I could do it, and I was not going to do it. I couldn't do it.
And was your read that was born of her concern for her daughter's pain?
I don't know why she was so insistent that we had to do, because I was giving ketamine. I did give the child Versed. I just didn't give the amount that she wanted.
Did you give ketamine or Versed prior to the blood draw you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so only after.
Well, actually, I'm sorry. Can I take that back?
Sure.
So
No.
I gave it IV, so she had to have had the blood draw.
So you gave ketamine and Versed via IV.
Correct.
So the blood was drawn previously.
The blood was drawn at the time when the IV was placed.
So your concern was over the level of ketamine being requested. Did you have concern about the 1,250 milligrams that was administered the day prior?
Corn Pope.
That does seem excessive to
can't
me,
put your
but I'm not a
comments up.
specialist in pain management, which is why
But I see you. That was
A, I
funny.
called to verify the dose. B, I wasn't sure if the mother even knew what she was talking about. I couldn't know. I had to find out exactly what she was talking about. And then I wanted to talk to the physician to see what they were doing.
But she never
But
did.
there was nobody there.
But you never did. You never did talk to the physician. You called one time. You talked to a nurse person. She actually called it, I don't know, like a nursing staff or nurse person. What's a nurse person? Is she a doctor? Yes, Phoebe. She is an ER doctor. She is the first doctor to see Maya at Johns Hopkins Hospital, all children's in Florida, when she was taken with the severe stomach pain. Okay, so a bolus is a megadose or a megapint. Gotcha. Now I understand. You've put it in terms that I can understand, chat. Thank you very much for that. Megadose, the medical equivalent of a megapint. I can't put your chats up on the screen right now. I don't know what's going on, but StreamYard is like overwhelmed with the 1,000 people in the chat. So I'm so excited that you're all here. You new people, whoever you are, I'm so glad you're here. I hope that you like it. I hope that you stay, and let's get back to it.
There, but some nurse.
And after confirming the dose of 1,250 milligrams, you still maintain that was absurd. Is that correct?
I do.
Did you attempt to verify whether being under general anesthesia to treat CRPS is appropriate?
I called our anesthesiologist because I'm not a pain medication specialist. Yes, I did call. That was available to me at the time.
And what did they say about that?
They said that they would review it and decide what would be appropriate dosing for this child.
I have to go back to this word erratically. You said the mother was behaving erratically.
Oh, this is going to piss you off.
Understand that. What was
Pisses
erratic?
me off.
Her presentation, the way that she started shouting at the father, telling him not to touch her child.
For one, this is hearsay. We do not know if this happened. Okay. Rumble is freezing for you, Christy. Try refreshing. And those of you who are on my locals live chat, I can't be over there right now because my computer is giving me too many problems. But I do have a live chat going on locals, meganfox.locals.com. This characterization of this testimony that she is giving right now really pisses me off because, for one, we don't even know if this happened. Jack never testified to Beata yelling at him not to touch her. And is it possible that this doctor misrepresented the way Beata talks? Because we've already gone over this. Beata's a Polish bitch. This woman, do you not know Polish bitches? Because I do. I grew up in Chicago. I know a lot of Polish bitches. And let me tell you something. They are direct. And it's not because they're rude, and it's not because they're angry, and it's not because they have psychological disorders. For one, there's a language barrier, and they don't have modifiers in Polish. And so when they speak in English, it comes off as orders. They sound like they're giving you orders. That is not how they are actually doing it. Okay, that's not how they're actually speaking. If you were hearing from them in Polish, it would be different. But we're not Polish, and so we don't understand the inference. Now, if you've grown up around Polish people, then you know this. But Polish women, again, and this is not a stereotype, it's just true. It's just true. And all the Polish women in the chat are going to tell me I'm right. Polish women are a force, and that is not a bad thing. That's a good thing. They are warriors for their children. They are warriors for their family. They are mama bears. You do not come between Polish mama and her babies, okay? And here's the scenario when Beata got to the hospital. Her daughter had been screaming in pain. Her 9-year-old, I have a 9-year-old son. Oh, dear Jesus. If my 9-year-old son was screaming in pain and we didn't know what was wrong with him, and I had to take him to the ER, and I knew that he had this underlying thing that we had been treating and finally getting somewhere with, and these assholes at the ER wouldn't listen to me, I absolutely would have lost my shit, and I would have had every right to lose my shit. But when you're talking about a language barrier, and you're talking about, you're not, how dare this woman characterize Beata like this? How dare she characterize her like she's angry and yelling at her husband? We don't know what the dynamic is between her and Jack. We don't know how they talk to each other all the time. What this woman might think is yelling is just the way that she talks. Do you know how many people accuse me of yelling? All that stuff I just did just then, everything I just said right before now, people would say I was yelling, and I would say I wasn't yelling. You'll say you're getting shouty, and I would say I'm not yelling. I'm passionate about what I'm speaking about, and this is the tone I'm using. This is not yelling. This is why I relate to Beata so much, because when I get the tone in my voice, the don't fuck around with me tone, that tone, the tone I'm talking about, the one that I used on the Wauwatosa school board, and that's why so I get the tone in my voice that says, don't fuck around with me. Here's all the things you're doing wrong, and here's why you should stop. And you're violating people's rights right now. I'm not yelling. I haven't raised my voice. I'm just using an intonation. Okay. I'm talking in caps. That's right. Not yelling. I'm talking in caps. I talked like that to the Wauwatosa school board, and they cut me off before my 3 minutes were over. And you know what? That cost them big, because I sued them. And that lawsuit is coming to a close. And I'm going to have some good news for you guys all about that as soon as I'm given the okay. I can't talk about it now, but this kind of thing gets women in trouble with people who have power, like CPS. Now, a school board has no power over me. No school board has any power over me. So I can talk to them however I want. But I will tell you, like I talked to the car place. It wasn't a rental place. It was a dealership. I got banned from a dealership. So what? Because I talked to her in the same way. Yeah. And I am a little Polish. No, I'm Lithuanian. My grandmother was Lithuanian. That's close enough though, right? Eastern Bloc. So maybe that's where I get it from. I was told that the Polish don't have the word please in their language. So, we're trained from a young age to always say, please and thank you. And you have to understand that other languages don't have that. And just because she's not talking to you in a way that let me ask you this, Dr. ER, Dr. Know-it-all. What is the proper tone for a woman with a sick kid who is screaming in pain and the doctors aren't listening to her? What is the proper tone? Could you please tell me that? I wish he had asked her. So tell me, how could Beata have spoken to you so that you did not believe she was erratic? Erratic. What the fuck does that even mean? You should have seen me when my middle child had acute appendicitis and I had to take her for emergency surgery. You want to talk about erratic? We all were positive with COVID at the time, including her, and she had acute appendicitis so bad, and I had to take her in the middle of COVID madness into hospitals that were like dead zones. Erratic. When you're in a situation like that, in a life or death situation with your kid, I am not responsible for how I speak to you. I am not responsible for not saying please or thank you. Okay? So seriously, off you fuck, like Jeff says.
Demanding the ketamine over and over again.
Oh, wait, screaming in pain. No, you're Thomas, you're Thomas Stratford. You're misunderstanding. The wrestling with her brother was after she was admitted to the hospital for a long time. She was screaming in pain when her mother took her to see this doctor that we are watching at the ER doctor. Okay. Do you understand? She went in with severe stomach pain and she was screaming in pain, writhing in pain. When that's happening to your little 9-year-old, don't give me this shit about, well, you weren't nice enough to me when you spoke to me, so you're erratic. Fondant, thanks for the super chat, says, I live in Central Florida, and I'm sorry if you're not seeing it on the screen. I told you StreamYard is not working. Most hospital ERs tend to treat people asking for pain medication or sedatives as addicts. I speak from firsthand experience. Yes, the entire medical community treats everyone in pain like an addict. Do you know how worried I was about asking for pain medication when I had a pinched nerve? I could barely function for 6 months, and I never asked them. I just knew. I was like, I'm not going to ask them for anything because I know they're not going to give it to me, or they're going to treat me like a drug abuser. So I'll just try and do the physical therapy and tough it out. It was horrible. It was horrible. Jennifer Winters, thank you for the super chat, says if your child is suffering and you are demanding pain relief, you are not crazy, you are a good mom. Yeah, I agree. Horace Welfare, thanks for the super chat, says an ERMD ignored me when I needed emergency surgery. He wrote in my records that I screamed and yelled. I did not. I advocated for medical care I needed. People are always telling me that I scream and yell, and I don't. But if I speak to you in a serious tone, if you know that I'm telling you, don't fuck around with me right now, this is not screaming. You have not heard me scream. No. Make sure you hit that like button, though, because with 1,067 of you in there, and how many of you are on Rumble? We're over on Rumble as well. How many are you? Oh, over 100 on Rumble. Well, Rumble today, YouTube's kicking your ass. What can I say? Sorry about that, but hit that thumbs up button no matter which platform you're watching on. And make sure that you subscribe if you haven't, because we hit 20,000. We're over 20,000 today. We're on our way to 30,000. That's the next goal. Cannot wait it.
Not allowing me to do any testing, considering they were there for abdominal pain.
Are any of those things you just listed not explained by a daughter who's in excruciating pain?
What, telling your husband not to touch your child?
Why would you ask people not to touch your child?
I don't know. Why would you?
Well, one possibility is they're in extreme pain. Would you agree?
I think touching your child is a comforting measure. It's a reflex.
Not if it hurts them.
By the parents?
Most of the time, yeah.
Okay. So what was erratic about her behavior?
Yeah, what was erratic about her behavior? Look at the face on her. Does this look like someone who knows? Does this look like someone who knows what you're talking about? AP, you said I sound like a New Yorker. I'm a Chicagoan, thank you. Chicagoans are just as direct as New Yorkers, let me have you know. I may live in New York, but I am Chicago through and through. The Bears. Actually, it's not true. I really like the Bills now. I have kind of given up the Bears for the Bills. I don't know if that makes me a traitor or if that makes me a New Yorker now. I don't know.
She was belligerent, demanding.
Belligerent and demanding. Do I sound belligerent and demanding when I told Wauwatosa that they were violating people's civil rights? I did. I bet they thought that. So what? So what?
She was shouting at her husband.
Shouting at her husband. Was she shouting? Was it shouting for her? And you wouldn't know if she was shouting unless you knew her. Because people shout in different ways, don't they? Chicagoans are like New Yorkers, but with manners, Irish Rover. That's funny. So look, a Chicagoan can throw down every bit as much of as a New Yorker can. Let me tell you.
She was not open to any conversation, or nothing was negotiable but her way. She was not concerned about the child's medical condition. If she had presented there for abdominal pain,
she was not concerned about the child's medical condition. Wow.
You would want some tests to be done to find out why the child has abdominal pain. That was not her concern.
Wait a minute. I thought she wanted the test to be done, but she just wanted the child to have pain medications before the test because the test would hurt her. Do we not understand what's going on here?
Her concern was merely administering ketamine over and over and over and more and more and more.
Her objection to these tests was based on physical contact, correct?
She had no problem with blood being drawn.
Was the mother there for that?
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
Right. So as far as you're aware, when the mother was around, she resisted all physical contact.
Yes, she refused the blood pressure cuff.
She did allow you to admit the daughter to the intensive care unit.
She refused the blood pressure cuff. You mean that fucking thing that hurts everyone? Of course it would hurt someone extra bad with CRPS though, right? Because when they put that thing on my kids, they cry. They cry. And that's a normal, healthy kid that doesn't have CRPS. I hate those blood pressure cuffs. You know, the ones that are electric now? Instead of doing it with the little pumpy thing, instead of the nurse doing it for you, They now put you on a machine, and I swear to God, I get bruised every time they do it to me. Those things hurt. She refused something that hurt. Yeah. CRPS, a blood pressure cuff would be like torture. She has the right to refuse that for her child who's in terrible pain. What a bitch.
And after explaining you couldn't administer the ketamine, correct?
It was not negotiable to get an ultrasound on this child. It was not negotiable to get a CAT scan on this child. It's not negotiable to do anything to this child other than administer her ketamine.
And admit her to the PICU.
Because that was the only way she was going to get it.
Your total interaction with the Kowalskis lasted how long?
The time they were in the hospital, in the ER.
And based on your note, my best read is that it was less than 2 hours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they've been dealing with this condition for 1.5 years.
Yes.
But you made the determination that the mother was acting improperly and erratically.
She was.
Okay.
According to you. And your opinion is subjective.
You,
Look at that
however,
little head shake she gave
didn't
there.
feel it rose to the level to report it to the abuse hotline.
We have children that come to the emergency department with all kinds of parents. And we have to deal with it. People have all kinds of mental health problems. If I had to report every person that has a mental health problem to the abuse hotline, I think Florida's hotline wouldn't be able to handle it.
Who had a mental health problem?
When I mentioned that her behavior was out of the norm for what you see in in taking care of a child with chronic pain on any level, it doesn't raise to the level of having to report her to the abuse hotline.
Okay. You dealt with parents who've been similarly pushy.
I have dealt with many pushy parents. I've never had them refuse any tests unless I give them the medication in the dosage and in the way that they want.
How many pushy parents have you dealt with in the ER in the context of CRPS?
I'll give you a
Actually, the
pushy
CRPS
parent.
parents are usually they're usually worn down.
Okay.
Oh, she wasn't worn down enough for you. She wasn't defeated enough for you. Oh my God, this is so upsetting. The CRPS parents are usually worn down.
You said someone had mental issues. Who had mental issues?
I said that when you mentioned reporting her, if a person is being erratic, I didn't make a diagnosis in this patient to the extent of having to report her to the Department of Children and Families. We get people who behave in all kinds of ways in the ER. I don't go reporting all of them to the Department of Children and Families.
And you're aware of your statutory requirement to report reasonable suspicions of child abuse.
Right.
Because you have extensive experience in that area, and it didn't rise to that level.
Not based on a two-hour encounter with a mother.
So she might have been pushy and belligerent, but not to the level that would require a hotline call.
No.
That concludes the presentation. We'll talk about how
Okay,
All right.
Members.
All right, we are now moving on to Bonnie Rice, nurse practitioner. Now, I did not have the reaction to her that I had to these other witnesses who I thought were cold and reptilian. She's the only one who seems to me that she believes what she's saying here. Now, she's from Tampa General, and she had experience with Maya and her family. But again, remember, she's a nurse practitioner. She is not a psychiatrist. She's not a psychologist. And it seems like all her observations she's making would require a larger degree than she has in order to make it. Because what she's testifying to sounds like a whole bunch of psychological gobbledygook. But it is, I think, hurtful to the plaintiff's case. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I believe that this is gonna bolster all the trolls that you've seen in the certain chats about, see, these people were sick. Her mother's sick, she's sick, there's something wrong, they're psychologically damaged. But that leads me to the question I have on the YouTube poll. If Maya does have a psychological disorder, let's say that's true, that she has a psychological disorder and it's manifesting all this pain. What is the proper treatment for that? Is it separating her from her mother and her family and the only stability that she's ever known? Or is that just going to cause more trauma and more psychological pain? Or Is it giving her treatment while she stays with her stable family who loves her? There's no evidence that these people ever her family, there's no evidence that her family ever abused her. None. Zero. None. What we have here is a medically complex kid. If you don't believe it's CRPS and you believe it's psychological, that's still medically complex. So why wouldn't you, as a care provider, as a medical health provider and a professional, why wouldn't you help her family come to the realization that this is a psychological disorder and we're going to help you get through it because we're going to give her the proper treatment and we're all going to work together as a team? Crystal Johnson, excuse me, ma'am, gobbledygook is not in my medical dictionary. I must have Munchausen. Why the hell wouldn't you work together as a team to, and now this woman's going to testify that she tried all of that and that Beata wasn't having any of it and that Beata refused to cooperate. Well, then you know what? Then that's on the family. That's their choice. This is their kid. If you think that someone is not treating their kid with a psychological disorder correctly, that's not abuse. She has other physicians who believe she was being treated correctly. So how come these physicians at Johns Hopkins get to be the ones to overrule the other specialists in the other field and say, oh no, they're wrong? Well, how come the other specialists how come Dr. Kirkpatrick can't decide that Johns Hopkins is wrong and take them away from their families and lock them in a ward for 48 hours and videotape them and strip them naked and take pictures of them? Does any of that sound like anything that should be done to someone who has a psychological disorder? If they really believe she had a psychological disorder, what they did to her next is totally and completely unforgivable. They held her down and stripped her half naked and took photographs of her against her will. That's not something you would do to someone you believed had a psychological disorder, now is it? And if it is, then my God, I don't want anything to do with that kind of mental help. Damn. Am I yelling yet? Was I yelling? I don't know.
Defense, call your next witness.
The judge is flirting with the jury again. He freaking loves this jury so much. It's so funny. The jury is the highlight of his day. And when they come in, he smiles like a guy on his first date. It's hilarious.
Please. We call advanced registered nurse practitioner Bonnie Rice, also by video, Your Honor.
Ms. Rice, will you raise your right hand, please?
Oh, that's loud.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Bonnie, okay. Well, I'll keep it more, Ms. Rice, or Dr. Rice. So can you please state your name and professional title for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Bonnie Rice, Bonnie, last name Rice, and my professional title is nurse practitioner.
So you were there when that rule change came into effect?
I think that,
Wait.
I'm not sure if it came, it was right.
Wait, you guys, I think StreamYard has frozen on me. Are you seeing a frozen screen or are you seeing it? Well, right now it's frozen because I paused it, but was it frozen there for a second? And I can't see your chats anymore on StreamYard. What the hell is happening on StreamYard? All right. Rumble, I can see your chats. So you tell me, was the screen frozen when she was talking? Do I need to refresh? Is everything frozen? Tell me, Rumble. You can hear it, but can you see, was she moving? All right, I'm going to hit the thing and you tell me if she's moving.
Right as I left town and retired.
All right. Well, would you please give me the benefit of your training and experience in the field of being a nurse practitioner, starting from where you went to college, all the way through any training and professional licenses that you obtained?
Oh, well, let's see. I started as a diet aide in a hospital in 1973. And I worked in some healthcare capacity since that time. I rode ambulance for 4 years as a volunteer. I was a nurse aide while I went through nursing school. I got my RN in 1983 from Harrisburg Area Community College. I received a bachelor's degree in nursing in 1996. And I got a I also had a minor in biology, and I had a
All right, I have to
master's
pee.
degree
I'll be right back.
in 1999, and then I finished my doctorate at Case Western Reserve in 2013. Because and I still have active licenses in California as both an ARNP and as a nurse, and maintain my family nurse practitioner certification, but I am not going to be working anymore.
So my understanding is the highest level of professional licensure you obtained was the Doctor of Nursing.
Doctorate of Nursing Practice, it's known as a DNP. So when you're an ARNP, you can finish your doctorate, and that gives you a DNP.
Can you talk to me a little bit about your experience as a pediatric rehabilitation NP?
Okay, so when I initially came to the rehab program, I had about, 12 years experience, but I had pediatric experience starting in 1991, and I was certified at that time in pediatric critical care. When I came to Tampa General, I realized that that was somewhat of a new position, so I obtained a certification in rehab nursing to make sure that my knowledge level was documented regarding rehabilitative medicine in children.
So what kind of courses or hands-on training did you do in order to get this pediatric rehabilitation licensure?
It's not really a license, it's a certification. And basically Dr. Kornberg, I made rounds with him every single day, doing the exams. When you're working as an ARNP for a physician or for the hospital, but you're primarily responsible to one physician, you follow their practice patterns, you learn their rules because you're very much an extension of them.
How long did you work with Dr. Kornberg?
12 years.
What else do you recall, independent of anything you may have reviewed about the hospitalization?
It was I think rehab is very much about this multidisciplinary team. And I have to say that this was a frustrating case for the team. That's what I remember.
And why was it a frustrating case for the team?
Because even though Maya was making functional progress, I didn't feel that we had gotten through to the family or that we'd helped the family. And I just felt like the mother and the daughter, they just weren't open.
What do you mean by that?
Every day when I would make rounds, part of my responsibility is to educate on to make families aware of what the child's deficits are and what the potential issues could be and how we may compensate for that. And then towards the end of the admission, if there's something that we can't compensate for, we want them to accept that the child may have an ongoing special need. Yeah, and I just felt like I couldn't move this family at all.
What do you mean by couldn't move this family?
I couldn't move them down their road of recovery, which is a road that, being a nurse, I kind of help patients through that road of recovery, and we do long-term follow-up. So we stay with these families even after they're discharged to make sure they get reintegrated to school, they have the appropriate equipment in the house, they have appropriate transportation, all that type of thing. So it's sort of like not a medical admission where we're working on medical things. We can do that, but as a rule, we didn't. We tried to move the patient from being a patient to being a child in society, back in the community.
Let me ask you this. Do you have any experience back when you were at Tampa General with treating children that are diagnosed with complex regional pain syndrome?
Yes.
Can you just generally describe what your experience with complex regional pain syndromes was back when you were working at TGH?
I think we had 1 or 2 children in the 12 years I was there that came in with complex regional pain syndrome. And really, I looked to Dr. Kornberg to lead the medical part of it, but it's where you have unexplained pain in one area or another that we can't find a physiologic cause for, or sometimes there could have been a cause and it's just pain that lasts longer than normal, right? That would fall outside of the normal pattern.
Did you ever, while at TGH, in connection with a complex regional pain syndrome patient, ever do what's known as a ketamine coma at Tampa General?
No.
Do you know what ketamine coma is?
Yes.
To your understanding, what is it?
It's an infusion of ketamine. But, I have to tell you that for my time at Tampa General, ketamine was a very tightly controlled drug and wasn't even allowed to be used on the floor where we were.
Why?
And I know that they were using ketamine now in a number of different ways, but it's all new since 2015.
Are you familiar with a Dr. Anthony Kirkpatrick? He used to be on staff at Tampa General. Do you know who that is?
I don't recognize the name.
It has been suggested in a blog entry by Beata Kowalski that you were practicing witchcraft on Maya Kowalski at Tampa General Hospital. Were you practicing witchcraft in connection with Maya Kowalski?
No, I'm not a witch, and I don't practice witchcraft. I don't even believe in witchcraft. I'm a scientist.
Understood. And it's fair to say that you were using evidence-based practices in your treatment of Maya Kowalski?
Absolutely. The only thing that we had that was, it was a consult to integrative medicine. We did have a team there at Tampa General that would do things like Reiki massage, aromatherapy. We did some disability yoga, breathing exercises. So we had consulted them just to see if they could help with Maya's complaints of pain.
Can you please describe what your independent recollection is?
Okay, so like I said, my job was kind of to be that holistic person and lead them down. Usually, you know, it's a road of grief, of accepting that maybe their child was in an accident, maybe other people were killed or whatever. So we're on this sort of grief and coping road together.
Do you have any personal animosity towards Mrs. Kowalski?
Absolutely not. I tried to connect with her in every way I could think. And our joke in rehab was, we'll try 1,000 different things to get kids moving again. And I think Dr. McCain and I talked about this mom almost every day because I felt like I couldn't connect. And I couldn't sway her perception of reality.
What do you mean by perception of reality?
She was hyper-focused on medical tests and treatments. And the team felt that the child's problems had a very heavy psychological and psychiatric overlay.
Okay, what is a history and physical?
A history and physical, when the patient first comes in, you want to find out, you have usually records from the referring hospital. We were a referral service, so people referred into us. You have some records from the referring hospital, and then you go in and question both. I admitted the family as a unit. There are discharge plan, how this kid's going to go home, and we've all got to, you know, cope together and move forward, and they needed to learn what they needed to learn and be able to cope with that. And so I would start right away trying to form a relationship with the child, the family. And I remember this kid came in with her father, and he was a very good historian. He had medical background too.
You recall what his medical background was?
Something in first responder, EMT, paramedic, firefighter, something.
Who was the referring physician for this hospitalization?
It was Dr. Hart. We worked very closely with him.
Okay, and Dr. Hart, I think you said is a pediatric physiatrist over at All Children's Hospital?
All Children's, yes.
Okay. And what was the estimated stay for this hospitalization, as best you can tell from the H&P?
Oh, heavens, we estimated 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay, and is that where it says ELOS, estimated 4 to 6 weeks?
Yes, and so because we're a functional admission, these children would not be in the hospital if they weren't there to make functional gains, as a rule. Not always, but as a rule. So, you know, you can sign out at any time. It's not like a regular hospitalization. We're helping you to walk and take care of yourself and go to the bathroom on your own and feed yourself. And if there's a mental disability or a speech issue or swallowing issue, we would get speech involved. And so you can sign out at any time. And so we want to make sure that the family understands what our length of stays might look like. However, this occurs before the 48 hours of evaluation that occurs by the therapy team. In that first 48 hours, everybody on the team sees this child, evaluates the child from their perspective. So each person would evaluate the child from their perspective, and then we'd bring it back and change the plan of care accordingly.
What's your recollection of any discussions that you had with Dr. Kornberg about this patient?
We talked on a daily basis. I let him know that from my holistic standpoint, in terms of her, the mother and the child, that I felt we weren't connecting. We weren't being therapeutic. There was just a wall there.
What was Dr. Kornberg's position on this?
He felt, I don't think he felt it quite like I do because I'm a nurse, right? So we were empaths, but yeah, he had some of the same concerns, and the team all shared and discussed our concerns.
I noticed
Yes.
you used the term team a few times. Do you consider this to be a team approach to what you guys were doing at the TGH?
Yes, the main thing for conversion disorder or any rehabilitative patient, like I said, it's not really a medical admission. We can do medicine and we do medicine, but it's all about the functionality of the child, and that requires a multidisciplinary team of really talented people that are evaluating this kid every single day and communicating. And we just had a tremendous team at that time, and I know the team expressed frustrations that we were getting Maya more functional. She was moving forward in a functional realm, but we didn't feel that that was something that was going to be able to be maintained.
What is the significance of a normal CPK finding as referenced here on the H&P that you drafted?
It may mean that it's not a steroid myopathy and there may be some other pathology going on.
What is your recollection of Maya's asthma status during the period of time she was at Tampa General?
I felt she was stable from an asthma standpoint. We were not escalating medical therapy or treatments.
My understanding too was that prior to coming to Tampa General, Maya was admitted to Lurie Children's Hospital in Chicago. Do you know anything about that hospitalization?
Yeah, that was another full workup for a second opinion. And she had Dad had worked in Chicago. They had a primary care physician in Chicago, and they wanted the workup done there just to kind of verify everything that All Children's was telling them, I guess. I don't know.
Did you ever see any of the records from Lurie Children's Hospital?
The family did bring in the records, and eventually Dr. Kornberg was able to get the disc open and reviewed all the records. And said it was a comprehensive workup.
Let's walk through more of this now. When Maya presented, what was her ambulatory status?
She was not ambulating. She was being carried to the bathroom by her father.
How would she get around upon
Yeah, so she didn't leave her bed.
Okay. It says here she uses her wheelchair as her primary mode of locomotion.
Oh yes, if she was going to the playroom or the gym, she would go in a wheelchair.
I probably should have asked this earlier, but what do you recall about Maya from a personality standpoint based on your interactions with her?
So she was sweet. She was interactive. She was pleasant until the physical exam, and then it would just rapidly deteriorate. There would be whimpering and crying.
All right, hold the phone. I had to go make lunch. I made myself a Sammy. I got one of my garden pickles that I made with my jalapenos. I made pickled peppers the other day, and a salami sandwich and a drink. All right. We have to stop for a second because holy shit. Did she just testify that she's not a witch? What have we been saying? Now, I swear to God, I didn't know this before we started talking about how all these people seem demonic and satanic in some way. And here she is. She says that Beata accused her of using witchcraft on her child. And I mean, I don't know, but we're working on a pretty good looking coven of witches here. Oh, shoot. StreamYard, why are you doing this to me? I don't know. Can you see that picture? Is it up on the screen? Because StreamYard's not showing me anything. Anyway, we're working on a bunch of, we've got a good compilation of a bunch of women who seem like witches. That's for damn sure. And you guys have seen that picture, which I don't seem to be able to pull up. Well, there it is, finally. Now, 2 of those women are not involved in this trial, but I am making one for just the women involved in this trial. But I think it's hilarious that she brought up this idea that she's a witch because it's just so perfect, you know, with what we've been talking about. But let's be serious though. Why would Beata accuse them of doing witchcraft? Oh, then we hear that they were doing Reiki and yoga and Eastern sort of medicines. Now, I don't personally have a problem with Reiki. I know a few Reiki practitioners, and I think that what they can do, I think Eastern medicine and Eastern practices have their place, and I think that they can be helpful. However, you're dealing with, we already know, a very religious Catholic Polish woman. Culturally speaking, those people who are extremely devout Catholics will run from any Eastern religious practices, including yoga, because yes, that's a religious practice. It's not just an exercise. Now, in America, we've taken the religion out of it. We've just made it an exercise stretching sort of activity. But in India, it's a religious practice. So, and Reiki is considered New Age. And to very serious devout Catholics, they would consider that satanic. They would consider it witchcraft, for lack of a better word. And that is her right. That is Beata's religious right to turn down Eastern religious practices that she doesn't want being performed over her daughter. I know my mother would have turned that down. Oh, my mother would never have let anybody do that at the hospital to me. No way. I know she would have been like, no, that's demonic shit and we're staying far away from it. Again, these people violate or want to violate your religious rights constantly. And I think it's crap. And there's a reason. And Beata had a right to call it witchcraft. That's her opinion. She has a right to her religious beliefs. She has a right. And again, somebody in the chat mentioned, so let me get this straight. They take away the host, the consecrated host. They take away communion, but Reiki's okay. I mean, where are the scientific studies that show Reiki helps CRPS? Are there any? Or is it exactly like giving a kid who's sick communion in the eyes of science, that it may not have any scientific explanation, but it does help the spirit, so it's good. I just wanted to pop in and say that about the witchcraft because hilarious. And anyway, if someone has a religious objection to something they're doing, then you don't get to complain and call CPS. That's just, unless it's like, I want these snakes to bite my kid. But if you're just saying I don't want Reiki being done, which is, I'm sure, not required. Are they requiring Reiki now? Come on.
I'm screaming. There, as soon as you went to examine her, there was, it seemed like she was resistant to the exam or upset by the exam. I don't know.
And then the next line, Nurse Rice says, she adjusts arms and legs for comfort and wipes her own tears away with her right hand. Why is that something that you put in the H&P?
Because, you know, she was not feeding herself. Her mother was feeding her. When her, and I didn't know this until after the H&P, but, you know, we're going to write down every single type of movement we see so that we can work with what we have. And that's part of my assessment. So that's why it was so specific. But I have to say that my interactions and observations of her were not consistent with what her dad was telling me about her dependency.
So after engaging in those, it says here, she, quote, she stopped crying and stated, quote, I don't distract easily, end quote, and then commenced crying. Do you see that line?
Uh-huh.
Why is it that you included that in your H&P?
Yeah, so that's unusual, you know, that she, first of all, that a fourth grader would know what distraction was and that she doesn't distract easily is, you know, she was a very smart little girl. And so I felt that was just something just that I hadn't seen in children before, just this stopping of the crying and then making a statement, because usually when people.
Again, there's no evidence that this happened. There's no evidence, but why is it something you've never seen before that a child could use a word like distracted? You just admitted she was a really smart child. So there's your answer.
People are in tremendous pain. They're whimpering and they're not, they might get angry, but they certainly don't stop and say, the technique you're using isn't going to work.
Okay.
And I just hadn't had that from a child before.
And then under neuro, and I imagine that's neurological, correct?
Yeah.
It says she has pain everywhere, cannot describe pain. Why did you include that in the H&P?
Well, normally we want to know all about the pain. We want to know the onset. We want to know the location. We want to know, you know, how long have you had it? What's an aggravating factor? This is part of how we're going to treat her pain if pain ends up being her primary symptom.
And up to the point that you were treating Maya Kowalski as of 2015, how many years had you been working in the pediatric nurse practitioner physiatry realm?
Let's see, probably 7 or 8.
Okay, can you approximate how many patients that you saw in your TGH unit with Dr. Kornberg over those several years?
Probably close to 500.
Okay,
You have it worse in the morning. I have it all the time. And so then I would say, well, where is it on your head? You know, you're trying to figure out what's going on. She came in with this history of steroid-induced myopathy, and that was per the father's report. And I knew she had been seen by endocrinology over at All Children's and had been on a steroid wean. So that's our number one thing, because we're either trying to confirm that or move on to another possibility. She was not walking, so that gives her gait disorder impaired. Mobility and ADLs is what the occupational therapies do. That's activities of daily living. They're going to teach her to bathe herself, brush her own teeth, clothe herself, that type of thing. And they'll even get memory. They'll do some memory type things. And then her asthma, we were actively treating for that. So I wanted to list that. Myalgia means muscle pain. Myalgia means pain in the muscles. Myositis can mean inflammation in the muscles, although we didn't have any objective findings that we could say that there was inflammation. There certainly wasn't any redness or swelling or anything like that. She had no fever. There was no sign of inflammation, really. But we also were trying to get her communion, I remember, because her mother was Catholic. And we'll
All right, so today the problem is actually StreamYard. I just got a message from StreamYard. Weird. And they sent me a message yesterday that they had problems yesterday too, so just bear with me. StreamYard appears to be having issues, but All right, here we go. Normally it's my computer, but right now it seems to be StreamYard. Of course, right when I'm trying to eat my lunch. I'm going to back that up a bit because you just missed that last one.
Body spirit. So it will do, we're trying like that. She had no fever. There was no sign of inflammation really. But we also were trying to get her communion, I remember, because her mother was Catholic. And we'll try and heal the entire person, mind, body, spirit. So integrated medicine, like one of the things we were trying to work with her on is just saying I can, or I'll try instead of I can't, because she would just scream, I can't do it. And we wanted her to try. You know, you have to use a muscle to make it stronger, is what we would tell her.
Do you have any other experiences or observations that were similar to what Dr. Kornberg noted there?
Yes, but this was very common for Maya. When her mother was in the room, she would, and sometimes her dad, but mostly her mother, she would just stop functioning. And she would not, you could see her doing things that indicated she had the muscle capability to do these things. And then when you, went to examine her or tried to motivate her to do something, she would use the crying and tears. And
what was they doing to motivate her? What was the motivation they were using exactly? I noticed that too. One of you in the chat, I just lost it because it's going so fast, said, why is it her mother is Catholic? Maya was Catholic too. I'm a Catholic. My children are also Catholic. And by the time they're 9 and taking communion, they're a full-on Catholic. So yeah, that was inappropriate to say her mother was Catholic. No, Maya is Catholic. And Maya is still Catholic. She has testified to it.
And we felt there was probably a huge psychiatric overlay there.
Okay, all right.
Although we did treat her pain. Yeah, we did treat the pain.
So we walked through the physical exam, we walked through your H&P. Is there anything that as we walked through the H&P that triggered a recollection or a memory of your time with either Maya or her parents that we haven't discussed?
Yeah, so I don't know exactly. Maya is a very smart little girl. And I don't know if she had seen a disabled kid in the past and seen how they posture when they're spastic. But when we would try to work with her, she would assume this classic spastic.
What kind of psycho kid would pretend to be spastic after seeing another disabled child? Are you kidding me? A 9-year-old? This woman seems to think, and the thing is that I believe she believes this. I don't think she's lying. I think she believes this. But she does sound ridiculous. Like, maybe Maya just has something you don't understand. Maybe her CRPS is different than the other cases of CRPS you've seen.
Pose in both her hands and her legs. And she would say,
let's hear that again, because this is so stupid. Listen to this.
Try to work with her. She would assume this classic spastic pose in both her hands and her legs. And she would say, I can't do this. I just can't do it. My legs don't move. I can't do it. And yet when she was up in the bed, I could see her moving her legs just fine, rubbing up against the covers, not having pain. So it's just, it was very puzzling, very, very puzzling.
What do you mean by spastic?
Yeah, so we're the experts at muscle motor movement disability. Spastic is something that happens usually after a central nervous system injury, where the muscles, it's very complicated, and I'm not sure science completely understands it, but your feedback mechanism for muscles to relax is shut off. So you end up being, your body starts to twist into certain shapes. And your muscles will naturally do that. And all the spastic kids have very similar problems versus a dystonia. And I know that's in the chart too. That's where your limb is basically frozen like a statue into a spastic position. Most kids that we dealt with were on a trajectory. They would get on like a recovery trajectory. And so you sort of knew what to expect. Now, would they surprise you all the time? But, you kind of 80% of, like Pareto principle, 80% of the kids did usually this trajectory. So they would get on a recovery trajectory and we could kind of tell how far they were going to go as an inpatient, what we could accomplish, and then what their outpatient therapy plans would look like. She actually had some friends, all the rehab kids do stuff together. And she had one little boy in particular that she was good friends with, and her function would just, go back to being a normal muscle movement.
Okay.
When she was with him.
Is it fair to say that Maya's functionality at times would vary depending on who was around?
Absolutely.
Okay, why don't you explain that a little bit more for me?
So when her mother would enter the room, it just became kind of a battle of the wills between the two of them. I mean, it was the weirdest, one of the weirdest mother-daughter dyads I've ever seen in my life. I'm not sure we helped this family to get Maya back to her healthiest state. But it became pretty clear over the course of everything that they would, it was kind of like being in the middle of a tug of war. They weren't actively arguing with each other. As a matter of fact, they showed kind of indifference to each other. But if mother would say, we need to get her back to her skating or swimming or whatever extracurricular activities, Maya would just look at me, not her mother, and say, I'm not going to be doing that. You know, so there was this like battle of the wills. I'm not a psychologist. That's why I talked to Dr. McCain so many times, because I didn't know where to go next.
And then, so in one of her notes, it's at TGH 42 to 47. It says that at one point in Nurse Hussey's exam, it was noted that Maya could stretch her legs and arms, and she appeared to do so with ease. But later on in the examination, she wasn't able to move her fingers to grip my hand and refused to use her arms and legs to evaluate range of motion and strength. And I know that was obviously Nurse Hussey's observation, but did you have any similar interactions similar to that with Maya?
Every day.
Every day from that whole month?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, we would take her to therapies, and if her mother was present, she would just deteriorate. And that was why the team was so concerned, because we can get you functional again, but if we send you back into a home where you're with your parents and you're just going to deteriorate, that isn't really functional gain, is it?
As somebody who's working with these kids, why is it significant to you that a patient may be able to do some things with ease during an examination and then not be able to do other things with ease in that same examination?
Seemed like she might be using her dependency to get her parents' attention.
And was that something you discussed with the neuropsychologist?
Oh, yes. And psychiatry. We have psychiatry.
I think you said that Dr. McCain was able to put a finger on it. I think you said, correct?
I'm not sure if she did or not. I really didn't. I knew that we were towards the end of her hospitalization. We were feeling like what we provide at pediatric rehab was not what Maya needed.
Okay.
Maya and her mother needed. Yes, and that's actually, like I said, we use a scoring system, and she was making gains. It's just that the gains were not permanent.
And why was that concerning to you as an NP that deals with pediatric pain patients?
Well, because I started to think that, well, actually, pain was not my specialty, and we had special pain nurses that just did pain. But we always treat pain before function. If you hurt a kid, you'll never get them down to the gym again. So you have to make sure that they're pain-free before you, or at least pain reduced before you start treatment. So I'm sorry.
Okay. Later on in Dr. Vijaypura's note, he indicates that when he suggested about playing the keyboard or doing puzzles, that Maya responded, I can't do anything with my hands. And yet Dr. Vijaypura would note that throughout his interview, the patient would be able to pick up objects and adjust her blanket. I guess my question is Dr. Vijaypura's observation of those activities consistent with what you observed throughout your time with Maya Kowalski?
Yes, it is.
And how would you describe that similarity?
She could function, when she was doing an activity that she enjoyed, and her mother wasn't in the room, she would paint her nails. And do other fine motor. I can't even paint my own nails. So, fine motor tasks she could do. And she was very, very skillful artist. And yet when her mother would walk in, she would hold her hands like this and say, you have to feed me.
And then later on in this same note from August 5th, it indicates that Maya was functionally worse across all domains with mother present and assisting. What does that mean?
Again, mommy, feed me. My children have done this to me a million times. If they want mom's attention, maybe they exaggerate that they can't feed themselves. They want mom to do it. That doesn't mean mom has Munchausen. Oh my God. And it doesn't mean that the kid is psychologically disordered. Stop it. Stop it. It's not in dispute that Maya has CRPS. So I don't know why this is any. Dennis says I do that to my wife. Feed me. Feed me. And is anything you've heard evidence of abuse? Because that's what we're talking about removing a child from her parents. You better have evidence that there's serious abuse before you take a child away. A mother feeding her child is not abuse. And no matter what you think about it, It's not abuse.
That means her mother was in the room and her function deteriorated. I think they had been trying to treat her complaints of pain, which is, we always defer to kids, you know, if they say they have pain, they have pain. But because she was reporting high pain scores on all these narcotics, it didn't seem to me like, or to Dr. Kornberg or Karen Hussey, that the pain was in the pathway that can be treated with narcotics. So there's multiple kind of pain pathways. And we thought maybe it was neuropathic pain, which is generated differently than pain via the mu receptors.
In this note, it indicates that Maya's complaints of pain have escalated when her mother's bedside. Again, what is the significance of that entry?
And it became really clear after 30 days that when her mother was there, her function would deteriorate. Yeah.
And it says again here, the mom was requesting oxycodone specifically. Do you see that?
Yes, she was a nurse. She was very smart.
Okay. In this same note, you indicate here that Maya was observed smiling in the gym and interacting in the gym until mother arrived, and Maya began moaning and began leaning laterally, but flexed elbows with hands in place. Can you please explain what that line means?
It means she was assuming a posture when her mother came in the room.
Voluntarily doing that?
She was, in my belief and my exams, we know when it's volitional muscle movement.
Understood. Okay. And in the same note, it also indicates that Maya has increased physical symptomatology with her mother rooming in. Can you explain what that line means? There's some technical jargon in there.
Yeah, so the pattern became clear over time that her mother would come in and there would just be this sort of a deterioration of the whole environment. I mean, going in there was awkward. It was confrontational. You know, as soon as her mother would come in, very little therapeutic activity would occur. And her mom was a nurse and she would set up an office. So she would be on the other bed. We always have our parents, we try to have them rooming in so they can learn all the things, not just come in, you know, once and learn about a therapy session. We want them in therapy, seeing what we're doing so that they can continue that therapeutic environment into the home. But her mom would come down to the gym and set up an office. She'd have her laptop there, her cell phone. And I know that at least one occasion I heard Maya complain that her mother was always working and didn't pay attention to her, was the implication.
And why is that something that stands out?
Because it seemed like she was seeking attention through dependency. And that confirmed that to some, you know, on some level.
Looking forward to an August 10, 2015.
Okay, you've heard it here, folks, from Nurse Bonnie here, that working is abuse. If you work and you have children, that's abusive. If you set up your laptop and you have your phone next to you and you're working when your child is in the room, that's abuse. Got that? Well, I'm keeping track of all the things that are abusive. Mothers feeding their children, mothers working around their children. Yeah. Yep.
15 note that you offered along with Dr. Kornberg, that's at 310. In that note, there's a reference to mom being resistant to medication reduction. Do you have any recollection about that?
One of the weaning schedules, the mother got very upset because she noticed that this syringe had less medication than the time before, which is something that happens when you're stepping down dose. So I know I had talked to her about stepping down the narcotics and benzos, but then this was a couple days later and she was like, why is her dose lower? I do have to tell you that we don't go in and tell the kid every day, we're going to lower your dose. Because if you do that, you can set them up for thinking, okay, I have less painkiller, I have more pain. So we just kind of wean the dose down, and then we observe and frequently assess your pain and see what happens. And in fact, her pain wasn't exacerbated as we weaned off the narcotics.
Okay, yeah, it says in your note here that when not focused on functional tasks, Maya moves her BLEs into various positions for comfort and uses upper extremity to position for comfort in the wheelchair. What is that entry in your note describing?
Normal function that you would see in a child. She would have times where she would have absolutely normal function of her arms and legs.
Then I'll move forward to August 12, 2015 note. It indicates that Maya was in good spirits when playing on her iPad. Do you have any recollection of Maya being in good spirits during the time that you cared for her?
Yeah, like I said, she made a friend with a little boy down the hall who we called our mayor. He had multiple admissions and he loved coming to the program because we do a lot of fun stuff on PD rehab. But when she was with this little boy, it was great. They would watch movies at night together and she was a happy kid.
And in that same note,
just a reminder that we are waiting for the trial to start at 3 p.m. There's going to be arguing on motions today by the attorneys. There won't be any witnesses, but I'm going to allow this to continue out and finish, and then we'll start wherever the court is. I'll back it up, and I like being able to watch it not live so we can speed up a little bit, but I have a feeling we're going to catch up quickly because 15 minutes to 3. So
Note under MSK, it indicates that Maya continues to hold her feet in plantar flexion and inversion whenever examined. What does that describe?
Yeah, so it's just the pointed toe, and the pointed toe is slightly going in. So you have, these aren't feet, but just imagine the toes are pointed. They start to slightly go in. And when
oh, no. You guys who are saying, wait, she wasn't allowed to have friends. This is a different hospital. This is Tampa General. This was a different hospitalization a year before Johns Hopkins. This is another set of doctors. Now, here's the thing that's crazy about this, though. How much of this woman's testimony got exaggerated after she learned about this case? Because if she really was concerned about child abuse, how come she didn't call CPS back when she was at Tampa General? They just let her go. So, come on. What is this? So, is it possible that she is now just exaggerating all of this stuff because, well, she's getting all this attention now? And it's been made into a documentary, and now she treated the famous kid. So, and she's being called to testify. Because if she's not exaggerating, then why the hell didn't she call somebody? She's a mandated reporter. If she thought this kid was being abused, as she is testifying to right now, she is testifying she believes that Beata had Munchausen. Why didn't she call CPS? She didn't. This woman does not work at Johns Hopkins. She is Tampa General. She's one of the CNA at Tampa General that was treating Maya during a different hospitalization in 2015. So what the hell? What's up with this? If she really did believe that Maya was being abused, then she failed as a mandated reporter, because she's mandated by the state to report abuse, but she didn't. Now she's saying that it was abuse. Well, okay, Joe. So Joe says, because she isn't saying she thought Beata had munchies, she's saying that she thought Maya's problem was psych-driven and that Beata wasn't accepting of that. Well, yeah, but you see how she's twisting it into abuse, though? In her testimony now, her mother was inattentive. Her mother worked too much. And I had to ask her, she's about to say she had to ask her to leave and not be there, and the child would get better when mom wasn't there. She's setting up all the parameters for Munchausen. If she truly thought that, she should have reported. Yes, Carrie, I hit over 20,000 subs today, and that was earlier. I did announce it, and we are going to have a party. Definitely, that's coming.
we observed that there was, I remember, a really big discussion about whether to put her in braces or not.
Look, ma'am, there's been Kornberg threatened to break Maya's ankles. Do you recall Dr. Kornberg ever saying that?
No.
Have you ever seen or heard Dr. Kornberg threaten a patient in that way?
No. Dr. Kornberg is the sweetest doctor I ever worked with. He was all about the kids. He would never, ever do anything to harm a child.
Moving forward, August 13 now, 2015, TGH 254 to 256. This is also a note authored by yourself and Dr. Kornberg. There's a reference in that note about mom having a phone conversation about Maya needing IVIG per a therapist's report. Do you recall any Maya Kowalski's mother addressing the need for IVIG?
Yeah, so, I think she was desperate to find a medical cause and treat medical causes, because I don't think the mom could wrap her head around the fact that her daughter had, this cute, charming, fantastic little girl had serious psychiatric problems, serious psychiatric and psychological problems that probably warranted an inpatient psych stay.
In that same note, there is a reference to the feet being pointed into equinovarus. What is that?
That's just a way of describing that they're plantar flexed and inverted in one term.
In that same note, it also says, but noted to intermittently actively dorsiflex. So I guess my question is, when it says here, feet pointed into equinovarus, but noted to intermittently actively dorsiflex, what are you explaining there in your note?
That the leg was not contracted, that she was easily able to move her feet into a functional position of 90 degrees.
Okay. Later on in that same note, it indicates that it appears as if Maya had been actively posturing ankles into equinovarus. What is that describing?
It means that she's volitionally putting her feet like that.
And then I believe they're
Then why?
Around the middle of this hospitalization.
Hold on.
Mrs. Kowalski wanted some input with the.
If Maya was putting her feet like that voluntarily, then how the hell did her feet stay like that while she was in the coma? So this woman is wrong. And I think she means well, and I think she believes this stuff. But Mystery, by the way, I can't check my email right now because my computer won't allow me to open more windows, but I will check it later. If this woman believes this, she hasn't seen the rest of the evidence, because there's no way to fake what is it called? Dystonia. There's no way to fake dystonia when you're under in a coma. We have the photographs and the video of her in a coma, and her feet are still turned in. It's not, that's crazy. She has no control over those muscles when you're in a coma. So this woman is wrong. I know she believes this, but she's wrong. You can tell. What are your qualifications that you can tell that she was voluntarily putting her feet like that?
Pediatric neurologist. Do you recall that?
I do.
Now, I've seen reference in the chart on a couple of notes to Maria Guerin Corfals. Who is
That's
Maria?
the neurologist. Yeah.
Okay. And is that Maria? Is that Dr.
I don't know what, right now they're not asking that because this is not plaintiff's cross. This is the direct from the defense. I think it's Fat Clark Kent who is doing the questioning. I have it sped up a little bit, so it's hard to tell the voices.
Dr. Guerin Corfals? Am I saying that properly?
Yes.
Okay. Is she a pediatric neurologist?
She is.
You had a chance to review the TGH chart, right?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall if Dr. Guerin Corfals interacted with Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
Do you recall what the opinion of pediatric neurology was with respect to Maya Kowalski?
Yes, she show you what she said with it, and I know this is hearsay, but she stopped by my office and said that little girl's faking it.
What was your response to Dr. Maria Guerin Corfals during this conversation?
Are we sure? Is there any other thing that we need to do to make?
So let me get this straight. Somebody else, another doctor came in and said, that little girl is faking it. But we know she's not faking it because we know she has CRPS. So she wasn't faking that. What exactly did you think she was faking? So this testimony, if you're on the jury and you are already convinced that she has CRPS because 4 specialists, top specialists in CRPS have diagnosed her, if you're on the jury, this is not going to sway you. It's not swaying me, but I do believe that for the people who want to believe that Maya's mother was some kind of psychotic and that Maya is in on it, they are going to use this to bolster their stupid opinion. And I do think it's a stupid opinion. This is not changing my mind in any way. I find a lot of problems with this. Yeah.
Make sure, because you always want to give the kids the benefit of the doubt, right? And I do that for the
think
parents
so.
too. You know, nobody's on their best behavior when their kid's in a pediatric floor in a hospital. Nobody.
I'm glad she said that because that is what I said. That's true.
Expect abnormal behaviors, and that's just something that we handle. Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall anything else from this interaction with the pediatric neurologist?
Yeah, I thought it's well. I asked her if there were any other tests, what else we should do, that type of thing. And I asked her not to confront. I did do this. I asked her not to confront conversion patients, telling them that their situation isn't real. Because when you do that, they'll dig their heels in and they will not get better. They'll do anything under the sun to prove to you that they are really disabled. And it sets up, like I said, what we used was boundaries and positive reinforcement. So we only say, yes, you did that, you did that. If she says, but I can't do this, you just ignore that and move forward.
See, now I find this very interesting, and I believe her. I believe that she's had patients like this, and I believe that she's right. You don't want to confront people who you believe are suffering from some kind of psychological malady where they're making themselves sick. You want to help them get better. However, I'm trying to think. However, if that's the case, and that is the right way to confront, that's the right way to go forward. So you go forward with basically ignoring that this is happening, and you just keep on with the positive, and you're getting better, and then they do. Well, then what Johns Hopkins did was exactly the opposite, right? They confronted, they took her kid away. They made everything 1,000 times worse. So if this CNA knows that you never confront a conversion patient and instead you work with them, why the hell didn't Johns Hopkins All Children's know that if this is their diagnosis?
Do another activity and keep it positive and sort of ignore the disability, and they get better.
You referenced a couple of diagnostic studies there in conjunction with this pediatric neurologist. I've seen reference to an EMG and nerve conduction study in the chart. I saw a reference to the fact that Maya didn't have any discomfort when she was pricked for those studies. Did you see any documentation to that effect?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the significance of that in your opinion?
I don't know why I've had an EMG, they're painful. I don't know why she didn't respond.
I guess my question for you is, as this hospitalization moved forward, did you notice any differences between how Maya would behave when dad was around versus when mom was around?
Yes, we felt that her function didn't deteriorate as much with the father there, although she still had a lot of dependency and still wanted him to perform a lot of her activities of daily living for her.
Janet, Johns Hopkins absolutely did take this child away. Yes, they did. They started the dependency by calling CPS in the first place. And I know they got immunity for that. And those of you who are new here, you need to know what I think about immunity for these people. Let me get a little bigger. Nobody at CPS or DCF should have immunity for when they violate your civil rights and when they make mistakes that ends up in destroying a family and taking your kid illegally. But they do have immunity. Just because they have immunity doesn't mean that they should. Like, it's absurd, this immunity issue. However, Johns Hopkins, none of this would have ever happened. None of it would have ever happened if Johns Hopkins hadn't made that phone call. But for 7 days before they made the phone call, they held her there against her will, against her parents' will. They wouldn't let them leave the hospital. They threatened them with arrest. All of this is Johns Hopkins' fault. By the way, it doesn't give CPS any excuse for why they did what they did. But they do have immunity in Florida, which is absolutely disgusting. And my good friend, Sean McMillan, who is a superstar lawyer in California, all he does all day long is sue CPS in California. He wins millions of dollars, millions, because in California, they are not immune for violating civil rights. And Sean McMillan has a, I'm sorry, chat, I'll stop yelling. Sean McMillan has a YouTube channel. It's called Caps and Stems Law. And every night, he plays depositions from these people that he keeps, that he holds accountable for all the stupid, terrible things that they've done in violating the rights of children, taking children without warrants, falsely accusing parents. It's a great channel. You should go subscribe over there because Sean is a superhero and he has won millions of dollars from these people. Also against children's hospitals. He got one in Orange County. Rachel Bruno, who's been on this program, who I've had here watching this trial with me. Rachel Bruno was falsely accused. She walked away with over $2 million, I think, from both the county and the hospital. So these lawsuits can happen. And this one was the perfect storm. Normally, the hospital would have gotten away with it, but Beata refused to sign their care plan. She refused to sign it. And if she had signed it, she would have signed away all of her rights to sue the hospital, but she wouldn't sign it. So she didn't sign away her rights, and that's why we're here. And it is the hospital's fault. The hospital had doctors who perpetrated medical negligence on this kid. They had a duty to care for the patient. They didn't care for her at all. All they did was investigate her mother, investigate her family, and call DCF to take her away. They did not investigate her disease. They didn't spend any time talking to her treating physicians. Dr. Sally Smith spoke to Dr. Kirkpatrick one time, didn't take any of his information, never even got the records from him, even though he said that they were available for her. She spoke to him one time. And that was it. She didn't call Dr. Hannah. She didn't talk to anybody else. Didn't talk to the other treating physicians. This is medical negligence. They were never interested in what was wrong with Maya. They were always interested in what was wrong with her mother, according to them. And so they didn't treat her child. They, in fact, neglected her child. They left her sitting in a soiled bed because the nurses wouldn't come and take her to the bathroom because they believed she could walk on her own. Her hair got so matted, they had to cut it off. Her aunt had to cut it off because nobody brushed her hair. They didn't help her brush her teeth. So her teeth were dirty. That's neglect. That's medical neglect. It's abuse. So they took a child away from a family by accusing them of abuse, and then they proceeded to abuse her. And then they took pictures of her in her underwear against her consent with her screaming no. Are you kidding me? There is nothing you could say. There is nothing the defense can say that is going to make me say, oh, all of those actions that Johns Hopkins took were totally justified. What? No. They had a duty to the patient. They failed in that duty. The duty to the patient was completely ignored because they were on a mission to prove that her parents were some kind of crazy abusers. Yeah, what was the purpose of the pictures? They never ended up in the medical file. They were supposedly for court or whatever. Where did the pictures go? The pictures got taken on Kathy Beatty's phone. Kathy Beatty, who was arrested for child abuse. The charges were dropped, but the facts of the case say she was kneeling on a kid who was in the care of her, I don't know, social services office or whatever, kneeling on him, and he was screaming that he couldn't breathe. That's what Kathy Beatty did. So, and the charges were probably dropped because the state always sides with the state. They investigated themselves and they found they did nothing wrong. No, absolutely not. I don't buy any of this. Sorry. I do not. And I've been investigating this shit for 20 years. And everything I've seen these people do, everything that's come out in court is exactly the way CPS and DCF behaves all the time, 100%. And look, if you're watching Law and Lumber, if you're watching Rob over there, Rob will tell you he works in this field. He says we're not wrong to feel this way. He doesn't want to say a whole lot, but he knows we're not wrong. He knows I'm not wrong. He works with CPS. He's a lawyer in family court. He knows what they do. These people fabricate and falsify everything on their reports. Oh, you guys wanted to, and that's what Sean McMillan is constantly, I know. You guys, I've been covering this trial for 18 days. If I can't drink now, when can I? When can I? Sean McMillan has been suing these people for years. And he finds in these depositions, you'll see, they falsify reports all the time. Here, let me give you the link. Caps and Stems Law. I'm gonna drop it in the chats because I do want you to go over there and subscribe. I want Sean McMillan to become one of the biggest lawyers on YouTube because he deserves it. This man is fighting every day to restore the civil rights of the public when it comes to DCF. This man deserves your sub. He is in court all the time, and he is posting his videos of depositions on his page. In fact, okay, so here it comes. The chat says, are all lawyers alcoholics? I'm not a lawyer. I'm a journalist. And the answer to is are all journalists alcoholics? I'm not sure. I think a lot of them are. I'm not. I just I've been covering this trial for a really long time, and I've just decided today it's day drinking day. All right, where's Rumble? Rumble, I'm going to put Sean McMillan's YouTube channel in the chat. Please go there and subscribe because if you want to watch some spicy depositions, I watch these like they're soap operas. Dude, I love spicy depositions. They're so fun. And you want to watch some spicy depositions, go and watch Sean McMillan, unhung hero. I'm not a lawyer, just an alcoholic. Megan, probably. No, I'm not an alcoholic. I actually hate being drunk. I hate it. So I don't get drunk. I just drink, but I don't get drunk. I drank just enough and not too much. All right, let's go back over here and start this person up again. Oh, that's a good screenshot. I'm actually going to use that, I think, on our Brady Bunch collection of the succubuses in this case. Oh no, they're not succubuses. Those would be attractive demons. These are unattractive. What do you call unattractive demons? Was there a word for that? Are they just usual normal demons?
But when mom was there, she would just completely deteriorate. Therapeutic intervention wasn't even possible. It was just awkward.
And according to this note, it's August 2015. It can be found at TGH 158. It looks like you met with Mrs. Kowalski, Maya's mother, along with Dr. Vijay Pura. You see that note?
I remember the meeting.
Oh, okay. Well, that was my first question. Why don't you explain to me what you recall about that meeting?
Hags.
Yeah, so we frequently do, well, everybody gets family meetings to let them know how their kids are doing and also to assess how the parent is coping with the kids' progress. And in this particular case, I had asked Dr. Vijaypura if we could have a family meeting with this mom because I didn't feel like she was receptive to information from me. I just wasn't connecting with her somehow. And so I asked Dr. V, he's a very kind guy, and I thought maybe he could say some things and she would respect his credentials more, because as a nurse, I'm sure she's thinking, you know, this lady's just a nurse, I'd rather hear from a doctor. And I've bumped into that before, it didn't bother me at all. And I thought if Dr. Vijaypura told her what the situation was, maybe she could wrap her head around that.
Okay. And what situation are you describing specifically?
That this may be dependency that is related to psychological and psychiatric factors.
Nurse Rice, in this note, it indicates that Dr. Vijaypura explained to Maya's mother that Maya's progress was slower than expected and seems to regress in the presence of her mother. Can you explain what that means?
Well, just as I was describing earlier, her mother would come in and then therapeutic intervention would kind of stop because, you know, her symptoms would all be exacerbated. She wasn't willing to participate. So I had talked to Dr. Vijaypura and we had agreed that maybe if we had a small trial of mom not rooming in, and I have to say it's the only time I think I ever asked a mom not to room in, that we could see an improvement in her function. And in fact, we did.
Okay. Well, I wanted to ask about that. So it looks like mom was agreeable to reduce her presence to see if it would help, right?
Yeah, so I don't think she was happy about it, but she agreed.
And what did you see after mom left for a bit?
Things normalized. It just seemed like mother-child were in some kind of a battle of the wills. That's just what it seemed like every time we went in. And so when the mother was not there, that wasn't present, and
Okay.
therapy could continue.
Do you agree or disagree with Mrs. Kowalski's contention that Maya was doing better when her mother was present?
I disagree.
Why do you disagree?
From observation and correlation.
What was Dr. Vijaypura's position on this?
Well, so Dr. Vijaypura is a psychiatrist, right? So he doesn't, I mean, he's a medical doctor, but his concern was not her function per se. His concern was what's going on from a psychiatric standpoint. So it was a little bit different.
Did he think that Maya fit with mom not being around?
He asked mom to give us a couple days to see how things would be different.
Here, it indicates that Maya had some complaints of blurry vision. Do you have any recollection of Maya's complaints of blurry vision about 20 days into this hospitalization?
Yes, so once her mother left, she seemed to do better. But when her mother returned, she had a number of complaints. And one of them was that she had, her mother had observed an eye twitch and she had reported blurry vision in her right eye.
What steps?
I'm sure it was the right eye.
Can you please explain what you were describing there in your note, ma'am?
Yeah, so, you know, once we had worked with her for a while, you know, the exams were just so inconsistent. Muscle improvement occurs in a specific way. And you can't, there isn't any disorder that I know of where you can be absolutely normal 1 minute and then completely disabled the next. And that's what we were seeing all the time. You know, it wasn't this progression of this muscle getting stronger, 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 or this muscle getting a little weaker. It was this absolute change in function, from a very low functional independence measure to a very high functional independence measure, depending on the situation.
Now, later on in this note, under psychiatry, it says recommended reducing parental presence to see if this affects Maya's progress. Is that a reference to what we were talking about earlier about not having mom room in?
Yes, and that's why I had Dr. Vijaypura tell her, because I felt like I said, she didn't really recognize any expertise on my part, and that's okay. That's okay. But I thought if somebody was a doctor and sat down with her and
how magnanimous of you to give her approval that she didn't think you were very qualified. That's very magnanimous of you. The first time I heard this around, I thought, oh, that was sweet to say. Now, the second time I'm watching it, I'm like, it's very passive aggressive. I don't like it. I think that this woman I think she was very offended by that. Very offended. I don't think she would have brought it up if she wasn't offended. And this is her way of getting back at Beata for treating her in a way that Beata didn't think she was very smart. So, I don't know. But she doesn't seem like a genius to me. Let's see. I'm going to the super chats. I missed a couple. Unhung Hero says, doesn't JH recommend sex changes for trans kids? Not only do they recommend it, but All Children's is, I believe, the flagship hospital for where it all started. So your Munchausen mom, if you want your regular pain medicine that you've been prescribed by specialists, but you are not Munchausen if you want a doctor to cut the breasts off your 12-year-old little girl. Make it make sense. Solo Yolo says, this nurse admitted with all her experience, she couldn't make progress with how she treated the fictitious diagnosis. At what point do you admit you're wrong? Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is a good point. Didn't she say that when we usually treat conversion disorder or fictitious disorder, they get better? Well, Maya didn't get better. So maybe you're just wrong about it. Your approach was wrong. Rhonda Darmetco said Bonnie Rice is connected with JHCH. Wait till cross. Oh, that should be interesting. Christine Thompson says they are cat butt-faced demons. Okay. Helene T, thanks for the super sticker. I appreciate it. All right, let's get back to it.
Specifically in what we thought the problem was with this child, maybe he could break through to her.
Let me ask you this. You've had a chance to review the 820.
Can we stop the playing and approach?
Ooh, there's an objection in the middle of the testimony. You know, you guys have been asking, like, some of this stuff is hearsay, like the neurologist that walked into the room and said she's faking it and walked out. I agree. I don't know why that was allowed in. This woman is not an expert. So I don't see those. I don't see that applying. Why can she talk about what somebody else said? How come they don't have to call the neurologist to come in and testify that the neurologist thought that she was faking? Why does it get to come in through her? That's a question I can't answer, and I don't have a lawyer on the stream with me right now. Although I do know, hey, Jack, how you doing today, Jack? I do know that both sets of lawyers went over the deposition cuts that they were going to use and agreed to it beforehand, which is why this objection or whatever it is weird, because they all agreed to this beforehand. When you use depositions for testimony, you agree to the certain parts of it that you're going to show to the jury. So for whatever reason, the plaintiff allowed that testimony that the neurologist said she was faking and turned around and walked out. I don't know. All right, let's fast forward here. Oh, I just found out that court doesn't actually start till 3:30, so we're good. We'll probably just make it.
3 notes that I referenced earlier, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any independent recollection about this alleged fall?
I remember it was reported to me that she had fallen twice. When I talked to the nurse, Joellen Beers, she said that no one had witnessed these falls. And this was right after the mom had come back in the room after being gone for several days. First, it was the eye problems, then it was 2 falls. And yeah.
Was, in terms of the investigation, the quality control investigation that you outlined, what was the result of that in terms of whether a fall occurred or not?
We were unsure if a fall had actually occurred. It seemed like Maya may not be 100% forthcoming because she had multiple stories on multiple occasions about exactly what happened.
Okay, when you say multiple, we're talking 2 or more than 2?
I don't remember how many, to be honest with you, but I know at one point she said there was a nurse in the room and she was on the edge of the bed and she slid off, but somebody helped her. And so it just got complicated. So I'm not sure.
All right, looking at her note, it indicates Maya had said that Maya almost fell, but later said that she didn't fall. Do you have any recollection of your involvement with this alleged fall?
I think she had already been examined by, I'm not sure. Let's see. As soon as the patient falls, we go down and examine the patient to see if there's any acute injury, but I'm not sure who did the post-fall. And if she was reporting it at a time later, I'm not sure who did that post-fall assessment.
Okay. And at some point, I understand Maya was moved into a room with video monitoring. Why did that occur?
Well, because, there were questions about whether she was being accurate about what she was reporting.
Why were there questions about the accuracy of what she was reporting?
Because the story kept changing.
Understood. I meant to ask this earlier, but there was a period of time where Maya's mother was not rooming in with her, right? And I think you talked about that. You recall talking
We
about
asked her
that.
to leave for a couple days, yeah.
Was that done to separate Maya from her mother for any type of malicious purpose?
Oh, absolutely not. We just wanted to see what would happen to her function, because the end result is that the child is more functional. If being around her mother eliminates her functionality, then we can make all the gains in the world. But as soon as she goes home with mom, we'll go right back to where we were. So that's why all of us were starting to discuss as a team whether inpatient psychiatric care might be warranted.
Okay. And was the separation, was it done to torture or otherwise harass the family?
No, and when Dr. Vijapura talked to Beata about it, I believe that
Beata,
she agreed to leave for a
not
couple days.
Beata.
But then, of course, when she came back, it was this big situation with the eye and the falls. And
How would
Oh,
you characterize
so-
that period of time when mom wasn't?
So Beata was agreeable, is what I just heard her say. So they asked Beata to stay at her house for a few days, and she did. So she was agreeable to that. I'm not sure I would have been.
Around in terms of Maya's progression? So how would you characterize that period of time when mom wasn't around in terms of Maya's progression?
she was interacting with other children on the floor. And just in general, we try to have a lot of fun on our service because the kids don't have to be there, right? And they're working hard to gain function. So I think she had a pretty good time while her mom was gone, participating in activities and such.
So Maya is perfectly fine when mom's gone, and happier even. Happier without her mom. So it's totally fine what J Hash did to her. Yep, totally fine, because Maya was actually happier without her mother. Of course, we've had 17-year-old Maya on the stand telling you she wasn't happy at all. She was miserable. She hated every second of it. But this bitch is going to try and tell you that, back in 2015, she was happy without her mother. Of course, in that particular instance, she hadn't been separated from her by the state. Her mother just left for a couple days. That could probably make a difference.
It says mom also discussed the unwitnessed reported falls, and mom stated Maya's story had changed several times. Do you see that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And so am I correct in assuming here that mom was expressing that Maya had changed her story several times?
Yeah.
And that's about the fall we were talking about earlier?
Yeah, the two falls.
So why again do we place Maya in a video monitored room based on this note?
Well, if you fall on PD rehab, you're going to end up in a video monitored room because we're not going to, we're going to observe you closely so you don't get up and fall again.
Apparently, mom also contacted Dr. Giron asking for a CT of the head. Is that Dr. Giron? Is that the neurologist we talked about earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Dr. Giron order the CT of the head?
No, she had no focal signs or symptoms, and we told mother we'd continue to monitor, but we didn't feel that it was a medical issue.
It says here, inpatient pediatric rehab concerns include significant functional regression related to non-organic factors, suspected conversion disorder. What are you explaining there in your note?
Yeah, so we just couldn't find anything physically wrong with her that would cause all these symptoms. And she had a pretty good workup.
We couldn't find anything wrong with her because we're not specialists in CRPS, and we failed to diagnose her. We couldn't find anything wrong with her, so we were sure it was in her head. I do want to share something with you right now. When I was, I guess 10. I think I was about 9. I think it was about Maya's age, 9 years old. My mother started to have symptoms of extreme exhaustion and migraine headaches. She wouldn't be able to get out of bed. I remember her being in bed like all the time. And she would go to doctors, and she went to doctor after doctor after doctor, and they all told her the same thing. Well, we can't find anything wrong with you. Can't find anything wrong with you. So you should go see a psychiatrist. You should go see a psychologist. It's all in your head. She was told this by doctor after doctor after doctor. Finally, she gets to a specialist who diagnoses her with an autoimmune disorder that nobody had ever heard of until then. And it was called, at the time, it was called Epstein-Barr. I think they call it chronic fatigue now. And Cassio, don't panic. I know I'm watching the court stream. It'll be up at 3:30. It's going to be motions, and if we go a little long here, I'll switch over and we'll watch it on faster speed. So we're not going to miss it. Don't worry. But my mother was told over and over again that it was all in her head. That is what bad doctors do when they aren't curious enough or knowledgeable enough to look into what the actual symptoms are. And that's what I see when I see this woman. I see somebody who failed to make a correct diagnosis and wants to now blame Beata for that. It can't be her fault. It can't be that Bonnie isn't smart enough or that her doctors there aren't smart enough. It has to be Beata's fault. I think it's bullshit. And I've seen this happen to people. People with chronic diseases often get misdiagnosed. It happens every day. And they say it's all in your head. And that's not okay.
But at two major respected stellar medical institutions. And we didn't feel there was a physiologic cause for her disability. We felt at that point, and we were getting along in the rehab admission, I believe, that this was psychological and psychiatric in nature.
Later on in your note, and I think you talked about this earlier, but this is a specific note about it. It says, occasionally Maya would become limp and collapse forward, but then recover and resume standing. What are you describing there in that note?
You don't have rapid changes in muscle movement like that. Muscles slowly get better and they go on a trajectory. So to see a kid who's walking and then collapses, that's why we had her in the walker with the saddle, because we felt otherwise she would just fall on the floor, or we'd have to, keep her from falling on the floor. So she'd walk and then she would go into this sort of a floppy posture. And I think Dr. Kornberg thought, okay, let's err on the side of caution. This is a pediatric patient, realizing that all tests and treatments have risk and benefits. And this could result in her having some kind of complication from the MRI itself. However, he felt that it was a reasoned decision to look at the parenchyma, which is the actual tissue of the brain, and just rule out once and for all that there was any brain abnormality.
And do you recall if this MRI of the parenchyma was done inpatient at Tampa General or at an outpatient basis?
We put it as an outpatient basis because Maya's old enough to hold still. If she had been younger, we usually put those kids under like a general anesthesia so they hold still so we can get adequate pictures.
Well, why don't you tell me what your recollection of preparing this discharge summary was?
I just want to make sure that we checked every box, dotted every I and crossed every T. She needed, family psychological counseling as soon as possible. We had actually said to the mom that we recommended inpatient for Maya and intensive counseling for the mother, even though she is not the patient, she's part of the patient's family unit that will be our discharge plan. So we felt comfortable doing that. And we gave her the actual phone numbers. We gave her the number for Aetna Behavioral Health because that was her insurance plan to get authorization. We gave her psychiatry's information.
Okay. And do you know one way or the other whether Maya's family followed through on those recommendations?
No, because as I recall, best I can remember, she never answered the phone when I called.
So I just want to know what you're explaining there in this line in your discharge summary where you say Maya exhibited physical abilities to move into bed and perform fine motor activities. However, she had reduced effort whenever physical examination was undertaken. What are you explaining there?
I'm explaining that she could move normally until she was asked to move.
Okay. And it also references in your discharge summary some demonstrated inconsistencies of examination and strength and effort. What are you explaining there?
Just that if she wanted to do something, she could do it.
Can you please explain to me what is being communicated there, recognizing we probably have jurors that probably don't have the same technical capabilities that perhaps yourself and Dr. Kornberg do?
So I'll just keep it simple, but I don't want it to sound judgmental at all. When Maya wanted to do something, she could do it. I watched her paint her nails with a dotting tool and do flowers and all kinds of things that I don't even think fine motor. She had normal fine motor movement when she wanted to do something. And when she didn't want to do something, she would complain of pain or she would lose function and ask for help.
Understood. And I also see, continuing through the rest of this note, it indicates that Maya would have variable pain scores. What does that mean?
Once again, pain scores are something that you trend over time, and people have, you give them a medication, they have less pain. It takes a pattern.
And I notice here as well, there's an entry here that says that Maya would, quote, consistently voice more pain complaints and behaviors when her mother was present, end quote. Do you see that?
That was the correlation that I had made.
Okay.
And the team had made.
Okay. And was that, did you observe that throughout the course of this hospitalization?
Yes, from the very first day.
I don't know. Maybe she felt more comfortable talking to her mother than she did to you. Just saying.
So was there a period of time when mom was not around?
Yes.
And what was your recollection of how Maya was during that period of time?
I felt that she did better when her mother was not in the room, and when her mother returned, she had this, list of complaints of things that had happened, that if her mother had been there, her mother could have done something. I don't know. It was kind of said in a guilt-producing way. And that was a whole goal of rehab. We thought about it to the smallest detail. We wanted kids to feel like kids again, not like patients.
Okay.
Because that's the way to get them back in the community.
Oh, here it is. Maya made significant, tell me if you can see this in the notes. It says, quote, Maya made significant functional improvements over the period when she did not have a rooming in parent, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
What is being described here in the discharge summary?
So, that Maya we were thinking psychological, psychiatric, right? And the correlation between the parents being in the room and her becoming completely dependent suggested, once again, a psychologic etiology for her problems, cause for her problems.
Based on your review of this discharge summary about this, what was the ultimate conclusion about that unwitnessed fall?
I think some members of the team questioned her authenticity because of the changing of the story and the lack of any injury and the other complaints that she was using to make her mother feel like she was not attentive.
Why did the team recommend inpatient psychiatric care?
There was something really, really wrong with this little girl. I don't know what it was. It's not my area of expertise, but I've worked with a lot of kids over 24 years, and a lot of families. And believe me, I'm misbenefit of the doubt. I am a strong patient advocate. But as I worked with this child, there was something so, the fact that she could continually do this disability behavior and then come back with full function and disability and be talking to you the whole time, there was something really wrong there. I don't know how to fix that.
And that's the whole problem. You don't know how to fix it. You don't know how so you knew there was something really wrong and you don't know how to fix it. And your only answer is it's got to be in her head. I mean, I think this lady means well, but she's kind of a dummy. You're a dummy, Bonnie. This is more complex than this. It's not just, oh, well, I've never seen anything like this before, so it must be psychological. That's such bullshit. It's just bullshit. And it's the kind of medical care I hope I never come across. I hope none of these people ever are in charge of my medical care, because this is a type of incuriousness that I cannot tolerate. I cannot tolerate it. No. You know there's something really wrong with her, and you just threw up your hands and gave up and said, well, it's got to be her. It's in her head or it's her mother. It's because you don't know what you're talking about. Ashley Casey, thanks for being a new member. Mike Dorado, thanks for the super chat, says congrats on 20K. I've been loving your coverage. I watch you in the day and Rob at night. Keep it up, dear. Thank you so much. AP, thanks for the super chat, says she has said incorrect after incorrect information about motor function. I have RRMS. I have intermittent loss of function on my left side. It comes back sometimes over hours, sometimes in seconds. Well, so that's interesting, because we also heard Maya testify that sometimes she can do things and other times she can't, and it comes and goes. That's consistent with what this woman is testifying to, isn't it? So nothing she's testifying to here contradicts what Maya described as well. What's contradictory is that the intentions behind it. This woman has ascribed all kinds of intentions to Maya and her mother that she could not possibly know, because she's not a mind reader unless she is a witch. And in that case, I say we should see if she floats.
You recall Maya was able to keep her feet in an anatomically correct position during the course of this hospitalization?
Absolutely.
And then it appears as if somebody had asked for oxycodone the morning of discharge. Do you see that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Why was that something you would have noted on a discharge exam?
It was further illustrating the mother's hyper-focus on medical tests and treatments.
Okay. Does this case stand out to you after the multiple years you've been in the pediatric realm?
Yes.
And why?
It was just something I'd never seen before. I haven't seen since, to the point of my retirement, was a situation exactly like this. This was a really abnormal situation where I felt the mother and daughter both had significant mental illness. I'm not labeling it. I'm just saying it was mental illness, and that they were in some sort of battle with each other, and we weren't helping at that point. She needed inpatient psychiatric care.
It's fair to say you would defer to psychiatry and neuropsychology on those opinions?
Absolutely.
I think you talked a little bit about you would defer to some of the psychiatric and neuropsychology findings. You would defer to your colleagues on the team in those specialties, right?
Right. And we don't necessarily, refer out of the country unless it's something really specific and there's a major medical center that specializes in that.
Your discussion with Dr. Smith, do you recall how long it was by chance, approximately?
Oh, it had to be longer than 10 minutes, but maybe less than a half an hour or something like that.
And just in a very synopsis fashion.
The court is coming into session now for the motions, but we're going to finish this and then we'll go over there. And you're not going to miss anything. So stay here because we will watch it together and it's going to be arguing and stuff. And I can help explain some of it. I'm not a lawyer, but I am lawyer adjacent. I've covered a lot of these trials, so I have the answers to most questions. And so we're going to finish this and then we'll go over to what's happening in court with the motions. Oh, I want to remind you guys what scrolling across the bottom of the screen is, in case you don't want to send super chats because you don't like Google and you don't want them to get their filthy little evil hands on your dollars. You can always use my Venmo or my Cash App, which is scrolling across the bottom of the screen. You can send your super chats there. I can read your messages just like I can on YouTube. I just can't put them up on the screen, but I would appreciate it. And I don't read names that are coming from Venmo or Cash App. I only read first names or first initials. All right.
What did you discuss with Dr. Smith?
Well, so there's a little bit of backstory, if I may. I had actually attempted, when I talked to Dr. Smith, we had talked to Dr. Kornberg to speak to Dr. Hart about the fact that we kind of wanted to red flag this kid because we were worried about ongoing medical intervention. And parents will set up a pattern, there's specific disorders, but they set up a pattern of seeking unnecessary medical care for their children. And we were worried this was going to happen. And the reason we thought that was threefold. One, the mother had absolutely no acceptance of what diagnosis we were telling her, or even diagnostic category we were telling her. She had been to several major medical centers with complete workups, and that's a red flag to us. Second opinions are fine, but going to multiple medical centers is not okay. And that she had doctor shopped. Do you know what that means?
I have an understanding, but if you please go ahead and explain what you mean by it.
Well, so doctor shopping is when you go to one person and ask for a test and they don't give it to you or a treatment. And so you go to the next person on the team and ask them. And specifically physicians, and Beata was seeking medical treatment. And those are red flags for us. So I thought that I wish there was a way we could flag her chart so that people would know going forward, if they didn't read all the records, that this could be a problem, because tests have consequences. They have risks and benefits. And so if you test a kid a lot, you'll run into a complication sooner or later.
And so did you know or did you at this time know very many people over at JHACH?
I mean, I worked there for 12 years, so I knew some people.
What years were you there again?
Let's see, I went 91 to about, I think, 95, and then I quit to go. I got a scholarship for a year of pre-med. I went full-time to school for pre-med, and then
finally cross.
And then I came back to the cardiovascular intensive care unit. Was my primary position as a clinical nurse specialist.
Okay, and then you stayed until sometime in the 2000s?
2005.
2005. Did you, let me throw some names out. You said before that you knew Sally Smith, but did you know a social worker that handled a lot of reporting requirements over there by the name of Kathy Beatty?
I don't remember the name Kathy Beatty.
Was there the people, can you name the names of the people that were the occupational therapists and physical therapists? I'm trying to just get some names.
Well, so they have right. I can give you names. So there was a Diane Allen, who was our occupational therapist, and Marissa Higgins was our DPT.
Marissa Higgins.
Higgins, Higgins.
Okay, Higgins. Tell me about Diane Allen. Is she still in town, to the best of your knowledge? And Marissa Higgins. Okay.
Yes.
And Marissa Higgins is too. Okay.
Marissa Higgins has now left, and I believe she's up at University of Florida, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
I only know that because I wrote a job recommendation for her when she left TGH. She was so wonderful. Nurse practitioners, as a rule, stick within the common things. We're not medically trained in terms of going to medical school. And so, we treat the common things, that there are algorithms, there are care plans, there are established plans of care. We do not go into treating something like chronic regional pain syndrome, which is hard to, it's a hard diagnosis to
All
make.
right. I guess we'll go over to the live stream because I can't believe people are dropping off because of it. All right. That must be it. You guys want to go over to the live, so we'll do it. All right. Chandler Remington, perfect timing to get in here. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am terrific. So court is just starting. We're going to argue some motions. And
Awesome.
Chandler has a legal background, so that's great.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm so happy to be on your channel. It's my first time.
Is it?
Yeah.
Case number
Well, welcome.
2018,
Thanks.
CA 5321.
I'm going to set it to go a little
Jack
faster.
Kowalski,
We'll
et
probably
cetera,
catch
et
up
al.
soon.
Versus Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Let's take appearances starting with the plaintiff.
Don't worry, chat. We will go back to her.
Go ahead, Tom.
Tom Elliott and Amy Perry is on also for the plaintiff. And
Greg Anderson and Nick Whitney will be here in a moment for plaintiff.
And this is Chris Altenburn for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
And we've got a number of things to do. And
I'm going to try and boost the volume. This is terrible.
It's pretty quiet, yeah.
It's really quiet.
yeah, but don't we have this one?
There we go.
I'd rather not move.
How are
that
you,
one,
Megan?
If it's all possible.
Huh?
I was just asking how you're doing.
I'm good.
Looks kind of lonely in there, Judge.
Oh my God, that's too loud.
That's quite all right.
The judge is happy to be alone for once in the courtroom.
I've
We
been
have
watching.
a number of things to do today. I'm going to have some announcements. I'm going to give you where I am at with the DV rulings, and then we're going to get to the jury instructions. Now, with announcements, these are announcements. These are not discussion points at this point. So the first thing, listening to Mr. Anderson's comments about the time yesterday, I went back and looked. Certainly the jury has been asking a lot of questions, and I encourage that. But certainly that's taking some time. Now, the sidebar conferences where the lawyers and I are discussing whether questions should be asked, that time hasn't been counting, but certainly in any event, there's been jury questions, and then there has been follow-up based on that. And I've been dividing the jury questions time 50-50. So
How was the DMV? You made it out alive without any serious problems?
It was like my best DMV experience ever. I got there right when it opened, and I was out in half an hour or less. It was really quick.
Nice.
I went to the special one that only does like the ID card updates, and that was all I had to do. So I'm happy.
Public gallery, since I don't have any of the
Not
IT
typical.
people, run it from this monitor. So let me move this monitor so I can actually kind of see you when I'm ruling.
All right, so it looks like we're going to have Altenburn and Elegant. Is it Elliott or Elegant? I think it's Elegant, Mr. Elegant and Anderson. This, I believe, is going to be arguments for certain motions that they have that haven't been ruled on yet. And I
Okay.
believe it's setting it all up for the appeal because obviously they know they're losing. They know they're going to appeal.
You'll just have to live with me looking off screen all the time because
And this is live.
see it and bring this camera over
Yeah,
far enough. So
we're a couple minutes
art of
behind.
the possible.
Sure.
In any event, going back to the time, certainly there has been some time because of the juror question. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give each side an additional 4 hours
Huh.
to use as they see
This
fit.
trial is getting longer.
That will just be added
That
into
happens.
the time now.
I've seen that happen a number of
Came to
times.
that by looking at the amount of time that we've already used with the juror questions and kind of anticipating that the jurors are going to continue to have questions. And so that's my approximation of the impact by the juror questions. So I would add 4 hours to each side. Now, I'm also going to start trimming our sails a little bit here. By me adding 8 trial hours, we effectively no longer have any wiggle room in our schedule. So there will not, and I have to assume the defense will use all of their time and that the plaintiffs will use all of their time. So unless we've already discussed a day off or there will not be a jury, there will not be any further days off. So that means next week will be 5 days without any days off. The arguments, again, I referenced this yesterday, and I know this is on me because I've allowed it, but I really need the lawyers to confine themselves to have, a single lawyer argue a point. I will certainly listen to it, but I can't have every single lawyer wanting to participate on every single issue, because I need, even though that time isn't attributable to either side, we still have to have time to address exhibits and all the other things. So I really am going to start enforcing that. And so I'm just letting the lawyers know so they can be prepared for that. We've already talked about, we're going to start Thursday at 8:15 in the morning. This Friday, we will go until 6 p.m. The jury won't go that far, but we will go here to continue to address any outstanding exhibit issues that arise, because we really have to start finalizing our exhibits. I'm going to start asking next week to start seeing drafts of the table of contents for exhibits for the jury. I don't know if the plaintiffs are going to be doing that or if the defense is going to be doing that Excel spreadsheet, but I really want to start seeing a draft of that by next week. So those are the announcements. Let me now move over to directed verdict motions.
God, that's loud.
And my rulings and where I am with each one. I'm going to go through the directed verdict motions in the order that I put them under advisement. The first two motions are for counts 21A and 21.
Oh, I'm sorry, chat. I'm very rude. Chandler Remington is my friend, and she has a channel too. And her channel, I believe Chandler's got, what, do you do paralegal experience, paralegal work? What is it that you do, Chandler? I'm not even sure. I know you have a legal background, but.
Yes, I'm a paralegal.
You're a paralegal. See,
yes.
She can answer some legal questions, which is great. But Chandler's been hanging out with us on the Johnny Depp sidebars, and she makes a great Camille Vasquez, not Vasquez, but Vasquez. So if you're watching Legal Vices, you'll know Chandler. But Chandler has her own YouTube channel, which the mods are posting in the chat for you right now. So sorry I didn't give her an introduction.
1B, which is the survivor claim and the wrongful death claim for intentional infliction of emotional distress. Yes, I did receive the plaintiff's memo on this, the defendant's response to that, as well as the plaintiff's reply. I've looked at those memos. And Mr. Altenburn, I have to say that last paragraph of your response memo I thought was very interesting, and your predictions as to appellate relief. But be that as it may, having reviewed everything, I am going to conclude that the plaintiffs did make a prima facie case on both counts 21A and 21B. Therefore, I will deny the motions for directed verdict relating to 21A
All right.
and 21B. That's counts 21A and 21B.
And for those of you who
Next.
did not write it down, and I did, 21A and B are, I believe, intentional infliction of emotional distress on mom and daughter. So that means Beata's coming in and Maya. We figured he would rule for Maya, but we didn't know if he was going to allow it in on Beata, but he is. So that's a big win for the plaintiff right there.
Moving on to count
Excellent.
6C, as to Jack Kowalski individually. As a reminder, there's a Jack Kowalski individually, and then also the Maya Kowalski claim. So this next statement is for the Jack Kowalski individually.
Negligent infliction of emotional distress.
In Florida law, under negligent infliction of emotional distress, there is the physical impact requirement, and there certainly has been a lot of discussion about exceptions to that physical impact requirement. I have previously written, and I didn't write the DIN number, but it's from June 26, 2023, an order granting in part and denying in part summary judgment as to counts 6A and 6C. I did spend some time discussing the propriety of the physical impact requirement. I'm going to quote parts of that order here. Without question, there has been a greater awareness of emotional health and a destigmatization of emotional illness matters over the last couple of decades. Florida's treatment of emotional damages, though, is based on the premise that too many would-be plaintiffs would fake or exaggerate those injuries. Whether that's true or not is besides the point. Florida's common law created this guardrail
to help ensure that no false claims are allowed. Perhaps it's time for a higher court to re-examine that common law in this regard. And if there was ever a case to reconsider the physical impact requirement, this would be that case. The physical impact rule is, of course, a judge-made rule, and certainly the legislature could speak on the subject, but in the absence of the legislature speaking on the subject, the judiciary and the higher up courts would have the authority to reassess the continued vitality of the physical impact rule. I then went on and discussed a couple of cases from the Florida Supreme Court from 2007, where in two cases released on the same day, and there's 7 justices from the Florida Supreme Court that generated 11 separate opinions. And trying to reconcile those separate thoughts is pretty challenging. And there was really no clear agreement amongst them other than that the physical impact rule remained.
It's a loud motorcycle.
Justice Cantero, who was joined by Justice Wells and Justice Bell, discussed the arbitrary application of the physical impact rule. And that's in the Willis decision, 967 Southern 2nd, 846. And that's Justice Cantero dissenting. And I could not agree more with those 3 justices' views on it. Quote, as it is, our jurisprudence has created much confusion in the lower courts. During the last decade, no less than 9 times district courts have certified questions to us regarding the rule's application or continued vitality. End quote. Justice Cantero and the other 2 dissenters then offered a solution, which would be to allow emotional distress damages where the plaintiff proved by clear and convincing evidence. I continue to believe that there's a fundamental tenet of law, which is the equal application of the law to all. And in the case of the recovery of emotional damages, it seems to me, and I'm just one lowly circuit judge, I think we fall flat here. Why do we have a rule that has so many exceptions that have no principled contours or understandable or articulable connection to each other? Why is it that one plaintiff is able to recover emotional damages, whereas a similarly situated plaintiff cannot, just because of the absence of a manifest physical injury from
Yes, let's see the lawyers' faces.
And how do we continue to declare exceptions? How does that promote stability of the law or predictability of the law? Therefore, someone above my pay grade, I would humbly suggest, needs to reconsider the physical impact requirement. That being said, Florida law requires a physical impact. Here, with respect to Jack Kowalski, there was a number of items that Jack Kowalski contends were evidence of a physical impact. However, those types, or almost every single one of them, the First District Court of Appeal in the Elliott v. Elliott case 58 Southern 3rd 878 said did not qualify as a physical impact. Certainly, there was a discussion about PTSD as well as dysphagia. However, those in the court's view align with the number of ailments that the First District in the Elliott case said did not qualify for physical impact. That's a long-winded way of saying that the court is going to grant the motion for directed verdict as to Jack Kowalski individually as it relates to count 6C. Now, with respect.
All right. So if you don't know what that was about, the judge is saying, I disagree with the law. I don't like this law, but I have to follow it. And the law says there's a physical requirement, and the maladies that Jack suffers from are actually listed in the law as not qualified for intentional infliction of emotional distress. So he is issuing a directed verdict for the defendant in that one count, again for Jack and probably for Kyle as well. And but he said before this, which is very interesting, I don't agree with this law. I don't understand why one plaintiff could get damages for this, while 2 other plaintiffs who are similarly situated went through the same things, is what he means. 2 other, Kyle lost his mother, Jack lost his wife. Why they should not be able to receive damages either, he doesn't agree. But I guess he wants a higher court to change that and not him. So he's denying it. So, all right, 2 for the plaintiff, 1 for the defense.
To count 6C, as it relates to Maya Kowalski, I'm going to continue to reserve, but I'm telling the lawyers that I am inclined to deny this motion based on physical impacts to Maya Kowalski. What I am allowing the lawyers to do is, if they wish to have a further written submission to me as to count 6C, as to Maya Kowalski's claim, please get that written submission to me along with any sort of evidence or provisions of the transcript trial testimony that you support or you contend does not or does support this claim. The lawyers can use the email address that I had authorized for the weekend use. You can use that. So I will give you until noon on Sunday Moving on to count 18, which is the billing fraud count as to Jack Kowalski individually. I'm going to continue to keep it under advisement, and I want a further written statement plus any sort of evidence or passages of trial transcript that you wish to provide me. Here is where I'm at with the billing fraud. I seem to recall, but I'm not 100% sure, that there was testimony that a CRPS diagnostic was more intense than other diagnoses with regard to medical care and attendant medical attention that is necessary. If it is true, does that evidence, and this is a question for the lawyers, does that evidence support a permissible inference that the plaintiff suffered a greater damage due to having a CRPS diagnosis carried in the medical records, where the evidence shows, in the light most favorable to the plaintiff, that the defendant did not believe in that diagnosis and did not undertake to treat Maya for CRPS? So I'm going to need evidence on that, and I want any sort of trial passages. Now, I'm throwing out noon on Sunday because I want to keep us moving on. If for whatever reason that becomes impossible due to transcriptions, let me know and we can try to come up with something soon thereafter. Moving on to count 20 as to the fraudulent concealment. This is as to both Jack Kowalski's individual claim and Maya Kowalski's claim on fraudulent concealment of the EEG tape or the tape from the time that Maya Kowalski was in the EEG room. And as a reminder, I had previously indicated that this claim was only for the time period prior to November 17th, 2023, which is the time that the hospital had provided a copy of the tape to the Kowalski's attorney. I am going to grant the motion as it relates to count 20 as to both Jack individually and Maya. There's no evidence of damages in this records or reliance. So I am granting directed verdict as to count 20. Moving on to count 14C, negligent training. I'm going to continue to take this under advisement. I want to wait and see the analysis of the physical impact with respect to the negligent infliction of emotional distress as it relates to Maya Kowalski. So again, if you wish to comment on 14C for negligent training, that memo and any sort of passages would be due on noon on Sunday. Moving on to battery count 5. I'm only going to, I've already dealt with most of it. So let me get straight to that aspect of the claim for battery relating to the transport of Maya Kowalski to the EEG room and during the time in the EEG room. I need to see evidence of testimony or an exhibit that would show that a battery occurred in that discrete period of time. I know that there is batteries elsewhere, but I just don't recall a specific testimony that it occurred during the EEG room. So I just need to see the passages that the plaintiffs are contending support that there is evidence of that battery. Because I'm continuing to reserve as to that aspect of battery, I will continue to reserve on that claim for punitive damages relating to the EEG room time period. I've previously allowed the punitive damages to proceed with respect to the photo session issue. I did take under advisement the punitive damage issue with respect to the hugs and kisses and pats on the leg. I am going to grant the directed verdict motion for punitive damages as to that portion of the battery. That is the hugs and the kisses, as the court did not find sufficient evidence for a section.
Unwanted hugs and kisses are battery, Judge. They are. If they're unwanted, they're battery. I don't agree with that at all. He is saying it doesn't rise to the level of battery. It sure as shit does if you didn't want them, especially if you're a child. A child? Ew. No.
Right. I mean,
wrong.
I know Florida law on battery. I mean, I'm actually taking a criminal procedure class right now with Steve Gosney. He's teaching it, and we went over the statute for battery. And although I don't know the specifics of the situation, that sounds exactly like it fits with the legal definition of battery.
The situation here is the social worker pulled the child onto her lap without her consent and hugged and kissed her, and the child did not want it to happen. So I don't know how that is not battery under the law.
I don't either. It doesn't make sense to me, and I especially because it fits with the statute, and I could read the wording and of the statute specifically, but that absolutely is battery, and especially because I know her condition made physical touch and sensation very painful for her.
Right.
it's even more egregious. That's offensive to me. That would
That's
be denied.
offensive. It is. It's
Yeah.
offensive. And the judge kept saying, well, I don't know how hugs and kisses rise to the level of battery. It's like, did you not get the unwanted part? Unwanted hugs and kisses are battery, period. Ugh.
768.72 paren 3 finding. Finally, that takes us to false imprisonment. I have previously denied the punitive damage DV motion by the defense on both the EEG room as well as the January 6, 2017 incident. I took under advisement the first week, which is October 7th through October 13th, false imprisonment. Upon reflection, the court is going to deny that motion for punitive damages. There is prima facie evidence of 768.72 paren 3 with respect to that claim for punitive damages. So that claim for punitive damages for false imprisonment will go to the jury. I believe that now completes the totality of my rulings with respect to everything I took under advisement. So I'm not getting into a discussion about, how and why, but if there's any clarification as to, the memo or the expectation, Mr. Elegant, Mr. Altenburn, now's the time on that.
I'm not sure I got the details of some of your things you want us to address.
Hold on. There's a question in the chat that's a good one. When the judge has ruled this, is this just a done deal? Can the attorneys do anything about it now? Well, I believe they can appeal, but I don't know what happens then. So if the appeal doesn't get ruled on until after the trial is over, what do they get? I don't know the answer to that question. Chandler, maybe you have some thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, for the within trial period, the ruling is final, essentially. It's just, there is a finality to it. It can definitely be brought up on appeal after the case is adjudicated, but for right now, the issue is, it's dealt with. So that's not going to come up in this trial. We will have to wait
But
until
if they
afterwards.
did appeal, and they can
Mhm.
appeal, I guess the effort there would be to create new case law to create a ruling for future cases in this case. And I think the unwanted hugs and kisses is one they should appeal, because that's silly. I know what battery is. Unwanted hugs and kisses are battery. And like you pointed out, with a chronic pain disorder that makes hugging and kissing painful, that makes it even worse. Ugh.
Right. And the problem that I have with it is I don't understand exactly. So this was something that nurses did, correct? Like people who are working as medical staff?
The social worker.
Social worker. Okay. I don't really understand where it is in a social worker's job description to have physical contact with a child. That is not professionally appropriate, in my opinion.
No.
There is no job that requires you to touch somebody against their will. And I
Right.
don't know if it was a woman or a man who did this, but let's say that it was a sex offender who did that. Let's say that it was, a male. Let's say that it was,
And this woman is she's been accused of child abuse. She was arrested for child abuse. They dropped the charges, but she was arrested for kneeling on the back of a child in her care. And he was screaming that he couldn't breathe. And she was arrested for child abuse. They dropped the charges because they protect their own. We all know how that works.
That's so
But
scary.
this is not a woman who is a stranger to child abuse charges.
Right. I find it, I think that we're very like-minded about how women get away with things. And for some reason, I have a feeling that because this woman is a female and she is in a caretaking role in her job, that makes it seem more benign, her battery,
Mhm.
I define it as battery, and legally it is defined as battery because it is intentional, unwanted touching.
Right. And
And
that's battery. That's the legal definition of battery. It's interesting that the judge never noticed or said unwanted. He knew it was unwanted by the plaintiff. He just said hugs and kisses. Well, there's a difference between hugs and kisses that are consented to and hugs and kisses that are not.
yes, certainly, and family members can do that, and you know, there are often times when children do not want physical contact, and I believe that that physical autonomy should be respected from children. Just because it's a child, you know, if they say, I don't want to hug you, you should absolutely respect that. And I feel very strongly that that was the wrong call.
Well, and I think
you know,
Dehydrated Slime is pointing out something important. I'm sure he accepts that it is battery. It just doesn't meet the requirements for punitive damages. To be clear,
Okay.
I think it deserves punitive damages. I'm just saying what he's saying. That's true. These motions were to have a directed verdict on punitive damages on some of these things. And so he's decided that there should not be punitive damages. But why? Why? If it's battery, it's battery. And if the statute says battery, you can get punitive damages for battery, then the unwanted hugs and kisses should apply.
I agree with you. I'm not happy with that, but I'm sure that there is a legal reason for it that I don't understand.
Here it is. Here's the reason. What the
Okay.
judge ruling is essentially saying is that a creepy old man named Joe Biden can give hugs and kisses to kids when he's been told that they don't want him to, and he's done nothing wrong. This is all about protecting the big guy. The big guy. Yep. All right. Let's get back to it.
Oh boy.
Rest, but if we can get a portion of that from the court reporter as a transcript, that'll solve that problem, I think.
Okay. 16C with Maya, 18, and then count 5, the transport and during the time in the EEG room. And then the court reporter will have the specifics, or you can probably just play it back on YouTube tonight or something.
Okay.
Okay.
I think it was 6C, Your Honor.
Yes, 6C as it relates to Maya Kowalski, negligent infliction of emotional distress.
Yes, and then the battery transport.
Battery transport, as well as count 18, the billing fraud.
Yes.
And then technically 14C, the negligent training, but I'm really looking for the physical impact issue with respect to 6C and Maya Kowalski.
Yes, thank you.
But
Billing
as I said,
fraud?
I'm inclined to deny 6.
Do you know what the billing fraud is about, Chandler? I'll fill you in.
No, I haven't heard that.
They were billing for CRPS at the insurance company and claiming she was faking it and not treating her for it.
Oh God.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm just not totally there yet.
Uh-huh. But the judge says he needs more evidence because he doesn't have the evidence he needs.
Okay, let's move on to jury instructions.
Oh, these are going to be so
I
bad.
appreciate you all sending. I've
Yes,
got
they are.
through, a
I'm
good
gonna need a
bit of
drink
it.
for
Haven't
this.
gotten through it all. But I've gotten through a good bit. So do you want to just start walking through the pages, or I'm looking to you how you want to proceed?
I think going through the pages probably makes sense. I actually have a copy open on my computer if you want to do a share screen on this. I'm not sure.
That's fine.
You're going to have to give me permission, it looks like.
Okay.
By the way, I noticed when I opened this up that the style was still the style that was in existence about a week before trial. And so I altered the style on the document on the screen so it only is the current style.
Try that, Mr. Altenberg, see if you've got it now.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you seeing what the working copy here?
Yes, and
Florida's
is
jury
this going to be
instructions are
different
so
than what
convoluted.
you sent to me yesterday?
I believe it is identical to what I sent you yesterday.
Okay, great.
I guess starting from the top here, the parties all want to use a table of contents.
I
It'll
agree.
Okay, so I'm going to delete that concern right now. And then,
Judge, can I ask a clarification? Is this is different from the matrix you're asking for?
Correct. I want a table of contents for the actual jury instruction packet, so that if they want to go to, let's say, the battery instruction, they can look at the first page and they can go to page 18.
Right.
Or whatever it turns out to be.
Is the matrix something that's going to the jury, or just that we're all going to use to find things?
When you say the matrix, the Excel spreadsheet that is referencing the exhibits, that will go back to the jury.
I just
But
saw
that's
the black cat. The black cat. It went by again. The matrix. The matrix.
Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought the Excel spreadsheet was another reference to the instructions. So
no, that is a table of contents for all of the exhibits.
Okay, thank you.
There is no spoon.
And where are we going to next, Mr. Altenberg?
well, if we start at the beginning, the first instruction is very close to 407.1. And we have no objections, but I don't know if you want to take a quick look at it.
Yeah, I looked at it and I did not have any problems. If there's nothing of any of
All right.
any.
I hear you in the chat saying that this jury instructions are so boring and everything else, but I really do want to know about this because it's gonna, don't you want to know what the jury is allowed to consider and what they aren't?
I do.
I feel like it's
personally.
going to be 30 pages though. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Florida jury instructions are like that. They are long, they are convoluted, they are confusing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes, Unhung Hero. How did I miss that? Mr. Anderson. Yeah, they're confusing, they're long. And I know, but we are going to go back to the cross, I promise. If this gets too boring, we'll go back to the cross of Bonnie, whatever her name is.
Any comments by either of you, and I don't stop you, then I'm generally okay with it.
Okay. And this first one is what I'll call the naming thing that explains who's going to be called things. And it's very close to what we did at the very beginning of the trial. And then we get to
if it's any indication,
the false imprisonment.
there's
the instructions called, the standard instructions called.
A table of contents to get through it. A table of contents, Chandler.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Intentional restraint, but I think throughout here we called it false imprisonment. And
God, there's
much of this
noise
language
motorcycles today.
standard, and we have agreed to all of it. The area that is yellow and green here is that there is some interplay with the 39 immunity that could come into play at this spot. And I've done some versions of that, and frankly, whether we need it exactly in this spot, I still think is a little bit up in the air. But hopefully, I'll have 39 instructions to you with a little bit of luck by the end of tomorrow. I'm working on the ones relating to visitation right now most, and what my game plan on that is to give you a draft and Mr. Elliott a draft more or less at the same time, because if we're not on the page that you want, it wouldn't make a lot of sense for the two of us to work on something that's not really what you want for the instruction on. So other than that, I don't think there's any changes.
Well, going back to the top of page 5 and that green.
Yep.
And was I understanding correctly that green was what the plaintiffs wanted and you had a concern with?
Yes, that's correct.
And my note here was I am fine with an instruction, doesn't have to be those exact words, but the concept of telling the jury that the claims that are being given to them are outside of the Chapter 39 immunity. So I am fine with that concept.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, I didn't go back to look at the exact language, but that was basically trying to replicate what you already said in the opening instructions.
Yeah, and I actually wrote something along those lines for the opening instructions, so we can work that out.
And my only other comment there is depending on what else, I mean, if the Chapter 39 were saying, if the Chapter 39 constituted, there's immunity for the report or whatever, then this one line would probably be enough. To the extent we're expanding, talking about Chapter 39, then we may have some other thoughts on that, but we have to see theirs first. And on timing on that, if it's coming Thursday, I will look at it, but Friday I'm scheduled to be in a federal seminar here presenting at some point, but be there most of the day. So I don't think I'll be able to do much on Friday. But the rest of the team probably can.
Okay. And then going down through here, all of this is essentially right out of the standard instructions, I believe. In blue here, I had just pointed out that we're putting in all these damages with the understanding that at the end of the evidence, we'll discuss whether or not there's really evidence for all of the damages that are in there.
Right, and you've been with trials with me before. I always want to put it the most in because it's always easier to take out than to add.
Yeah. And so we have the standard damages there. Then on battery, this is a special instruction. There is no standard, but we modeled this pretty muchly upon the intentional restraint standard instruction.
Yeah, and can I pause here because I got a note, and this is probably a little premature because we don't have the verdict form, but were we contemplating, because there's these separate acts of battery, separate acts of false imprisonment. I'm assuming we're going to have a line for each. Yes, no, as to whether each was done. Or are we planning on just doing one master battery and one master false imprisonment?
My intention at the moment would probably be to have a check mark for each one of the batteries and each one of the false imprisonments. And I haven't thought through the damages. Hopefully the damages could be just for the claim.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's so sweet.
Well, because I just ruled with respect to one of the batteries punitive damages claim, I granted one of your DV motions. Certain allegations of battery will not qualify for punitive damages. So, at least for that, you're going to have separate. So perhaps maybe having separate lines, but then I know that opens up the discussion about separate lines of damage for each. So
I'm gonna have to try to work through that because the punitives were not.
This is like going over an article with one of my editors.
In light of the ruling of the DVs.
Why are we editing this? This is just like the judge is like, I don't like this format. I need bigger headlines.
the language on what the battery is comes right out of this, out of case law. And
My next note was actually on page 12.
Okay.
I'm confused. Aren't the jury instructions static? I mean,
And I think this is just language that we can deal with later.
But they've
when
added
it says
stuff.
on either the claim of intentional restraint or the claim of battery.
Okay.
I generally would say or both, after or the claim of battery or both. But again, that presupposes we have to, I think we're probably going to have separate lines for the specific claim of battery.
Right.
Just because ultimately, if certain claims of battery will
All right,
not
so what I'm
support a
understanding
punitive
here
damage.
is they are not actually going over what the jury instructions are going to be. They're simply editing what they've already written. So this is going to be incredibly hard to follow.
Yeah, probably.
Because we aren't actually going to get to hear each one of these jury instructions unless I stop and read them. So it looks like my chat is going to get their wish. Let's go back to Bonnie Rice for a while. We'll check in with the court and see if they're doing anything that is understandable in a few moments. If there's any more motions to rule on, because if they're just going to edit, then it's going to be pointless to watch them edit. Okay.
Yeah, I get that.
Bonnie Rice is a certified nursing. What's a CNA? Assistant? No, she's like a physician's assistant or something.
I
Anyway,
think it's assistant. Yeah. Pretty sure.
she was at Tampa General when Maya was hospitalized there in 2015. And Cash App. I'm sorry, you guys. I forgot to check. I will look right now. I'm sure I did get it. I just didn't look. Hold on. I will. Anyway, she was at Tampa General when Maya was there in 2015, and now she's all worried about child abuse, even though she never reported it back in the day. Now she's saying, oh yes, I thought there was a problem. I think it's all in her head. That's her testimony. Right now we are listening to Anderson cross her. So I will go check. I know you guys sent me some stuff on Cash App, so I'll go look.
Requires, upper level.
But you are aware that the treatment for complex regional pain syndrome, since it does include a mixture of physiological and psychological issues, is different than purely psychological, like conversion disorder, or purely, say, a problem with neuropathy.
Because I'm there to facilitate treatment. I'm not there to set the medical goals.
I understand that. Would it be fair to say that, and like I said, her being demanding, but would you agree that she was pretty open and honest with you about what she thought needed to be done and what she had observed in Maya?
Yes, she was good at sharing specific information, but I don't think that she was, and she was medically, her knowledge base was there. However, functional medicine is very, very different than any other type of service you're going to see. And I didn't feel she really understood the whole purpose and function of what we were doing.
Oops.
I couldn't really get past
Went the wrong
there's
way.
something physically wrong with her.
Has it ever come to your attention that physical therapy is a recognized primary treatment for CRPS?
I knew that, yes.
Okay. And that if physical therapy does not work in the sense the child is still in extraordinary pain, that this becomes what's known as intractable CRPS?
I've heard of intractable chronic regional pain syndrome. Yes, I did not know that the pain would become intractable. If I'm not sure even what you're asking, to be honest.
There's a term called intractable diseases, intractable CRPS in this instance, and I'd wondered if you had ever heard of that in conjunction with, since this is the area you're in, people who do not do as well as expected or as they should from physical therapy.
We just didn't deal with a lot of chronic regional pain syndrome patients.
Do you know if there is any type of consulting record in the files that we're not seeing where someone did do a differential diagnosis and describes it in writing?
This child was a referral in for functional rehabilitation, and she had come from All Children's, which is a major medical center that is capable of doing just about any type of evaluation they want to do on that kid. So that's a question really for Dr. Hart. She came to us as sort of at the end of her situation to get functional again, and to get back into the community and get back into school. you know, but I know that Dr. Kornberg had talked to multiple specialists. I know we talked to endocrinology about the steroid wean and neurology, and Dr. Casadante, who's brilliant, had seen her over at All Children's. And, you know, so we kind of assume the differential is done by the time they come to us, but we're open to any suggestions, and we keep all the referring physicians from other facilities informed of our progress.
So if Dr. Kornberg testified under oath that he found not just physical, but signs of any child abuse of any kind, would you defer to him?
Yeah, no, I have a memory of what I have a memory of, and I'm testifying under oath. And so I can only tell you what I did. I can't.
Why is she holding her head?
And so
I need to get that
I have a memory
screenshot.
of what I have a memory of, and I'm testifying under oath. And so I can only tell you what I did.
Like,
I can't speak to what Dr. Kornberg
like
said.
Zombie.
I respect him tremendously. And, you know, if he remembers different, it may be that he has the more correct memory. I can't.
Well, I know what she
It's a
was
simple
doing.
question.
I know what she was doing. That's her mind reading that she does. That's what she does when she's mind reading, and she knows what your intentions are. She knows that Maya is behaving. This is what she does when she's practicing the witchcraft that Beata accused her. Oh, you missed that part. You missed that part. Beata accused her of witchcraft.
Oh, really?
And then she goes, "I'm not a witch." She literally says, "I'm not a witch, but we do practice Reiki."
Okay.
We did have Reiki practitioners and yoga. Well, to a devout Catholic, that's called witchcraft, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know if Zombie did this in Pee Wee's Playhouse, but I feel like, you know, she's doing like Mecca Lecca Hi, Mecca Hi Ni Ho, you know, like that kind of thing. What I mean, and like, what is she saying? I mean, she's like, I have a memory of what I have a memory of, and I mean, she's not really. She's
Yeah,
kind of
Johnny-
obfuscating.
Yeah, right. Johnny
But
Carson.
anyway, yeah,
Johnny
Carmack, yeah.
Carmack.
That's perfect. Oh wow.
Munchausen's by proxy syndrome. Oh God. And what's the answer? The answer is what I see anytime some mother disagrees with me.
It's such a rare condition.
I don't even think it's a
Munchausen's
real
by proxy.
condition. I don't think it's real. I think it's child abuse. I think the couple of women who have been put in prison for making their kids sick are just regular old child abusers. I don't think they have a mental disorder called Munchausen's. In fact, they've already taken it out of the DSM-5. They've replaced it with factitious disorder, which is the same damn thing under a different name, because they knew how many people were starting to go, this Munchausen's thing seems like a Hollywood made up sensationalized bullshit.
Well, there have been cases. There was like the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case. I believe that they've started referring to it as medical child abuse now, which is appropriate. But I don't. It's not a. I agree with you that it's not a psychiatric condition.
It's not a psychiatric disorder.
It shouldn't be deemed as such.
If it were, wouldn't we treat the people who were diagnosed with it with medical help? Wouldn't we give them? Wouldn't they be in psych hospitals? But no, we put them in jail and we give them no treatment. We just arrest them. So it can't be. It's not a psychological disorder. This is something they've just made up.
It's just. I mean, it's a majority. Okay, so when you have like Munchausen's, you know, that it's mostly just women lying and using illness as a faction of that. So it's just a specialized way that women lie to get attention. So there's nothing special about that psychiatrically.
There's nothing special about that.
No.
I think that maybe people who do this have narcissistic personality disorder, possibly borderline. They have other disorders, but I don't believe that Munchausen is its own separate disorder. Brightfire says, but yeah, they practice Reiki while saying a priest performing a standard ritual for healing is damaging to the child. Yeah. I mean, really, what's the difference? Your Reiki is my communion. And that's it should all be fine. It should all be fine, but it's also according to the patient or the patient's parents what they want to do. But making it sound like, oh, Reiki and yoga is fine. Reiki and yoga is totally appropriate, but spiritual healing, Catholic spiritual healing is not okay. But Indian spiritual healing is fine.
That doesn't make any sense. And I think that, you know, overall, if somebody is quite Catholic, I mean, you know, the things like Reiki and yoga, they do have, you know, just their roots in, you know, in Indian, you know, theology. And it is a spiritual thing that does come from religious practice from the East. And so if somebody is a devout Catholic, then it's understandable. I mean, those programs are very experimental. I've lived with chronic pain disorders since I was maybe 17, 18. And they referred me for acupuncture, and it was very experimental. Didn't do anything, but
I actually really like acupuncture. I had really good results with it with being sick in pregnancy.
oh, really?
I was able to eat for the first time immediately after getting acupuncture. And it would last for about a week, and I could eat normally, and then I would have to go back and get it done again. But I had wonderful results. I actually think that there's something to the Reiki as well. I think there's something to Chinese and Eastern medicines, and
Sure.
I do. And but that's neither here nor there. If you're a devout Christian of some kind and you think those things are demonic, you have every right to say, no, that's witchcraft.
Sure. And also, being the parent, you're in charge of your child's care. And if you do not want a treatment, performed on your child, you have the right to veto that. Even, I know you have to do that thing where sometimes you go against the hospital's wishes and you have to sign something, but it's it is your autonomy. It's that's, legally it is up to you. A hospital cannot force, a kind of treatment on a patient.
They did. This is what they did.
Oh,
They
man.
forced it. So, yeah.
And then that is whether you, as a well-qualified nurse, but still a nurse
practitioner,
Boy.
but without his level of training and such things, whether you are going to state that you're independent, you have an independent opinion separate and different from his that you wish to stand on, as opposed to what Dr. Kornberg concluded after reviewing all the records.
he sat in the team meetings, he heard what the team had to say. Now, what his memory is and my memory, I don't want to go back and forth parsing things. Would I question my memory? Yeah, I'm old, and this was a lot of years ago. I'm here to give my testimony to the best of my ability.
But are you telling this jury that a 9-year-old little girl on this cocktail of powerful narcotics and benzodiazepines, Xanax, Valium, oxycodone, is going to behave the same way as the child that is not on all of those?
So you can have adverse effects or side effects from narcotics and benzos. And can that change a child's behavior? Absolutely.
Do you show that there at the end, the last drug records show her still on the narcotics?
Yeah, so there were individual single doses given at times. Once a child comes off of a narcotic wean, it doesn't mean she can't ever have pain meds or can't ever have the Valium. And I know she was having problems with spasms, but we typically use baclofen for spasms because it doesn't affect the child's cognition as much.
Okay. So you would agree with me then that you never knew Maya Kowalski when she didn't have some of these drugs in her system?
So I do believe there were times when her medication, it has a half-life, right? And so it's not going to affect her if she's getting a single dose beyond, 8 to 12 hours, it should be out of her system. But
did you ever know Maya Kowalski before she arrived at that hospital?
No. I had heard her name. I heard her name as a potential referral.
So in this instance, Beata was attempting or encouraging her daughter to try to get back to her life through your physical therapy, was she not?
Yeah, I don't know what Beata was.
Well, can you think of any other reason why she would say to her daughter, we need to get you back skating or swimming, other than encouraging her to get back to skating or swimming? Can you think of any other reason?
It may have been a control issue.
Well, the control issue in that regard would be trying to get Maya to get better, to work harder to get better, would it not?
I can't speak to, what her mother's intentions were.
Well,
You
does it
can't,
sound
well,
like
then
she's
why
trying
are
to-
you saying that it was a control issue? If you think if this woman, I can't speak to what her intentions were, but she was definitely harming her daughter.
Oh my God, she's framing everything through this lens. I mean, it's she's just making these assumptions, and it's incredibly harmful. That's a very normal thing. So you want to see your kid better. You want to see them get back to the things that they used to be able to do. Encourage them.
It's about control. Like, what does that have to do with controlling anything? Like,
that doesn't make any sense.
She's just saying, we've got to get you back to life.
Prevent her daughter from skating or swimming when she says, we need to get you back skating or swimming?
To hear you say it the way you say it, I perceived it a little bit differently when I was actually physically in the room, and it may have been about control. Maya not wanting to do something that her mother wanted her to do. So her response may have been, "Hey, I would like to get her back to being functioning." Could have been that. Could have been control.
Control in what sense? Explain that control of a mother encouraging her daughter.
So sometimes kids want to be more independent and their parents have problems relinquishing to the child, to what the child,
Tripping over your lies here, aren't you? Aren't you? Because here she's trying to make herself sound right, but she's now realizing that parents often have control problems, and they don't want the kids to do what they want to do. Like what? Lay in bed? Her mom was trying to get her to go back to swimming and skating, lady. Doesn't make any sense with what she's talking about. It wasn't like Maya wanted to go date a guy with a motorcycle, and mom was saying, no, you can't. Maya's laying in bed and mom's saying, we need to get you back to swimming.
I mean, it doesn't make, because she wasn't physically able to do that. She was confined to a wheelchair. She's laying in a hospital bed. She's not going swimming and skating while she's, in the hospital. So where's the control? It's like, if she's saying, like, get up right now and do that immediately, that's, it's absurd what she's saying.
It's absurd.
And it's
there are
offensive.
times when the mom is trying to control the child's behavior, and the child doesn't want that control. And so they'll say things that are directly contradictory to what the parent said. But it may have been that she validly wanted her back in skating or whichever activity it was.
Okay. Well, what you can agree with me on is that Beata was not trying to hold her child back from getting back to a life where she could skate or swim.
The statement the mother made could be interpreted that way.
Beata, by those words, was not trying to keep Maya from pushing herself, correct?
Yeah, I don't know what Beata was trying to do.
Did you ever sit down with Maya and have a talk with her, a long talk with her, about whether any of your suspicions were actually the case?
Yes, no. I had conversations with her that would be appropriate for a fourth grader. Things like, what her room looked like and what she liked to do and all those types of things. I'm not. It's not in my place to sit.
By the way, Mary, thank you for the Venmo. I did get it. It says, for a fellow lawyer adjacent, thanks for your passionate coverage of the CPS system and advocating for change. Thanks for sending that Venmo. I did receive it.
Down and try and counsel a child, or
Can I add something really quick,
explain
Megan?
to his child,
I just want to note something that it dawns on me. There is something really striking. Let's say that the mom was Munchausen by proxy, right?
Mm-hmm.
She wants to keep her kid sick. For her to say to her kid, we have to get you back skating and swimming.
Yeah,
it could be performative, but it's exactly counter to what that whole disease is supposed to be about. You want to keep your kid incapacitated. You want to keep your kid, unwell and seeking medical treatment all the time. So her thinking is so diluted. She's not even realizing how contradictory this is. I mean, is it just me, or does that make zero sense for what she thinks? Like, if she wants to see her child have agency and move through the world and be, doing things independently and be healthy and happy again, that is exactly the opposite of what medical child abuse moms do. So the fact that she can't even see that just shows how completely biased she is. I'm just so offended by this woman.
I'm offended by it as well. She's got, and I guess it comes out, she knows people at JHAT. She's still in contact with them. And this is a giant CYA operation. Yeah. And I think because she's been so far removed from this case, she didn't know Maya until 2015. This all happened in 2016. So now she comes out with all these very detailed memories of this stay that Maya was with her way back in 2015. Or was it that she talked to her friends at JHatch and they really needed somebody, to say, yeah, we saw this too. And we wished we could have flagged it in our file, but we couldn't. Oh, really? Why couldn't you? What stopped you from flagging it? You know what I think? I think it's bullshit. I think she made it up. I don't think she saw any of it. I think she's saying it now to help her friends at JHatch. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, I think you're correct.
Something really complex like the situation that we were seeing.
Did you talk to anyone else about the lawsuit or the facts of the case after Maya's discharge? Any friends over there?
Oh, no.
Anybody else at TGA?
No, that's a HIPAA violation. The only person I talked to after discharge was I'm assuming the other person on the phone was Sally Smith, since she reported the phone call with me.
Interested in knowing whether you had the ability to take a picture of Maya at any time during her admission there.
I did not take any pictures of Maya during her admission there.
What happened to the film you took of her in the film room?
What film room?
Earlier, that when she fell, you put her in a room.
Oh, the
that-
video? Yeah, the
Yeah,
videos of,
do you know whether the system has the ability to retain?
I don't.
Okay. And are you aware that other physical therapists have said that Beata was a delightful person to work with Maya and encouraged her to work very hard? Has that
I
come
don't
to your
know
attention?
about that.
Okay, well, was it discussed at the staff meeting that you felt Maya was a victim of some form of child abuse?
We talked about the red flags that we were seeing because we work with Munchausen's and Munchausen's by proxy kids, which is the old name for factitious disorder, or they're similar, or that's, the team felt because of the red flags that this child was at risk for future testing and treatment that wasn't indicated because, and the mom would be pushing for that. And the testing, if the physician who receives the child doesn't know everything that's been done, you might order those tests. And that's what we were worried about.
All right, one last set of questions then, and we'll
goodness.
obviously have to go back and find a bit more out about this. You accused Beata of doctor shopping. Before you
Didn't
answer this,
accuse her. She did doctor shop. It's in the medical record.
you think that, and we're both in the same hospital?
Yes.
What was the other one, the other doctor?
What
Who was the
kind
other
of
doctor you said?
idiot doctor shops in the same hospital? If you're going to doctor shop, which I take to mean you go to one doctor for a prescription, then you go to another doctor for another prescription, and another one and another one, who the hell would be dumb enough to do that in the same hospital? Or did Beata just seek out a second opinion from a specialist in the hospital? And then we were going to find out it's only 2 doctors. Can we really call going to 2 doctors doctor shopping? I need to know, how many doctors can I go to before I get accused of child abuse and doctor shopping?
Wait, is it really only 2?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you want to bet that one of those practitioners referred her to the other specialist in the hospital? I mean, I deal with a medical condition and I have seen maybe like 4 or 5 different specialists because my condition is complex. I see, a pain specialist, I see a neurologist, I work with, like multiple different, individuals. And the fact is that, Maya's disorder, I don't think that it can just be covered by one specific physician, and you're going to want to get a second opinion, especially when your kid is dealing with a very, disabling, sudden condition like this.
Yeah,
why shouldn't she want to help
Brian,
her child?
It's not against the law, but it can get you accused of child abuse, apparently, if you go to 10 different, and they won't tell us how many doctors. How many doctors is doctor shopping? I'm going to need a number so that I don't go past, whatever this vague rule is about doctor shopping. I'm going to need a number on that. I'm going to need to know when I can stop, because this woman goes on to tell us that she only talked to 2.
Well, have they talked?
Doctor shopping?
Have they defined it? Because my understanding of what doctor shopping is, because okay, we saw it with like Gypsy Rose Blanchard, that case. I remember like watching a documentary. What you do when you doctor shop, quote unquote, is you make sure that you go to a different hospital that doesn't see your records from the other hospital, because you're trying to hide the fact that you've seen another physician.
Why would you go in the same hospital?
Right, exactly. Like the idea is like, okay, let's say that you have factitious disorder, right? You're going to go to a doctor. That doctor's going to do all these tests and be like, nothing's wrong with you. You don't actually have whatever. And then you're going to go, okay. And then you go to like another hospital and, not transfer your records over. Right. But if you're in the same hospital, they have the same system and all of your records are going to show. Your insurance what?
Wouldn't your insurance catch people doing that? Because unless they're paying cash for all this stuff, if you're doing that, your insurance is going to be like, what the hell? We're not paying for this. But you're right. You go to the same hospital and everything's in the same computer and they're going to see it immediately.
Yeah. And you kind of need a referral usually. So,
yeah. Hydrated Slime said she was only asking for a test to be done because she thought Maya could have a concussion from the fall. It wasn't meds or anything like that. They didn't want to give her an MRI for the concussion, and she was having blurry vision. You heard that she was having blurry vision. Well, Beata said it was because she fell down and she was afraid she had a concussion. Listen to this. This gets crazy.
Right.
No,
She asked me for a CAT scan.
Sorry,
right?
CAT
So I talked to Dr. Kornberg.
Mhm.
And then afterwards, she called Dr. Garone and asked for a CAT scan. And Dr. Garone said, we'll monitor for ongoing signs and symptoms. Dr.
So you-
Kornberg is a pediatrician and a pediatric physiatrist, and Dr. Garone is a pediatric neurologist.
All right, so the two doctors he asked were the pediatric physiatrist, and the other one was a pediatric neurologist?
Yes.
And so any other examples of doctor shopping besides her asking more than one doctor?
No, Dr. Garone had already seen the patient and written her consult.
So, and I'm not being facetious here, the pediatric physiatrist was the doctor with the most experience with Maya, was he not?
Yes,
Was this after Maya related she had fallen?
I would have to look at the record to determine that. I think it was during that period where she came back after the couple days off and Maya was having this blurry vision or twitching eyelid.
And one says no, and so she decides for a second opinion when the child's having twitching eyelids and blurry vision.
I don't think
Are
she
you
was asking for
aware
a second opinion.
Are symptoms of a concussion?
I don't think she was asking
Anderson
for a second
sounds
opinion. She was
pissed.
asking for a CAT scan.
As we know, you're not a
Yeah, I hear
CRPS
it.
expert in any way, shape, or form, are you?
That's correct.
You're not a pediatric psychiatry expert, are you?
No.
You're not a pediatric psychology expert, are you?
No.
And you're not a psychopharmacologist, are you?
No.
And there it is. That's the
Oh my
end
God.
of
This
that.
lady.
Oh, yeah.
That
I know.
infuriates me. Wow.
It's infuriating. It's infuriating. She's infuriating. By the way, the court is still going over. They're still editing that document. All this time later, they're still doing that. Yeah, it infuriates me. So she wasn't really asking for a second opinion. She was just saying, or maybe she was. She had asked this woman, Bonnie, don't you think we should get her a CAT scan because she fell down and now she has blurry vision and a twitching eye. She could have a concussion. And Bonnie said no, she doesn't need that. So she called the pediatric I don't know what they called him, but the doctor that Maya had been seeing at this same Tampa General and asked him. And he said, no, he didn't think she needed it. So she called the neurologist at the same hospital and asked him, do you think she needs a CAT scan? I'd like her to get a CAT scan. And he said, we'll just watch her for symptoms. So they all turned her down.
Okay.
However, I don't know if that's not doctor shopping. She's just making sure. Like, I think it's a concussion, and she's a nurse.
That's the thing. So because of her medical background and her medical training, if she has, she maybe doesn't have more experience than those doctors, but she's trying to, I think any mother would fiercely advocate for her child. And if she saw something that concerned her and made her think, something is wrong, she knows her daughter. So if she knows that something is wrong, then she's going to fiercely advocate for her and call as many people as she needs to get her help.
And I would think that would be her right. And Sirkin says finding a doctor that can help is neither nefarious nor wrong. It is your right as a patient.
Yeah, exactly.
You would think so. You would think so. Oh, what does that say? I'm a proud doctor shopping patient as I have medical freedom to choose the right doctor for me. This whole thing, it's so terrifying for parents. I personally, after covering the Cynthia Abside case, which was terrifying. I mean, they took her son away for listening to her doctors. She did everything the doctors told her to do, and she was still accused of medical abuse, even though she didn't ask for one test. And she had emails saying, you never asked us for any tests. We don't agree with CPS. We don't agree with this. And CPS didn't care. They didn't put it in the record that the doctors didn't.
Wow.
They didn't, nothing. And so she's still without her son. And she went to jail, and they put her in jail. It's just a horrific story. And after I covered that story, I came home that summer from her trial, and my middle daughter, who's always been my medically more fragile kid, she's had her appendix taken out. She's had just weird things that my other kids don't have. She has some autoimmune thing on her skin that's weird. So she's always the one that has weird stuff going on. And in that summer, I was dealing with some weird stuff with her where I thought she might be having absence seizures. And I told her doctor about it. We talked about it. And then I said, maybe we should get, maybe she should see a neurologist just to rule it out, do an EEG or something. And he was okay with that. He was like, yeah, I can refer you to a neurologist. And then this thing with Cindy happened. It was all about the EEGs. And they claimed that the EEGs were abusive, putting her kid through EEGs, which is just, you attach some things on the head and monitor it. It's just not, it doesn't hurt at all. They said that was abusive. So here I have this neurologist appointment to get an EEG for my kid, and I don't really even know what's wrong, and I'm the one that asked for it, and I called and canceled it. I canceled it immediately. I was like, you know what? I'm not bringing her. Nope, not doing it. I'll let the doctor do that. If the doctor thinks, and I told him, I said, because we had one other test that we had done that came back. I said, if that comes back and you still think that she should go, then I'll take her. But I think we'll just leave it alone, because it's a really hard line to walk. How involved do you want me to be in this? How proactive do you want me to be for my kid's health? Because I feel like you can't win either way. If you're too proactive, they say you're Munchausen. If you're not proactive enough, you're neglecting them.
That's very scary. I can only imagine the personal impact that had on you. I haven't heard of that case, but I'm very disturbed to think that, a mother who was following directions could be put in that position. That's unsettling.
All she did was do everything they told her to do. They said, pack up your life in Florida, move to Colorado to see this specialist, because we don't know what's going on, and maybe the specialist will. She does it. Her kid has a history of seizures. They're on the record. She goes to Colorado. She does everything that they tell her to do. The doctors say, we think he's going to need some help at school. You need to get him like a 504. She goes to the school, the 504. They fight with her about it. They don't like that she's asking for these things, and they end up calling CPS and saying that she's picking up her son's medical condition. And they never bothered to listen to her doctors at all. Never.
Wow, that is, schools have way too much power.
Way too much.
And I feel like it's, they're basically just like, an institution of the government to replace parents, and parents know what's best for their children. Certainly there are parents who are abusive, and certainly there are parents who use systems to abuse their children, but it is rare to see something like this in particular. I'm so sorry about your daughter, by the way. I hope she were you able to figure out what was going on with her seizures and everything?
Well, I'm not even sure it was seizures. I mean, I think I figured it out. I think we've got it under control. I mean, it's just, she has medically weird problems. Like they're all like minor problems, but they add up. And then you're like, what is going on? She's just she always tells me, she's like, I always feel like I have all this stuff going on, but none of it's serious, which we should be happy for. But yeah, I mean, it's just a constant thing, But so if you want to read about these things that I've covered, because I am a journalist, I write on pjmedia.com. This particular link I'm going to drop in the chat for you guys is a good one. Click on it, because this is my entire catalog of CPS corruption and court corruption in Missouri, specifically because I did a 29-part series investigation into Missouri corruption. I will drop it on Rumble as well. Those in locals, I hope you're still hanging out over there. I can't be over there today because my computer won't let me open that many windows. So I will have to catch up with you guys later. But this has my all the links to all the stories. And if you want to read about Cynthia Absug, I'll pull that up as well.
Thank you.
Let's see.
I'll definitely be looking into your coverage of that case.
That case is just absolutely horrifying. It
sounds heartbreaking.
This is a great one to read. This is my friend Cindy. She, I followed her case from the beginning. I saw them violate her civil rights all over the place, and she still does not have her son. It's been almost 4 years now.
That poor child.
They put her in jail. They convicted her of ridiculous charges, medical abuse, and in every case that she has medical records that prove that it was doctors ordering this stuff. And it didn't matter. It didn't matter to a jury. They didn't care. They just decided they didn't like her, and they were going to vote guilty no matter what, which is why I don't trust juries. I don't know what I think about the jury in this case. They seem to be on the right side. They seem to be understanding that they're being lied to. Cindy's been in this chat. Actually, she's been watching this coverage, of course, because it means a lot to her. That this is getting the kind of coverage that it needs. It needs this kind of coverage, and the fact that people are paying attention to this she was accused of Munchausen. This Munchausen shit has got to stop, you guys. It's not real. If someone's abusing their kid, well, then bring the evidence and prove it. Prove that they're abusing their kid. But if you can't prove that they're abusing their kid, then back off. We have a right to raise our kids. We have a right to raise them in our religion. We have a right to raise them with the type of medical care we want to seek. We have a right to be pharmaceutical parents, or we have a right to be natural parents. We have a right to want to see a naturopath, or we have a right to take our kids to a pediatrician. You can't tell us how to raise our kids or live our lives.
Precisely. And in this case in particular, if you can continue to see your child suffering from horrific pain and their condition is not getting better, you bet you're going to look around for other doctors who can help you figure out what's going on and how to help your child heal. Because when a condition is pervasive, and, you know, I mean, what I understand about this case is that, you know, all of a sudden over like 4th of July weekend, I mean, she was fine one day and then she was, you know, in agonizing pain the next moment. And it just, her whole life completely changed. You know, she became completely debilitated, right? So when you're a mother and you see your child go through that, you will advocate for your child until you can see them skating and swimming again. You know, you want to see your kid get better.
If you didn't, what kind of a mother would you be? If you just let them, suffer. That's basically what these people are saying. Is like, you should have just allowed her to continue suffering. And I don't care. We have a right to try. That's another thing. So there's a federal law. And I don't know if this applies specifically in this case, but I've been meaning to look this up. Right to try legislation. It might be when you're terminal. Right to try allows eligible patients to request access to certain investigational drugs, including biologics that have not yet been approved by the FDA. Under Right to Try, patients and their doctors work with a company that's developing a drug or a biologic to request access without involving the FDA in the process. That's a federal law.
Mm-hmm.
She has a right to try experimental medication, and that includes ketamine. And now hearing all this testimony from Bonnie and Rice and all these other people about how it was an absurd amount of ketamine. Ketamine is a party drug. Ketamine is a street drug. Ketamine is no, you don't know about ketamine.
It has a lot of medicinal uses.
There's all kinds of medicinal uses. What you knew about ketamine 10 years ago is completely irrelevant to this case, because what you knew about ketamine 10 years ago, it is completely different now. Now, doctors are using ketamine all over the place, and it will shortly be approved, most likely for children after this case, because parents of kids with CRPS are going to be outraged that this was withheld from her. We've got to get to a point where patients are in charge of their own care and not just doctors. You have a right. It's individual liberty in America. A doctor is not my God or king. You are not my king. Back the fuck off.
And a medical team does not know your child better than you do, and they cannot advocate for your child better than you can. I'm sure there are lots of parents out there who, you know, I'd be willing to bet that there are more parents who are neglectful of their kids' medical conditions than those who are engaged in quote unquote Munchausens.
How many parents do you
ridiculous.
know who want to rack up medical bills?
Right? Exactly. I mean, it's a very rare thing. And I just feel like, I don't know what it is, but it's like there are these nurses who just, you know, I don't know how they get it into their heads, but this Bonnie lady, it's like, you know, she's like really into the drama, and she's really into like, you know, playing God. And, you know, think about how many nurses have done like the whole angel of death thing. You know, that's more of a condition. That's, you know, when you're in a position, when you're a nurse.
How come that's not a psychiatric disorder? How come we don't call nurses who kill patients on purpose some kind of suffering from some kind of psychiatric disorder? How come it's just mothers? And it's really just mothers. Oh, speaking of, I know I promised you guys that we were going to get into the Pennsylvania thing today. But I didn't realize it was going to take me so long to get through the testimony from yesterday. So I'm running out of time to do that. I'm actually thinking what I'm going to do is I think I'll do an entire stream on the Pennsylvania case. There are 70 families right now, Chandler, coming forward just last week who have accused this woman in one county, the same doctor, of accusing them all of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. One doctor, and here she is. She's on my panel of witches. She's in the top left corner. That would be Dr. Deborah Jensen. Don't they all look the same?
Yeah, they do. They have with the tight-lipped, angry stare, and you get Munchausen's, and you get Munchausen's, like Oprah. It's like Oprah, like, and you get a car. Wow.
And you get Munchausen's, yes. And you're an abuser. Those are all child abuse doctors and or social workers.
Biased much? It reminds me of that lady. Oh, sorry. Go on. There's this woman, Dorothy something, and it came up in the Letitia Stout case, and she is a supposed expert on dissociative identity disorder, which I don't think is real either. And she basically thinks that, like, she was testifying that Letitia Stout, who killed, her stepson, who was like 11, that she had dissociative identity disorder, when it was very obvious that she was just a liar and a faker. And this one, I can't remember, Dorothy, somebody might know, but it's, looks like Megan's computer rebooted. So I guess I'm going to run the stream for a little while. For any of you who watched the Letitia Stout case, that was a case that came from Colorado. It was a woman who was a stepmother, and she had murdered her stepson, Gannon, who was 11.
Sorry.
And there she is. and so, yeah, this woman, Dorothy something, she had been working in the field for a long time, and she worked with Ted Bundy. She's very famous. There's a documentary that was made about her, and she thought every person had dissociative identity disorder, and she never considered that somebody might just use that multiple personality thing to lie and to get out of murdering people. It's
it's absurd. All right, so I'll give you a taste of what we're gonna do. Maybe I'll do a stream. What day is today?
Wednesday.
All right, I actually might come back and do this later, but I have to go and make dinner for my kids soon. But I might do it later tonight. Look at because I really do want to I want to get into this Pennsylvania thing, and I've been meaning to do this. But let's take a short look at what parents are coming forward about in Pennsylvania. This just happened.
Wow.
This was a month ago. They held a press conference, and actually, here's how I find. Where do I go to get where's the chat?
This woman should lose her medical license. This is absolutely insidious.
It's outrageous. Look at all these people. Yeah. They've all been accused. They've all been accused of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. I mean, it's outrageous.
Oh, are these all the people who have been?
Yeah, these are all the families. There were over 70 families, and I think there's timestamps in here. Hold on, let's see.
These poor families.
Yeah, there are. Okay, so there was this woman. Like, there's so many women here. So many people. Check this out. We'll just hear.
I'm so glad you're covering this. This is a really important thing.
My name is Eileen Payne. I live in Hellertown, Pennsylvania. I'm reading a statement on behalf of a 14-year-old young man who's been affected.
All right, I don't know if you can hear her, but she's reading a statement on behalf of a 14-year-old. This is a 14-year-old that was taken from his parents, just like Maya. I'm going to try and turn this up.
I wish I could read the statement myself tonight, but I spent a year standing alone in front of adults trying to have my voice heard. To stand in front of you tonight again, trying to be heard, reminds me too much of the trauma I recently experienced. I was kidnapped and medically abused by Lehigh Valley Hospital and CYS. What has happened to me has changed my life forever. It destroyed my mental health and my sense of safety. Without ever meeting me, Dr. Jensen, along with CYS, managed to turn my entire life upside down by forcibly removing me from my parents and throwing me into kinship care. I was 13 years old when this happened. A day after being ripped from my parents, Lehigh Valley Hospital medically kidnapped me, placed me in their hospital, isolated and manipulated me for 5 days. My parents were allowed to visit for 30 minutes per day. A security guard escorted them into my room, set a timer for 30 minutes while he stared at us. I didn't understand what was happening because my parents weren't asking me how I was doing and would not tell me what was going on. But I later learned that there were now rules, and they were not allowed to. There were rules on how I could interact with my parents. So we played Uno, Connect Four, and Hoop. I asked the hospital doctors for my regular doctors. They refused. In those 5 days, they tried to manipulate me into thinking that everything my parents told me was a lie. They told me my medical conditions weren't real, and they were stopping my medicine. I told them what happens when I am not taking the medicine and begged them not to rip me off the medicine that helps me. I was treated like a guinea pig and a lab rat. I was terrified the whole time and was not allowed to have a familiar person with me when any of these doctors kept coming into my room to interrogate me over and over again. I told them my medical symptoms were real, and without medicine, I would get worse. So they finally decided I was making up my medical symptoms and diagnosed me Munchausen syndrome imposed on myself. When I became a ward of the state, I was assigned a guardian ad litem. He was supposed to be my voice because my parents were now gone and not allowed to help me. He did not visit me in the hospital. He never visited me in kinship care or my home. He never talked to my parents, teachers, my doctors, or therapists. He talked to me twice at the courthouse, 5 minutes before court. He knew nothing about me, but he was going to tell the judge what was best for me. I wanted my voice heard, so while away from my parents, I finally wrote a letter to the judge. I texted the letter to my guardian ad litem asking him to give it to the judge at the next court date. It never made it to the judge. So the next time I was in court, I tried to hand my letter directly to the judge. When I walked up to the judge, they refused to let me hand it to her. The adults started arguing. I was treated like a terrorist trying to approach a judge. It turned out that the judge isn't allowed to read my letter. Apparently my voice has to be admitted as an exhibit. There were so many rules. I was isolated from family and friends. I became emotionally numb and developed depression. I worried about my parents and what was happening to them. Off my medication, I became terribly sick, was in immense pain, and could not eat or drink. It took months for me to get better after they experimented on me. Whenever CYS visited, I felt like in fight or flight because they had all the power to destroy my life again. I was afraid to leave my house. I felt like CYS could show up anytime and take me again. The mental damage is ongoing. Anytime someone knocks on the door, I'm forced to relive my trauma and fear that CYS is behind that door. I had a normal life before any of this happened. I will never be the same after what has happened to me.
Now, who does that sound like? Doesn't that sound exactly like Maya's story, you guys? We've been listening, we've been watching this trial. So when I tell you this is happening all over the country, I have proof. It is happening. It's not just happening to Maya, which is why the people who come in here and they say, oh yeah, her mother was crazy. She's crazy. You're crazy. This is happening to all these people. Look at how many people came. Look at the stories here. Let me show you how to look at this. Here's somebody named Mark. Here's Alexander Ward. Here's Eileen Payne, Ryan Whitaker, one county, Kimberly Whitaker, Stacy Feeney, Willow Feeney. Look at all these people. And
this is a systemic problem. This is clearly a systemic problem.
Clearly, in one county, you could, if Munchausen was really true, if it was real, they said it was super rare. How could it be statistically possible that 80 families have Munchausen syndrome by proxy in Lehigh Valley County, Pennsylvania?
Something in the water.
Something in the water.
Wow.
It's crazy. It's not real. It's not true. What's true is that it's one more way for our government agents to tyrannize us, to step all over our rights and exercise their power.
I mean, do you know how many cases of actual child abuse are going on and how needed those services are for families that are actually going through that, and to see those resources wasted? But the problem is, it's not even that the resources are wasted. It's not negligence. It actually seems intentional. And the fact that the one doctor is allowed to accuse all of these families over this period of time, you would think that the hospital would flag that and go, something's wrong with this doctor, because this is not statistically sensible. You would think that the fact that this doctor is able to continue practicing, it does not make sense. And to use those, oh my God,
the doctor,
wow.
Deborah Jensen, did this in three states. She got kicked out of New York, she got kicked out of Florida, and now she's terrorizing people in Pennsylvania.
That should be illegal. She should have lost her medical license. when she moved to the next hospital. Wow.
She needs
That's
to be in jail.
that is so irresponsible.
Lorraine, I'm actually going to do a stream and we're going to watch the entire video. There's actually 2 of them or 3 of them. There's 3 of them. So I'm going to start working my way through the public comments of all the people in Pennsylvania who have come forward about this. And if you think for 1 minute that this is a coincidence that now Munchausen's is being the whistle is being blown in Pennsylvania after Maya came out, I have news for you. Maya Kowalski and her mother are the reason why this is happening. They have made it okay to come forward and say, I was falsely accused of abuse too. I will tell you that people accused of child abuse are very reticent to talk. They are ashamed because no one believes them.
I know somebody who was falsely accused.
Not their friends,
Yeah.
not their neighbors. They will lose everyone. Teachers at school. Suddenly you become a pariah and you can't speak out because no one believes you when you're accused of child abuse. So just know when you hear someone was accused of child abuse, you should always look at it with a skeptical eye unless the evidence is overwhelming that that's the truth. It is child trafficking. These people, these hospitals are making money on it. They're making money from the funding that they're getting because when they have a child in their custody, they get funding from the state, and they're creating jobs for themselves. These child abuse doctors are creating a need for themselves in the hospital, and the social workers are creating a need for themselves. It's job security. If you don't find, if there are not enough children to take into the system, your salary goes down because the budget gets cut. That's how it works. Every time when the there's actually monetization attached to taking children to the point where states will get a budget cut if they don't hit the same number of children they had last year this year. So there's an incentive for states to take more children than they did last year. And guess what the stats show? That they are doing just that. They're taking more children every year in order to keep up their federal funding. They're getting billions of dollars. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry.
I am not surprised, Megan. I mean, look at what they've done with all of the, the trans kids,
I know.
I mean, I had personal experience with that because my pediatrician was one of the first doctors that did that. And she showed up on like Oprah and Dr. Phil. I saw a video pop up on my timeline. She was in a documentary where she was like, yep, let's put, let's stick this kid on hormones when you're like 13. And I'm like, that's my doctor. It freaked me out. I was appalled. It was so shocking. And it's just like, you make these kids medical patients for life. I mean, that it doesn't surprise me, but I hadn't heard about this. I didn't know about this. I didn't know that there was an incentive, and I'm really disgusted because what that letter does, it shows the human impact of this. I mean, I had an experience where I had a really scary migraine. I get migraines. I had this migraine that I felt like I was having a stroke. It's called a hemiplegic migraine. I go into the ER and I get a diagnosis that I'm just having an anxiety attack. Okay. I looked up the symptoms later. I talked to my neurologist later and she was like, no, that's a hemiplegic migraine. That was completely irresponsible of them to do. And just seeing that on my chart still fills me with so much. I don't know what kind of feeling, but the feeling of being invalidated when you're telling somebody, hey, I'm in pain and I'm having a medical problem. And they're saying, no, you're not. That kid going through that, being told that his pain is not true.
Once someone diagnoses you, by the way, with factitious disorder imposed on yourself, like they did to him, it's in your record forever. Good luck getting any doctor to treat you. Good luck.
Right. They're going to turn you away because they're going to have a preconceived notion. They're not going to believe you because I have some anxiety. And so that was on my chart. And that was probably why the person diagnosed me with that, even though I had every symptom. It's like it mimics a stroke, that kind of migraine. It's very scary. Half my body went numb. It was textbook. And, so that's the thing. It's like that poor little boy. I'm so glad that his voice was heard and that he wrote that letter, because the idea that he couldn't even, that the judge couldn't even hear his voice. I mean, it's just very sad, that poor kid.
Wow. Maya tried to write the judge a letter too. I know, I saw that in the documentary. I don't know if the judge ever got her letter, but I bet he didn't get it either. And, this is a terrible injustice that's being done to children and their families all over this country. So open up your eyes. And I hope to help shed some light on it in the coming days. Maybe tonight, if I get dinner made and kids are homework done and everything, I might come back later and start watching some of these press conferences with these families, because this is a huge story and it's not getting national attention and it's barely getting local attention. So it needs more attention. I can't believe this isn't a national wall-to-wall story, especially with Maya Kowalski's trial. But yeah, so that's what I will do. I'm going to get going. Chandler, you tell me, what do you have going on? Where can people find you in the next day or two? What's going on for you?
I don't really have a lot of streams coming up this week. I'm kind of taking it easy this week, but I am going to be doing some stuff, some pre-recorded stuff for Pearl with her new network, the Audacity Network, on Saturday. But you can find me at Remy, REMY_legal. And I'm probably going to be on Legal Vice's channel. I will be doing OJ Thursday with him tomorrow morning. So you can see us there, and we do our weekly OJ stream. And on my channel, I mostly talk about issues that affect men. I've done videos on systemic misandry. I have a Friday show called F Feminism, which I might be doing this week. I haven't decided yet. But yeah, you can basically search my name or find me at Remy_legal. So,
awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll see you later. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. This is a really important trial, and I think that you're the perfect person to cover it. I really appreciate your passion.
Thank you. It's the trial I've been waiting for a long time. So don't forget, click the links in the description, read my articles about the Maya Kowalski trial. They're linked in the description in this video. And I think to play you out today, I'm going to do something different. Let's see. I know what I want to see. I know what I want you to see. This is my this song keeps playing over and over in my head since this trial began, and I played a little bit of it for you yesterday. Why isn't it loading? Come on, load. Oh, YouTube is giving me a problem. Hold on.
I hate when that happens.
Well, now it's telling me I'm using a ad blocker, but I turned it off for YouTube because they make me do that. So why is it doing it now all of a sudden? And how do I turn it off? Ah, hell. Really? Wait. Megan. All right, we'll see if that works. It should work now. Let's see. Hello. Anyway, I've had this song going through my head since this trial began, because it's not really a song, it's a mashup. But you guys know Nick Rekieta, he's the best, and one of my favorite creators, Akira the Don, has put one of Nick's epic rants into a song, and it really fits where this trial is concerned. So I'm going to leave you with this on our way out, and yeah, enjoy. I'll see you guys. Check locals, meganfox.locals.com. Make sure that you are following me there, because that's where you'll get all the notifications for when I'm going live. Otherwise, YouTube is asshole, and they never tell you when I'm live. Okay, so take care, everybody, and I'll see you again real soon. All right, here we go. Oh, well, sound would be helpful here.
This. Let me preface this really quickly with saying one important thing before we start. Akira, I know you're gonna take this. The government should fear the people. The government should fear the people. The government should fear the people. 100% of the time, unironically and without a hint of jokes, because the alternative is the people fear the government, and that's fucking tyranny. Tyranny. The government should fear the people. The government should fear the people. The government should fear the people. of the time, reluctantly, in the service of your fellow man, not thinking that you get to be an administrator or controller of their fucking property and their fucking rights. We have twisted government service into a position of power, but the word is government service, and the service is not to the government, but to the people. And these motherfuckers lord over us as a new aristocracy, a new ruling class of nobility. They do so openly and in our faces. The founding fathers would roll in their fucking graves to see how we treat the government today. They should serve in fearful respect. In the same way that the Bible uses fear, reverence of their God. Because the populace, the people, the citizenry are the god of government. Not the other way around. The government should fear the people. The government should fear the people. The government should fear the people. 100% of the time, of the time, of the time, of the time, the government should fear the people. 100% of the time. They have forgotten what public service means. We do not have rulers, and we never, ever should.